One morning, towards the beginning of the whole kind of pandemic, at least from our perspective in Europe, the house shook. I was woken up by an earthquake, and this was in the middle of the pandemic. I'm conscious of the fact that for a split second, when my house was shaking and I knew it was a pandemic, just for a split second, I can remember thinking, oh, Armageddon.
Today marks just a few days before the 6-month anniversary of the On the Edge with Andrew Gold podcast, and it's a special one for several reasons. First and foremost, I've managed a real coup in getting Lloyd Evans, who is pretty much the world's preeminent ex-Jehovah's Witness and authority on the religion, its attractions, and its snares. He tells some of the downright craziest and most unbelievable stories of his childhood and his time in the religion. So that Jehovah's Witnesses know, I'm not just picking on them, as I've already done episodes on an ex-Muslim whose family are trying to kill her, an ex-Hasidic Jew who believes the community raped her, and the son of the founder of the Westboro Baptist Church. You'll find those, along with loads of other crazy, interesting, controversial episodes in the backlog. This is also a special podcast because ex-Jehovah's Witness Lloyd convinced me, as you'll hear, of the merits of starting a Patreon page. And he's even started contributing himself, which is a really touching gesture from a fellow content maker. I'm lucky to have a really close, tight-knit group of listeners. Many of you have been there from right at the beginning and stuck with it, or binge listened to every episode. I hope you'll stay with me at the next stage in terms of making this profitable, and that means selling ads, which I'll begin introducing in the coming weeks. However, if you go to my brand new Patreon page, patreon.com/AndrewGold, you can sign up to become an assistant producer of the podcast and get an ad-free version. There are many other benefits and tiers available on my page, allowing you to become a fully fledged producer who I'll follow on social media, or a director with exclusive video access and the ability to ask the guests questions yourself. In the coming weeks, this free version will continue, but with the gradual introduction of a couple of ads. But my Patreon page gives you access to an ad-free version you can play on most podcast platforms. In addition to the perks you'll get, think of it as tipping me for the 4.5 episodes and hours of content I make each month. You decide how much you pay. Thanks so much to those of you who have already contributed. £1 or dollar a month works out at 23 pence or cents per episode or hour of content, and you'll be amazed at how far that goes when added together with my other tips. Of course, if I'm going to be making money from this, I also have to up my own game. I've been making an effort to ensure interviewees send me their audio files, so you're hearing this one. Lloyd's voice is absolutely gorgeous. And I'm going to start publishing the video versions of the podcast on YouTube, with lots of flashy camera angles and high definition. Anyway, that was my announcement, and I don't want it to eat into any more Lloyd Evans ex-Jehovah's Witness time. We're going to be talking about everything from the community's controversial views on blood transfusions to its purported inaction on child abuse. Lloyd talks eloquently about cognitive dissonance, the way our mind refuses to consider reasoning that runs counter to our ingrained idea of how the world works. Lloyd really is an authority on the subject, and if you want to know more, I encourage you to get hold of his acclaimed book, The Reluctant Apostate, and to visit his popular YouTube page with over 70,000 subscriptions, the John Cedars channel. Links in the description. And if you need convincing as to Lloyd's knowledge on all things Jehovah's Witness, I can tell you he's backed by a wall of scholarly tomes. Basically, it's just books, piles of books and shelves of books behind him.
With the books, I think it's especially important for Jehovah's Witnesses who are tuning in because they're already terrified to be watching a big bad apostate. But if they can at least see that I've got the material behind me and they can see, I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Have you read all of those books?
Oh, God, no.
I wonder if anyone has. You keep seeing it, especially in COVID times, lockdown, you see everybody's got these bookshelves behind them. And I think, how many has anyone read?
My oldest book is a 1902 edition of Studies in the Scriptures. So we're talking decades and decades and decades of mostly nonsense. So although I've not read them cover to cover, I do need to consult them quite frequently. If I'm dealing with a particular subject, it's helpful to be able to go straight to. I'll quite often have photographs from certain pages in the video to say, "Look, here's proof that they actually wrote this." So I think it would do a number on me mentally if I were to actually read all this stuff cover to cover. But it's at least there for me to consult it whenever I need it.
That's fascinating, though, because at first I was thinking when you said that, well, why not just go on Google or whatever? But I can totally understand. Yeah, if you need to prove something to a skeptic, a nice hard book does the job. God, how are you? What's going on? I've been recording the whole time, by the way. So you're
right. Gosh, I'm not bad. Yeah, I'm always a little bit stressed, but better to be busy.
Yeah, your channel's doing well, isn't it? What's it? 70,000 subscribers.
Yeah, I feel as though it's. Look, you go through, with YouTube, you go through phases where you leap forward in numbers, and then you go through other phases where it's just, trundling along. And that's basically where I am at the moment. It's growing at a predictable rate each month. No matter how much work I put into it or don't put into it, I could go on a holiday for a week and do very little, and it's still going to grow at the same rate. So,
do you think people exaggerate how much social media and stuff makes a difference then?
I think everything is basically in the hands of the YouTube gods. And I think they have their algorithms set up to promote your content at a rate that they're happy with.
Right.
They're going to promote your content far more if it's very vanilla and doesn't offend anyone and consists of makeup tutorials or eating triangle-shaped food or whatever. That stuff's always going to get pushed more than serious content. And I've sort of had to begrudgingly live with that, with the fact that I'm only going to get so many impressions, and the impressions I get will dictate how many views I get.
Are you able to earn a living just from the channel and everything?
Oh, yeah. Only because of Patreon. I'd be messed up. I wouldn't be able to do this as a job if it was purely on Google ad revenue. But Patreon has been a real game changer. That has basically allowed people who value what I'm doing beyond the simple video by video thing. They just see the broader picture, and they see someone who's trying to make a difference in this particular niche. So yeah, Patreon's been a game changer. So
do you offer extra stuff for that, or is it just sort of people decide they want to pay for it?
To begin with, I just set it up and just thought, well, anyone that wants to contribute can contribute. And then I thought, no, I want to, because I could see loads of people joining, and I thought, I feel bad them just giving me this money. I feel like I ought to say thank you in some way. And so what I've done is I've set up a number of different tiers.
Yeah.
So even on tier 1, which is like $1 or $1 plus VAT, people get something. They get like an exclusive monthly update video. They can join my Discord. I think the top tier is we do like 2 Zoom calls per month. So it's kind of a very intimate thing where we get to chat and I get to know people quite well. So yeah.
Do you find many of your viewers are ex-Jehovah's?
No. Well, obviously, many of them are. It's just that I have done polls in the past because I'm fascinated by that sort of thing. I want to know who's watching.
Yeah.
And whenever I've done polls in the past, it's been something like 50-50 ex-Jehovah's Witnesses or faded or current Jehovah's Witnesses. Because believe it or not, current Jehovah's Witnesses do watch. Half them and half people who've never been in the religion but just enjoy a good train wreck.
Right.
Which I can kind of sympathize with because I'm kind of the same when it comes to Scientology or the Westboro Baptists,
Yeah.
It's fascinating to see the way these organizations can so easily control people like robots. So I think there are lots of people who enjoy that aspect of things. So yeah, I'd say 50-50.
Yeah, many of the listeners to this podcast, actually. I started off, I think you probably maybe saw because we follow each other on Twitter, but with the Westboro Baptist Church and somebody ex-Muslim and ex-Hasidic Jew. And people have messaged saying they want to go back to those things because I moved away a little bit and everyone wants to hear about that stuff. Why do you think that is?
Well, again, people are fascinated by the potential of these large organizations to literally control people, and that's what it all boils down to. I mean, we like to think as human beings that we're beyond that, and
Yeah.
no one can control us, and that we're masters of our own destiny, and no one can just lead us along. But it turns out that it's frighteningly easy to lead along not just a handful of people, but potentially millions. I mean, depending on what your political persuasion is, you could argue that that's happening or has happened in America.
Sure.
You have similar situations in, for example, North Korea, where an entire country is one person's plaything. So it's happening on a political level. It also happens on a religious level. And it's usually the exact same mechanics, the exact same methods are being used. They're tried and trusted. They work all the time. It's been summarized as the bite model. If you can control people's behavior, if you can control what information they have access to, if you can control people's thoughts, and if you can control their emotions, if you have some level of control over all of those things, sooner or later you're going to control them. In Jehovah's Witnesses, people are able to completely bypass their basic humanity and have nothing to do with, say, their children, who they've given birth to because their children have been disfellowshipped, or even they're happy to, or not happy necessarily, but they are willing to stand by and let their child die for want of a blood transfusion. That's how serious it gets.
That's insane.
That's just in Jehovah's Witnesses. We see exactly the same atrocities happening in other religions. I mean, you mentioned Islam. Clearly, not all Muslims are doing that sort of thing, but that shows the extreme. That's the end game, when you can have journalists being beheaded and car bombs and that sort of thing. That's the end game of all this.
Man, so I've got my first stupid question. I was thinking just now I should call the podcast "Stupid Questions" or something. Who is Jehovah? And who is a witness to Jehovah? Why are they called Jehovah's Witnesses?
Jehovah is God, or so Jehovah's Witnesses would say. Interestingly, the name Jehovah was dreamt up in the 13th century by a Dominican monk named Raymundus Martini. But this particular version of the divine name, I mean, nowadays scholars prefer Yahweh. But because it made it into the King James Version, and because the King James Version was the Bible of choice of the early founders of the religion, that came to be the name of God as considered by Jehovah's Witnesses. Witnesses of Jehovah, well, that's based on a verse in Isaiah chapter 4 or 5, can't remember which.
You really know your stuff.
Where it says something along the lines of, you will be my witnesses, says Jehovah. So Jehovah's Witnesses consider themselves to be witnesses of his power and authority and sovereignty, and they consider that when they do their public preaching work, this is them testifying to his sovereignty. I forget what the other question was. I
can't remember either, but I started thinking about U2 when you said Yahweh. I mean, I think they all seem to be U2 songs. Are they some version of Jehovah's Witnesses?
U2 actually came after Jehovah's Witnesses. But they do have an interest, don't they? Bono
seem to.
All that. They had I think they went through like a Baptist streak at some point in their careers. And they've kept that theme running in their songs. But yeah, Yahweh is the preferred, and this is important because Jehovah's Witnesses place great stock in the fact that they are unique in using God's name as it should be used. And even they will admit in their literature that scholars prefer Yahweh, but then they resort to some bizarre reasoning of, Jehovah is the one that most people use. Is it though? Is it?
Did you see that South Park? I presume you have the South Park episode, and it was in the future, and it was like the atheist society of atheists versus the slightly different named version of that. Naming is such a big part of everything, like slight variations of names. I grew up in a Jewish family, and I'm atheist now as well, but I had to go and learn Hebrew and stuff like that on Sundays. And until I was about probably 13, 14 or 15, I would only spell the name God with a dash instead of the O. Jewish people have to do that when they write English.
Yes.
The idea being that if anyone were to destroy the piece of paper that you've written on, it would be destroying the name of God. So you have to write like a dash so you don't write his name. And it's like, it's such a strange thing because from a young age, I obviously knew, even when I was at 8 or 9, I knew that is mental. That is totally, totally insane. But I was still doing it many years after, which is sort of the tradition aspect, I suppose. It's almost like a compulsion. What was your childhood like, and when did you start to move away from it?
I took it very, very seriously. It's interesting you're saying that you used to write God without an O. I can remember at school doing a class assignment. We were asked to, those ring binders. Well, not those ring binders, ring binders. Our teacher asked us to fill a ring binder with a topic of our choice. And I thought, well, I'll do one on my religion, on Jehovah's Witnesses.
How old were you?
I would have been like 10 or 11. And yeah, this was my topic, and I forget, what I was writing. I just remember my teacher saying, "Lloyd, why have you drawn all of these pictures of people with ovals for faces but no faces?" And I said, "That's because I'm drawing Jehovah and the angels, and it's disrespectful to draw the face of Jehovah." And I forget what my reason was for the angels, but so it was a similar thing happening there, because in the Revelation book at that time, we'd had a book released called Revelation, Its Grand Climax at Hand, because Jehovah's Witnesses believe Armageddon's going to come at any moment, and that it was the same towards the end of the 80s, early 90s. And everywhere where there was a picture of God, it had the shining light and you couldn't see the facial features. So that was my version. But yeah, I was madly devoted to it. And why wouldn't you be? Because I've been raised by two parents who took it very, very seriously. In my book, I tell the story of an Armageddon drill, because I walked up to my dad once and he had this panicked look. He had the phone receiver in his hand. I'd heard the phone ring. In those days, with those phones, you could actually make them ring if you knew a certain trick. So I'd heard the phone ring. I saw my dad with a panicked look on his face. And he said, the Great Tribulation's started. The police are coming for Jehovah's people. We need to escape to Macclesfield Forest. Go and get your things.
Right. There are so many layers to that. The police have called. Firstly,
No. The elders have called. The police are coming. Yeah.
I thought it was just like the cops down the station. Just they're like on the inside and they know about the Jehovah's Witnesses. They said,
it wouldn't be very effective policing, wouldn't it? We're coming to arrest you now. Okay.
So he's made So firstly, it's like presumably he believes very strongly. So, sorry, in my way, I'm interrupting halfway through this story. I'll get back to, but I just want to get to. So he's faked a phone call.
Yeah.
But he must believe as well. But I guess he wanted you to believe even more. And then Macclesfield Forest,
which was our nearest forest.
It's got to be a forest. Okay, yeah, continue. Sorry. Go on with the story.
So I ran upstairs absolutely convinced, because the Great Tribulation is supposed to be just a hop, skip and a jump away from Armageddon. So, it made total sense in my young mind. Oh, right. Okay. Well, we've been talking about this. So it makes sense that it's now happening.
Yeah.
So I was up in my room. I was going through an Enid Blyton phase. So I threw my penknife in my rucksack and my binoculars and my torch. I also threw in the Revelation Climax book because I thought, well, there's a handy field guide to what's now happening.
Sure.
And then kind of ran downstairs expecting to be running outside into the street and getting in the car. And instead there was just my dad and my mum and my sister, all with smirks on their faces because I'd fallen for it.
What?
Yeah, so it was all intentional. I think it was 50% a joke and 50% a serious test to demonstrate that we ought to be ready for Armageddon at any moment.
Like, we got you, but, it could have been the real thing.
Also, there's a serious test here, yeah.
That sounds counterintuitive to me, because that sounds a little bit like the next time you're not going to go as fast. And how does that make you feel in that moment?
Well, I guess I must have laughed along at the moment and felt very foolish, but it stayed with me. That's the whole point. And in a way, I feel almost privileged in a bizarre way that out of all of the millions of Jehovah's Witnesses who will never come anywhere close to there being an Armageddon because it's a lie, at least I got to experience a little piece of it in my head, even though it was all just a joke. Because at that exact moment, I was fully convinced it was Armageddon.
Wow, it feels like they. I don't know. It feels like if you thought Armageddon and all that stuff was real, it just seems very strange to joke about it. Were they often joking about these kinds of things?
No, which is why I went along with it. And also, at that age, you tend to be very trusting of your parents.
How old was this? 10 as well?
God, I would have been, 9 or 10 years old. And, that's how child indoctrination works, though, isn't it? And I think most religion plays on child indoctrination and the fact that children will just believe what their parents say, because why would their parents lie to them, especially in life or death matters? Your parents have your best interests at heart. They don't want to see you crushed by a fireball when Armageddon comes. Why would they lie to you about all of this? So of course you're going to believe it. In some cases, when it gets to the teenage years and the rebellious streak kicks in, sometimes kids who don't take it so seriously can get distracted. They can start leading a double life, and one way or the other, they can drift out. In other cases, no, I'm going to keep taking it seriously because I still, even though I'm now a teenager and I have a rebellious side to me, I still don't want to die at Armageddon. Thank you. And so it sticks right through to adulthood for many.
I feel like with a lot of religion, people don't really, in their heart of hearts, believe a lot of that stuff. I mean, on their deathbeds, very few are just very peacefully going, well, I'm going up to heaven and all that. I mean, often they're, because I think they know that's not going to happen.
Well, this is where cognitive dissonance comes in.
Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance is fascinating because we actually need it to an extent. I mean, if you think about it, we need to have some rejection, some internal battle when we encounter things that debunk ideas that we've come to cherish and love. Because if we didn't have that reaction to cherished ideas, we'd just be switching from one idea to the other all the time. We'd immediately see something, oh, I've changed my mind. We'd be changing our mind all the time. So it's almost a survival instinct. I've had this explained to me by someone who came on my channel who's an expert in this. Wow. It's almost a survival instinct that we kick back against things that we are comfortable believing and that we feel certainty in. And what that does is it means that you can have in your brain simultaneously, this might be bollocks, and this is absolutely the truth. And you can have those two things in your head at the same time. Wow. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
I love that explanation. I really like that. That's because that obviously applies not just to Jehovah's Witnesses or to religion, but to everything, the way we all see politics. I mean, any bad thing done in the world, most bad things have been done in a, what's that expression? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. I mean, everybody thinks they're doing a nice thing, and they must have, the Nazis must have known something wasn't right, but then just pushed on through.
I mean, you think of an election and you think about this barrage of noise where both parties or both candidates will have their ads going out and, stories for a candidate or against a candidate or for a party or against a party. If we didn't have cognitive dissonance, we'd just be swinging constantly throughout the election between one and the other, depending on what article we happen to fall upon or whatever news item we happen to fall upon. We need some degree of resistance. Even if something makes total sense, there needs to be some kind of pushback against it.
Can make things difficult with your loved ones sometimes, or your partner.
Yeah.
That's what arguments are, I suppose. People. That's why you don't want to admit that you were wrong, because it's what you were wrong, but I'm not sure. Man, I love that. Tell me more about so what it's like. What would be different for you growing up as a Jehovah's Witness? All I knew about before speaking to you, and I've seen your stuff on YouTube, which is brilliant, and I've read White Teeth by Zadie Smith, which was just one of my favorite books. Have you read that?
No, that's the first time I've heard it.
Oh man, you got to.
White Teeth.
Yeah, put that down there. White Teeth, Zadie Smith, and I think Zadie Smith, she's a British writer, and she She was a Jehovah's Witness. And
Okay.
the protagonist, and there's also a Netflix series, I think it was BBC originally, called
Wow.
White
That
Teeth.
was fascinating.
Yeah, it's very much linked to, in that book. So my idea of it was very Jamaican, because she's of Jamaican origin, I believe, or at least in the book, and it's all a Jamaican thing. But I guess that's not, is that the case? Is there sort of Jamaicanness in Jehovah's Witnesses? I mean, did you grow up with any of that, or was that totally just from that book? I've got that.
Oh, it's a worldwide religion, asterisk, not in the Middle East and not in large parts of Asia or North Africa, but certainly throughout the Americas, there are Jehovah's Witnesses, including in the Caribbean. So, yeah.
How was your upbringing compared to somebody who wouldn't know about this kind of thing?
Odd. It was odd. I mean, there's all the usual prohibitions. Jehovah's Witnesses can't celebrate Christmas, can't celebrate birthdays. And if you think about most childhoods, they're sort of defined by those things, you know, by Christmas together as a family, or what you got on a certain birthday. Or I had none of that. But I didn't feel as though I was going without, because once you get used to it, it's just normal. That's your normal. So you see the kids at school who've got a new bike for their birthday, and you're not like fiercely jealous of them necessarily, because you think, well, you know, they celebrate birthdays, I don't. You're convinced, as I've mentioned, that Armageddon is coming, and that when Armageddon comes, all of your schoolmates are going to die because they're not Jehovah's Witnesses. They're just going to die any day because Armageddon's coming.
Is there guilt there, or is there a bit of Schadenfreude?
I think that, again, it becomes your normal. You don't necessarily feel bad, and also you don't think about it in too much detail, because whenever witnesses will have a conversation, perhaps in a gathering, they'll start talking about the paradise, almost inevitably, because the more you talk about it, the more the whole thing unravels. There's been some delightfully detailed talks at the latest convention where the governing body members have gone into quite some detail about what's going to happen in the paradise, and the fact that everyone who has ever died will be resurrected over the first 1,000 years, and that's 100 billion. You think of how the planet's, you know, squirming under the weight of nearly 8 billion. So 100 billion apparently is going to be the future population of Earth. Anyway, they go into all of these details, and the more they go into detail, the more obvious it is that it doesn't make sense. So you'll have witnesses in a group talking about it, and at some point, a witness is going to say, yes, but we really shouldn't speculate, brothers, and they'll change the subject. So it sort of makes sense, because you're not encouraged to think about it in too much detail. It's just there in the background at all times.
How does that, affect a child's mind at its most sort of malleable when it's, 10, 12 years old? And how does it affect how you are today? I know you've sort of disavowed all of it, but do you find any remnants, sort of vestiges of the Jehovah's way of thinking in your mind, and you go, no, and you push it back?
Yeah, well, this is the really distressing thing about cults, is that even when you have strongly repudiated all of your former beliefs, because they get so deeply entrenched in your psyche and they become basically part of you, they do still manifest themselves. So, for example, there's this thing called the coronavirus pandemic, and Jehovah's Witnesses have been jumping up and down about how this is proof that, Armageddon is imminent. In fact, a governing body member was even saying that this shows that we're in the final part of the last days of the last days, or however he worded it. So one morning, I forget when it was, I think it was March or April, towards the beginning of the whole kind of pandemic, at least from our perspective in Europe, the house shook. I was woken up by an earthquake, and this was in the middle of the pandemic. So even if it was just for a split second, I'm conscious of the fact that for a split second, when my house was shaking and I knew it was a pandemic, just for a split second, I can remember thinking, oh, Armageddon. And I am one of the most well-known, outspoken ex-Jehovah's Witness activists. with so much experience of how this is all a big con. And yet I'm willing to admit that just for a split second, that thought was there. So if that's how it affected me, you can imagine how it's affecting or going to affect ex-witnesses who've perhaps only recently woken up. Or I think there are also lots who were disfellowshipped at some point and haven't been in the religion for decades, but because they've never done the research to prove to themselves that it wasn't a legit thing, they go to their graves basically expecting that if Armageddon were to come, they would die. This is how pervasive the whole ideology is.
What was it like? Take me through sort of when you broke to your parents, I suppose, to your family, that this wasn't for you. What happened next? Are you still in touch with them?
It was quite a long process. I obviously describe it in my book, The Reluctant Apostate. I didn't have to think about having that conversation with my mother because she died in 2001. But I did still have my dad to speak to, and he's an elder who takes it very seriously. And to begin with, it was a case of, look, I don't think it's true. That's it. I don't think the faithful slave are God's organization. And there was just stunned silence. And he just said, well, I don't think I can help you with this, Lloyd, because it's too emotional for me. And he never really made any efforts whatsoever to convince me that I was wrong. I think that kind of says a lot about where he is when we're talking about cognitive dissonance. But basically, we had a relationship of sorts right up to the point where I disassociated, because with Jehovah's Witnesses, you can go inactive, you can stop believing and stop going to the meetings and stop doing the preaching work. That's sort of allowed, and you're kind of viewed as a lost sheep. So while I had this lost sheep status, my dad was still speaking to me every week or 2 weeks on Skype because I'd moved to Croatia. But when I told him we're disassociating, we're actually properly leaving. And the reason why we did that was because we were expecting a child. We didn't want our believing family to have any excuse whatsoever to try indoctrinating our child.
So this was you and your wife?
Yeah.
And she was also a Jehovah's Witness?
She basically woke up about a year after I did. And that's a story in itself, because it places enormous strain on a relationship when one person wakes up and the other one is still believing.
Sure. Like when my girlfriend went vegetarian a year before me. Not quite the same, but yeah. It was a difficult year.
Vegetarians aren't yet proclaiming that meat eaters need to die in a future apocalypse.
You haven't met my girlfriends.
But yeah, we'd been through this kind of journey, my wife and I, and when my wife also woke up, we kind of made this decision, right, our child's coming. We know that if we were to stay in any way, shape or form, our believing family would use any opportunity to try and indoctrinate our child. And interestingly, they've still tried. Even after we've disassociated, we've had moments where Jessica has said, Grandma was talking to me about Jehovah. Even though Grandma knows that she's not to speak to Jessica about Jehovah. So we've had to kind of have some straightforward conversations with Grandma, and Jessica, who's now 6, she's had everything explained to her, and to her credit, she's showing enormous maturity and I think understands what's at stake. We actually called her Jessica Liberty Evans. We wanted to put the word freedom in her name, so that she never forgets that it was basically her birth that prompted our family to break free from the whole thing.
And was that a relief? Were you able to still, I mean, it sounds like, Jessica's still in touch with the grandmother. How was that at first? Were you exiled a bit? Like in some religions, do people tend to be really pushed out, or is there still communication?
It's a little bit complicated with Diana's parents. Basically, when we moved to Croatia, It was moving to Croatia, by the way, that kind of woke me up, because I was no longer getting the constant flow of indoctrination.
How old were you then?
I was 30. I was going to the meetings, I just couldn't understand it. And that gave me the breathing space I needed to wake up. Now, because we're living in the same building as my wife's parents, that they use a loophole in the rules that say, if you're under the same roof as a disfellowshipped family member, you can still talk to them. That's not really how it's supposed to apply. That's more for like a 19, 20-year-old who gets disfellowshipped. So we still have a relationship with we live in the same building as Jehovah's Witnesses, oddly enough,
wow.
Which is weird.
Yeah.
And they're horrified at what I'm doing. But it's one of those things where it was really, really difficult to begin with, and there was lots of arguments and lots of tension. But I think the more time passes, the more you just get used to it, So
I can relate to some of that. I mean, again, it's a much more minor version, but I definitely recall being 15 or so, and my mum and dad would go to synagogue maybe twice a year, 3 times a year for like the holy events, the big events. And it's more of a show your face thing. I don't think anyone believes anything. And they'd want me to go. And I think it was hard for them to know the difference between me being a teenager who doesn't want to go to school, doesn't want to go to this, doesn't want to go to that, and what it actually was, which was like, I don't believe any of this, and it's against it. It makes me angry. I always remember a moment when I was young being in a synagogue and I was talking to a friend, just messing around, and someone turned around and like shushed me and went, "Shh, the rabbi's speaking, show some respect, the rabbi's speaking." And my mind, I was like 14, was like, respect for this guy? Why? He doesn't show me respect. I'm not showing him respect. He's talking nonsense, talking out of his bottom. So I know that feeling. So the Jehovah's, one of the things that's most famous about Jehovah's Witnesses is I saw you wrote something about sort of sex and blood transfusions. This was in a description for your book.
I do a chapter on the child sex abuse issue and a chapter on domestic violence and blood transfusions. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, take me through what's the deal with the blood transfusions?
In 1945, the leadership of the organization, out of the blue, just decided that because it said in the Bible not to eat blood, they should also not be using it for medical applications. And probably thinking at the time, well, this is a good way for us to show ourselves as different. This is a good way to ruffle a few feathers and show how radical we are. Not giving a thought to the fact that this policy decision would lead to the deaths of what I and others estimate to be tens of thousands of Jehovah's Witnesses since then. They changed the rules slightly in 2000 to say that you can have what they call fractions. So when it comes to what they consider the 4 main components of blood, red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets, and plasma, all of those things are forbidden for Jehovah's Witnesses. But when it comes to, say, hemoglobin, which is what you get in a red blood cell that makes it red, and which is actually the property that circulates the oxygen in blood, if you could somehow just have the hemoglobin, that would be fine, which is just total nonsense, because as long as they can take someone's hemoglobin and put it in an artificial wrapper that will simulate what a red blood cell does, and which, by the way, could never do as good a job as an actual red blood cell, then that would be fine, but not the actual red blood cells. And witnesses are dying because of this. And there's so much that angers me, not least the fact that one of the ingredients that witnesses aren't allowed to have is white blood cells. When you have your breakfast in the morning and you have your cornflakes, you're having white blood cells because it's in the milk. You're drinking cow's white blood cells. When a baby is born, for the first week or so, they're getting inundated with their mother's white blood cells in the milk. But for some reason, in this particular application, it's okay for a witness to die for want of white blood cells in a medical application. They also have this thing called the Hospital Liaison Committee arrangement, and I'm very proud of the National Secular Society, which I'm a member of. They recently got behind a campaign to raise awareness among NHS trusts, because what's happening is you get these groups of elders, these gangs of elders called hospital liaison committees, who will go in when a Jehovah's Witness is hospitalized with the possibility of a blood transfusion. And they'll basically be there at the bedside, taking on a role of recommending what medical treatment they should receive, or trying to steer what's happening and manipulate what's happening in some way. If it's really the patient's decision, and I fully respect if an adult wants to refuse medical treatment for whatever reason, they should be allowed to do that. But let it be their decision rather than something where they've been manipulated by a bunch of goons when they are in an incredibly vulnerable situation, you know. So
even if it is their own decision, then it's still manipulation, isn't it? Because they've been manipulated by those goons from afar, and now the goons are up close.
And quite often when push comes to shove, I mean, you know, any Jehovah's Witness can say, oh, I will refuse blood. And I would have been the same. But what you hear is that when push comes to shove and you really are at death's door, it's quite interesting how that decision can sometimes change, you know? Wow. And there's even the National Secular Society cited a medical study from Canada showing that even in a hospital that would have had HLC elders, there's examples of witness patients who were accepting some of the four forbidden blood products. So,
do they more than often not take the blood transfusions?
Usually they will not take the blood transfusions, yes, but at least some will, even when there's a HLC present. So you can imagine if you removed these men in suits. Yeah. You can imagine how the number of people taking the blood and therefore living would rise, you know. So this is a policy that is literally killing people. And so it's no exaggeration to say that when you're warning people about Jehovah's Witnesses, you're potentially saving people's lives. I mean, they even had on their JW broadcasting episodes, which I do rebuttals to last year, they did an episode where they showed the story of a young lad called Jared Scepter, who, if he'd been allowed to live, would now be my age. He died in, I think, 1990 or 1991, and they were celebrating his death on JW broadcasting and saying, oh, well, if God allows a Jehovah's Witness to die, it's probably because he has some higher purpose. And isn't it wonderful that the parents were looked after and people brought them meals while all this was happening? And now they're a circuit overseer and circuit overseer's wife. In other words, you know, making a big deal of the fact that, oh, well, look at how the parents were blessed because they killed their child.
Right.
So that's how shameless this all gets.
It's control, isn't it? It's just crazy. Does it make you very angry? Do you find yourself doing this thing that I do sometimes when I'm angry? Do you sort of go on speeches in your head at night and can't sleep about this?
I guess I make YouTube videos.
Yeah.
It's interesting because when you start doing activism, it is very much a cathartic thing, and you're hopefully helping others. But for the most part, you're kind of doing it to help yourself. And I think that there's almost like a 2-year burn on most ex-Jehovah's Witness activists. They make a lot of noise for the first couple of years, and then they go quiet almost because they've got it off their chest. In the case of some like myself, we're able to keep going because actually, you know, I'm quite used to doing this now, almost institutionalized. But yeah, there's definitely a fire in my belly. And what's ironic is that my dad still hasn't met both of my children, his grandchildren. And he will be thinking that this is something that will somehow prompt me to realize the enormity of my error and come groveling back to the organization. All it does is stoke that fire in my belly. If I wasn't personally on like a daily basis, feeling the punishment radiating from this organization, I like to think that I'd still be doing my activism, but almost certainly I would have slightly less fire in my belly to do what I do.
Do you feel sorry for your dad at all?
No, my feelings about my dad have sort of changed over the years. I think more than anything, look, everyone's parents are going to be a bit different. And I think in the case of my mother, she was very, very much in touch with her humanity. And I like to think that even if it would have been a difficult decision for her, I find it impossible to think that she would have gone this long without meeting her grandchildren. Certainly on my wife's side, both of her parents have good relationships with our children and indeed with us, even though there is this ideological difference. I just think as a father myself, there's just no excuse for not having anything to do with your child just for ideological reasons. So it's more a case of not relating whatsoever to his decision. And the more years tick by, the more the emotion dims a little bit. So I feel less emotional attachment to him now.
What would happen if you called him up?
I have had to call him up once or twice because there's been, obviously I live in a different country, and I think once I had to call him about my healthcare situation because it was my healthcare and it was a genuine emergency. It was just a normal conversation for all of 1 or 2 minutes while I was desperately trying to spit out everything that I needed him to do.
Yeah.
And he responded. He did everything that I needed him to do because there's this rule that says you're allowed necessary contact. So if there was a death, he would probably call me or email me. If it's something that's necessary, we're going to have a conversation. But if I called him to try and reason with him, not that I would, but if I were to, he would hang up, undoubtedly, yeah.
That's quite sad. That's part of the, what one would expect from when you leave a religion like that. Tell me a bit about the domestic abuse and stuff. Surely that's not part of the scripture and teachings? So
with domestic violence, the issue is that Jehovah's Witness spouses are taught that there is no grounds for divorce apart from adultery, including physical violence. So if you have a physically violent husband or wife, you have to stay married to them. The only option conceivably is separation, but then you are basically never allowed to get into a relationship with anyone else for the rest of your life. So this obviously leads to lots of abused men and women staying in violent relationships, and you even have Watchtower articles. What amazes me is that Jehovah's Witnesses are a registered charity and in England and Wales, and they're allowed to literally print magazine articles that say you need to stay married, you need to stay in this relationship, even though they're a charity.
It's not right.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I've interviewed people who've been in these situations and who've been in fear of their lives, but they've genuinely felt because of their religious beliefs that they can't move on and they can't escape that relationship, because if they were to escape, they'd be unhappy for the rest of their lives because they wouldn't be able to get married to anyone else.
You are trying to help some people sort of to leave, to excommunicate. Is that right?
Only if they want to. I mean, my position is that if someone genuinely believes that it's the truth, which is what Jehovah's Witnesses call it, the truth,
right.
I'm not going to lose a wink of sleep. But I like to think that if someone gets to a point in their lives where, for whatever reason, they're able to look behind the curtain, they're able to start objectively scrutinizing their beliefs, which witnesses are not encouraged to do. They're told to, if they have any doubts, wait on Jehovah. But the way I put it is it's a win-win scenario if you do scrutinize your beliefs, because either you're going to go on a channel like mine and listen to what I've got to say and be able to prove that I'm lying, in which case your faith is going to end up being stronger than ever. Or you're going to come on my channel, realize that I'm telling the truth, and you're going to be able to do something about it. So it's a win-win situation. So I'm just purely there to make resources available for people who are at that point in their lives where they can start thinking about breaking free.
Are you often able to convince people of these kinds of things?
Judging by the comments comments and emails, I'm guessing, it would seem so.
Really?
I'd love to have a number I could give you. I'd love to be able to say, yes, it's, however many 100 or 1,000 people. But yeah, it's very, very touching when you get emails, voicemails, messages on social media saying, you helped me, your videos helped me to break free. And what I especially love is when I hear from people who say, not just me, not just my husband, but our children as well. Because I love the idea of the next generation breaking free, so that it's not even on their radar. They get to grow up without this even being a thing. I mean, this will follow me now for the rest of my life. And I suspect for many who are believing it well into their 30s or 40s, but you were explaining before about your memories of going to the synagogue. How cool is it when you manage to stop a situation where the children are going to the Kingdom Hall or to the assemblies or the conventions, so that they never even think of Jehovah's Witness being a thing in their lives? That's really sweet.
That's amazing. That, yeah, it would be nice for me as well, I suppose, to bring my parents will be listening to this and they won't like it. But well, maybe they won't mind actually. I don't want to, but bring up my children when or if I have children, without any of that. I can decide if they want to get circumcised based on the science and research, rather than some religious person coming around and fiddling with my child's genitals.
Oh God, yeah. There's the whole circumcision thing, isn't there? Yeah,
yeah, that's the whole thing. But it is what it is. Did you have to go? I was just thinking, did you go sort of knocking on doors and stuff as a child?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did all that, and I started from the age of 19 pioneering. Pioneering is where you commit to spending 70 hours per month doing that. So I did that for 9 years, and I'm pleased to report that for many of those years I failed woefully at managing the 70 hours. At the time I felt tremendous guilt if I didn't get my hours in for a certain month. But now I'm obviously delighted that although I still don't appreciate feeling guilty at the time. But yeah, they do take it very, very seriously. And obviously at the moment with the pandemic, they're all being told to stay at home, and basically they're all badgering everyone they know on Facebook who's not a witness. So if you're a GP and you've got clients who are Jehovah's Witnesses, they'll be messaging you and sending you letters and all sorts. But under normal circumstances, yes, the bare minimum that you're expected to do is, well, the absolute bare minimum is at least 1 hour per month. Most witnesses will aim to do maybe 10 hours of preaching per month. Okay. And if you're pioneering, you'll be trying to do 70 hours per month.
Do you think in the history of Jehovah's Witnesses, that's ever worked to bring people around, at least in the last 50 years or so, knocking on people's doors? I mean, did you get doors slammed in your face?
All the time, but we also had doors open to us, and I can remember going in and people making you cups of tea and coffee and having long conversations. In the past, it's definitely worked, because here we are, an organization that has nearly 9 million members around the world, but most of that growth happened in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, maybe into the 90s a little bit. But especially in the internet age, it's just become stagnant. If you look at the figures are at the moment, I think 1.3% growth annually, which basically just means they're indoctrinating their children. I mean, that's just literally witness parents giving birth to new witnesses.
Yeah,
they're not bringing people in any significant numbers. And I think that the internet is largely responsible for that. And I can remember as a pioneer having long conversations with people, and even starting what we would call Bible studies, which is not really studying the Bible, it's just studying a book and making people answer exactly as it says in the book. So we would start these studies, and all of a sudden, completely out of the blue, the person would say, actually, Lloyd, I'm not interested, and actually, do you mind not calling again? And I'd be like, what's going on? And now, of course, I'm on the other side and I know exactly what happened there. They almost certainly went on Google. And that's all you need to do. type into Google Jehovah's Witnesses. Maybe the first few search results will be jw.org.
Right.
But once you scroll past those, that's when you start getting to, I definitely don't want to be involved in this. And when you think about it, that makes total sense, because if someone comes to your door offering you this amazing insurance policy that sounds too good to be true, what's the first thing you do? You Google that company's name and see whether it's a scam. And if it turns out to be a scam, you're going to want nothing to do with it. And I think that's what's happening mostly with Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, although it's not been made any easier to get maybe the truth out there by YouTube policies. So I've seen you tweet a fair bit about it. What's going on there? They seem to be flagging your stuff. Why is that?
YouTube, I don't think they necessarily have anything against me or necessarily against apostates or critics of fundamentalist groups. I think they feel as though if they are going to make money, if they are going to attract sponsors, they need to keep the content as bland and uncontroversial as possible. So what YouTube absolutely hates is controversy.
Okay.
And anything that I do or say about Jehovah's Witnesses, especially when we're going into reports on child sex abuse cases, especially when we're going into people dying through refusing blood, all of that falls under controversy. And so that makes it very, very difficult for content creators who are genuinely trying to perform a service by raising awareness to all of this to make ends meet. Basically, if you want to do it, it either has to be out of the goodness of your heart, or you need to be doing it on a professional basis. And I'm very fortunate to have been doing this for a number of years now. Obviously, I'm doing it for the most part because I care deeply about this.
Yeah.
But I don't owe the world anything. You know, I don't owe a full-time job to exposing this. So it would be nice if YouTube could pay creators, or at least make it possible for creators who are raising awareness to important issues, for them to get the same kind of attention through the algorithms that people are getting for makeup tutorials and cat videos and unboxing videos and all that sort of thing. But YouTube prefers that sort of mindless content because it's not going to offend anyone and it's not going to be controversial.
And it restricts advertising revenue and stuff that goes towards it.
So I've had one video on, for example, my very first ever YouTube documentary is called Jehovah's Witnesses and Child Abuse, Is There a Problem? You can, if you literally type in the title of the video, it won't show in the search results. Wow. So they're blocking it from appearing in the search results. My most popular video, which has had, I think, 1.3 million views, is Everything You Need to Know About Jehovah's Witnesses in 5 minutes. That's unlimited ads. And if you watch the video, it's literally like you're on Wikipedia. It could not be more uncontroversial, what I'm saying. But they've limited the advertising revenue. And that used to be, I used to get quite a lot of money through because it's got so many views. Now I get virtually nothing through from it, even though it's my most watched video. So it's very, very frustrating. But fortunately, I've got literally hundreds of patrons now who see what I'm doing, see value in what I'm doing, and will support me on a monthly basis, even if it's just $1 a month. It all makes a difference. Yeah.
So Patreon's sort of the antidote to the sort of banality of YouTube.
Absolutely. If there's a creator doing something that you like and that you believe in, and especially if YouTube is making it hard for them, get behind them on Patreon, definitely.
Shall I get on there? I should get on that.
Oh, if you're not on Patreon?
No, because we don't get that many. I mean, this gets, I don't want to publicly say how many views it listens.
No. But everyone needs to start somewhere. So get it set up. I'll be a patron.
Thank you.
There you go. You've got one patron already.
Yeah, that'll be great. No, I don't know. I'm looking at adverts and stuff. You know what? It's stupid of me, and I probably will get on it when I've got enough followers as well. But it feels like maybe it's sort of asking people.
It could be, I suppose you could be one of these who kind of sticks it in people's faces. I don't like to do that. Yeah. So at the end of all of my videos, there's like 6 seconds where I say, these videos are supported by Patreon, and here are a few of my patrons, and that's like 6 seconds. Right. Apart from that, if you're not pushing it in people's face, and it's literally something that people voluntarily go to because they believe in what you're doing, there's nothing to feel bad about, is there?
No, you're right. I am going to get on it, but again, it's not. I don't have 70,000 subscribers.
Everyone's got to start somewhere.
I know. It's doing well though. Is there anything I've not asked that I should ask?
We've not really covered child sex abuse, but that's not advertiser friendly.
No, that's fine. You know what? I worried that when I said it, it might have been that maybe you didn't want to talk about it.
No.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about the child sex abuse.
So Jehovah's Witnesses have a policy called the 2-witness rule, which means that if any kind of sin hasn't got more than one witness, then it must be treated as though it effectively didn't happen.
No way.
And they apply that they also apply that to the crime of child sexual abuse.
Oh.
And so this has long been a problem. I mean, as you can imagine, when children get molested, there's rarely an audience there. There's rarely even another person there.
Yeah.
And so what that has caused is, first of all, it's caused elders to not take it seriously when it's happened. But statistically, when you look at how much abuse is getting reported to the authorities, you can see very clearly that this idea of child abuse as a sin rather than a crime is influencing the flow of information to the authorities. So that in Australia, when they investigated this for the Australian Royal Commission, they managed to get the data from the Australian branch, and out of 1,006 accused pedophiles in Australia going all the way back to 1950, not a single one had been reported to the authorities. So what you have is information on criminals being systematically kept by the organization, but not being passed on to the authorities. Wow. They are literally keeping a secret database of offenders. In the UK, I'm involved as a core participant with ICSA, which is the Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse. And I am pulling my hair out because ICSA has the power to do exactly what they did in Australia and literally grab the records and say, we want to see how bad this is. But they refuse to do it.
Right.
For reasons only they know. So they've taken this tiny, tiny sample, which is bad enough, by the way, of, I think, 67 reported or cases that were passed on to the branch. And out of those 67, all involving elders and ministerial servants, or where the abuse happened in a kingdom hall. So a really, really small sample size. 30 weren't reported to the authorities, and as far as we know, are still at large. And that's just a tiny, tiny sample size. If they went after all the records, I estimate, based on the Australian data, that it would run into the thousands. But for some reason, ICSA doesn't want to do it, can't be bothered, doesn't have the resources, and they come up with all sorts of strange excuses. So at the moment, we're running a Get the Data petition to try and persuade them. I don't know whether it will work or not, but at least we can say we've done our part and we've tried to do the right thing when the opportunity came.
That is insane. So is it? You said it's not a crime if not more than one person has seen it. Is it a sin still?
Right. So it's important to distinguish between sin and crime. Jehovah's Witnesses say that child sex abuse is both. So it's both a crime and a sin. But they can only process it as a sin if it's seen by another person. Whether it's a crime or not may be independent of the whole judicial thing. But of course, if you're an elder and you're not taking it seriously as a sin, why would you be taking it seriously as a crime and going and reporting it to the police? What Jehovah's Witnesses say, and this is a fairly new thing, they say, well, we remind victims and their parents that it's their absolute right to go to the authorities, meaning we're not going to go to the authorities ourselves. We're just going to remind the victim and the parents that it's their right.
Yeah.
But you need to remember that this is a religion where they are very, very suspicious of Satan's system of things, which, as we've discussed, is going to be destroyed at Armageddon any moment.
Yeah.
And witnesses are repeatedly told, just because you have the right to do something doesn't mean you should necessarily do that thing. So it may be your right in the context of child sex abuse to go to the police, but is that really the right thing to do? Might you not be bringing Jehovah's name into reproach by doing that? So,
oh my God, that's awful. Did you have any personal experience with that kind of thing when you were younger?
Thankfully, no, but I think that's mostly because it's covered up so well. I mean, the whole point of this issue is that when child sex abuse is being covered up by an organization with actual documents that is setting forth this whole strategy for covering up this material, how would you know about it? I mean, I was a ministerial servant for a number of years, but ministerial servants don't have access to that sort of information. I was an elder for 1 year before moving to Croatia, and in that 1 year, I wasn't made aware of any cases. If I'd been an elder for longer, probably, or almost certainly, I would have come across something. But no, I don't have any personal experience, fortunately.
Yeah. Jehovah's Witnesses are not coming out of this looking very good.
Well, you say that, but there's a problem, and this is why the work that you're doing is important, because the media mostly ignores all this. I mean, you might get the occasional article in The Guardian. There was one recently in The Times, just a few column inches. I can't understand how in the 21st century you can have a registered charity in the UK that literally has in black and white in its documents, yes, we keep secret child abuse records that could potentially number into the thousands. I don't know, number one, how they're a charity, and number two, why the police aren't banging down the door to get that data so that they can find out about what pedophiles are being concealed and what pedophiles are still at large in the community. You would think that would be a national scandal.
Yeah.
But for some reason, because it's a religion, do we really want to be seen to be attacking a minority religion? That seems to be the fear of the media. And that's why mostly you're not going to see this on Sky News or on the BBC 10 o'clock news. You're just not going to see it because no one wants to be the big bad bully that's going after the minority religion.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not alone in that Jehovah's Witnesses. It's not alone in the sort of child abuse scandals and stuff, is it? I mean, it's quite a common religious trope, isn't it?
And that's one thing that's painfully obvious at the ICSA inquiry. I mean, we've recently had a report into the culpability of the Catholic Church. Unfortunately, whenever you have these large religious institutions, almost inevitably, they are going to look after their own interests before looking after the interests of child sex abuse victims. That's sort of a given. Having said that, you do have different scales of culpability when you look at different religions. So, for example, ICSA ran a truth project where they asked for stories of abuse from throughout England and Wales. Top of the list was the Catholic Church and the Church of England. Third in the list, despite being a tiny religion, were Jehovah's Witnesses. So clearly there's a problem there, which again, you would think would prompt them to say, okay, give us all your data. We're going to go through it and we're going to find out exactly how bad this is. Again, for some reason, ICSA doesn't want to do that.
What a pleasure it was to talk to Lloyd Evans. I won't forget that story about his father and the fake phone call, and Macclesfield Forest in a hurry. More than anything, I'm just delighted that he and his wife and child were able to escape, and I hope to keep in touch with Lloyd. Maybe see if he wants to grab a drink if I'm ever in Croatia. Remember to take a look at his much-admired book, The Reluctant Apostate, and to head over to John Cedars. You can spell John easily, but Cedars is Cedars on YouTube for his insanely popular channel. If you're listening to the audio version of this, make sure to check out the video version of the podcast, which I'll upload on Wednesday. After that, future video versions of the podcast will be behind a paywall for a month on my Patreon channel. patreon.com/AndrewGold. I'm hoping many of you will contribute, and I'll also be giving back. On Patreon, there's a tier system with various benefits. For example, for about 60p or 80 cents per episode, you can become an assistant producer of the show and get the ad-free version. For a little over £1 or $1.50, you'll be a fully fledged producer, and I'll follow you on social media and give you a shout out on the podcast. Other membership tiers include being a director who gets creative input and can ask the guests questions, a producer-director who gets all of the above plus extra video teasers, and an executive producer who gets all of that and access to my new flashy HD videos of the podcast, full video podcasts. The showrunner category is the most exclusive and allows you to take part in a monthly video meeting about behind-the-scenes stuff, guests, and anything else with me and the few other exclusive showrunners. So that's Patreon, patreon.com/AndrewGold. If you can't afford it, I totally understand, and I'd rather you put food on the table than contribute to this. What you can do to help, though, is follow me on Instagram or Twitter on AndrewGold_OK. Or if you have Apple, subscribe and review the podcast. I've had 92 ratings so far, including one this week from Rebecca Willow, who said, "I'm addicted to this podcast series. Every chance I have, I'm listening. Global guests with really important opinions and experiences. Insightful and exciting, all at the same time." Thanks, Rebecca Willow. I loved reading that, and I hope you're listening right now. Next week, to continue the theme, I've got ex-Mormon Dan from the Thank God I'm an Atheist podcast. It's immensely popular, and I've already appeared on it as a guest, and it's going to be really great to grill him about all things Mormon. Also, I just want to give a little, or rather a big shout out to those who have supported me so far on Patreon. It's only been up a few days, but thank you so much. Jess Schultz, who was worried I wouldn't say her name correctly, but I think I've got the German okay there. Schultz. Jess Schultz. Yes, my brother Michael Gold, who's got a fantastic surname. Kane Alexander, and of course, today's guest, Lloyd Evans. Thank you to all of you.
The last thing I ever saw was that hospital room, and that being my last memory of sight, and that trauma of suddenly waking up from an operation that didn't save anything, and the consultant coming in his jeans on a Saturday morning going, "How many fingers am I holding up?" That will haunt me probably for the rest of my life.
This week's interviewee is one of the most entertaining and exceptional guests that have ever graced the metaphorical stage of the On the Edge with Andrew Gold podcast. Lucy Edwards is a 24-year-old British journalist who holds the distinction of being BBC Radio 1's first ever blind presenter. She's since worked across the channel from BBC World News to BBC Radio 4 and has run a marathon and started up an extremely successful YouTube channel, Lucy Edwards, where her makeup tutorial and videos answering questions you were too polite or timid to ask have racked up millions of views. And now I'm fortunate enough to be able to interview her. She's a bit like me in that she's a very chatty journalist, so do forgive us flittering back and forwards a little as we delve into Braille, language learning, Robbie Williams, John Ronson, and inspiration porn. If you don't know what that last one is, it's not quite as exciting as it sounds. We talk about the details behind how Lucy lost her sight and how she learned to cope, along with helpful sidekick Olga. Olga's a dog, by the way. We actually spoke a couple of months ago, but timed the episode to coincide with the International Day of Disabled Persons on December the 3rd. Lucy talks in the episode about how the modern BBC studios she worked in were not equipped for blind people. A lot of media attention has rightly helped redress societal imbalances across different subsections of society. However, disabled people remain totally under the radar, and nobody seems to care. Well, we should do. And we can start by hearing Lucy out. Not because she's blind, but because she has so much to say and she's a fantastic journalist. By now, there may or may not be ads in the show, but they are coming. Remember, you can ensure you have the ads-free version forever for less than 70 pence or cents or something an episode. And that'll also be a way of showing your support for the podcast and helping it to grow. Just go to patreon.com/AndrewGold to become one of my producers or directors. There are all sorts of memberships and tiers up there that you can choose from. I had put up a special offer for the first memberships, and that got swallowed up in minutes, which was surprising and amazing, and I thank you all for that. I've put up a new special offer. If you sign up in the next 2 weeks, today is 30th of November 2020, you'll get 15% off the monthly fee for all of time. It's less than 1 cup of coffee per month and keeps the podcast running. 'Tis the festive season, after all. So that's patreon.com/Andrew Gold. I'll be back at the end, but here's Lucy. It's recording now, so you know, so you don't say anything horrible.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, because sometimes I don't tell people, and then after a while they're like, "Oh, have you started recording? I can't believe that." And I should have said something. So now I've said something, and yeah,
we know where we're at. Oh my gosh! Honestly, when you asked me to do the podcast, I was like, "You've got such a podcasting name, Andrew Gold. You'd have this tagline of Gold Standard or something."
You know what?
Good.
People have put reviews saying that. They keep saying Gold Standard.
Do they?
Yeah, it's funny. My whole life, a lot of people sing that song. Do you know that song? Gold, always believe.
I literally was going to sing it to you.
Oh my God, my whole life. The people come up and they do that, and then they also sometimes, because there was a singer that you probably don't know of, because a lot of people, I say our age, I think you're a bit younger than me, but our age don't really know him, but his name was the same name as mine, Andrew Gold. So people sing his songs at me.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm not too aware of him, but yeah. You're the only Andrew Gold on my radar.
Oh, thank God. He died actually a few years ago, quite young. He was 51, and it was about, I guess, like 10 years ago, I think. And I just happened to be reading in the news, and it said Andrew Gold dies, and I was like, oh my God.
Oh no.
Yeah, I had to check it wasn't me.
I love it. So funny. You're like, I'm not dead. I can confirm.
Yeah.
Hot off the press.
Oh God, I wish I could do this in person, this podcast, but obviously with Corona and stuff, and also just it's a whole. But like, I've got these amazing chocolates that I would share with you. I've got these Lindor. Do you ever have those? These balls.
Oh, are they the red ones?
Yeah. Except I've got these special brown ones, which have got like little. They're really hard to get in England, but I live in Berlin. That's where I am now, and they've got these.
Do you?
Yeah, and they've got these little hazelnut.
Oh, amazing.
Have you been to Berlin?
No, I haven't. But one of my best friends is currently there now. She's she's having a bit of a jolly, I think, while she's off work. So yeah, she's having a good time. Apparently, it's meant to be amazing.
Yeah.
You based there for work, or?
I've been here for just like years. My girlfriend she's from Argentina. I used to live in Argentina. I made documentaries and stuff out there. And we wanted to move back to Europe, and then she was able to get a visa to live in Germany, and we were like, okay, well, that's a language to learn. So have you ever thought of learning languages and stuff?
Well, you know what, Andrew, like, it's funny you should say that, because during lockdown everyone's like taking up different skills and talents. Well, I don't know, but I was looking into Duolingo, and I was trying to see whether it was accessible with my iPhone, and being blind and all. And I managed to turn my voiceover that reads out my screen reader on my iPhone into Spanish. And I have this mode now where I can make my whole phone Spanish. And honestly, I've only just started. I'm on like lesson 2.
What could you say from what you've learned so far? I'm obsessed with languages, by the way. So
yeah. Oh, are you? Well, yeah. I'm working on my accent, but yeah, I'm on Niño or Niña, which is little girl and little boy, I think.
Yeah, that was good. I learned so I speak 5 languages, including English. So it's really 4 foreign languages, but I say 5 because it sounds better. But obviously I speak English because that's my language.
Yeah.
But I learned them all with, there's Michel Thomas. He's this Polish fella, and he's amazing. He's got this amazing history, and he escaped from Nazi concentration camps and stuff. He's dead now, but he taught like Woody Allen and people like that. And he's got this whole thing where like you basically sit in their audio things, and you basically sit in on a lesson that he does with like 2 people, and one of them's quite fast at learning, and the other one's quite slow. So you often find yourself sort of in between them. And he says from the first episode, I don't want you to write anything down. I don't want you to overthink things. You just listen, and make sure you listen 5-10 minutes every day. By the end of it, you will be speaking the language.
Wow, I didn't know that because I thought it was all quite visual. But I mean, I guess that's just an assumption and a wrong one at that. I love that. I'm going to check him out. Thank you so much.
You know what?
That's really cool.
I think that visual thing is actually a bit of a con, and I think that's just my opinion of it. And obviously, I don't want to be like sued by one of those Duolingo, but they make like a big deal out of it. Rosetta Stone, all these things. It's like, look at the apple, and that's how you remember what an apple is. Michelle Thomas does none of that, and he just talks about the interesting things about like the things that we share, for example, with Spanish, and how you can work out what a Spanish word would be from the English word, and there's nothing visual about it at all.
Oh, wow. That is so amazing. That's how you learn, Andrew.
Yeah, that's how I did mix it. I mixed it with Duolingo. I mixed it with, I read Harry Potter every night in German or whatever. So like, obviously there are some parts that are visual in that sense, but like the main one, without a doubt, the main one was Michelle Thomas. And the thing is, it's not crazy money, but it's quite expensive. But, people find ways of getting these.
As you're talking, I'm like, wow, Spanish Braille. And obviously Braille raised dots, fill with my fingers, that's how I read, sort of thing. And I always used to be such a visual learner. I lost my eyesight when I was 17, so I've only been blind really for 7 years. So I always tell people, really, I'm a 7-year-old in terms of not my, obviously, thinking brain, but in my tactile learning, brain, how I work things out methodically with my fingers. That's a whole different ball game when you train your fingers to be that sensitive. I don't know, I think it would be really interesting because obviously there are Spanish blind people. So
Braille, it's amazing how little we all know, and that's what's so amazing about your videos and what you do, because you're just explaining things in such a like simple and well communicated way for us all to be able to just understand it. Things that we've just we've wanted to ask and have never wanted to sort of ask. Braille, how does Braille work? So obviously it's different. Like Spanish would be different. Braille totally. Is it like a system of letters?
Yeah, so it's a system of raised dots, and one cell is one character, so it's 6 dots that make up a cell, and it looks like, to the visual person, a domino almost. And if you go leftwards down the column, so dot 1 is top left, dot 2 is just underneath that, and dot 3 is just underneath that, and then dot 4 is your top right, and so on down to dot 6. And it's just different combinations of that, and it's how I sort of learnt it. You have to really limber your fingers up almost. So my Braille teacher used to give me rice in a massive box, and she was like, right, what I want you to do is distinguish between basmati rice, long grain rice, quinoa, and go. And then there was different types of pasta shells as well, and you have to feel each little ridge, and it's rewiring your brain, isn't it? So the universal language for English speakers is called United English Braille, and it actually only unified English Braille. It actually only unified probably when I was still at school, so 2012, 2011. And I remember some of the symbols changing, so we could sort of be more unified with America, because obviously the world is way more international from when Louis Braille first introduced Braille in like the 1800s. So
wow.
Crazy.
So does the system work the same way? So if you learned how to speak Spanish, would you then be able to read Braille, or would you have to learn a whole different Braille system?
I'm not sure if they have UEB in Spain. This is the thing. This is something it's crazy because even in my brain, I'm like, oh, Duolingo. And I instantly think of the sighted way maybe to do things because I have had sight. So I don't instantly like look for the non-visual answer, which is so weird to say out loud. Yeah. I think just because I think I won't start doing that until I've been blind for as long as I had been sighted. Definitely visual Lucy is still very present, but I think, I think in terms of the Spanish language, it must sort of work off UEB just in a sort of different sense, because there's obviously umlauts, and I mean that's probably German, isn't it? But
there are accents though.
Accents and everything. So I don't know how that would work, but like for instance, dot 1 is A, dot 1 and 2 is B, .1 and 4 is C. So, and for instance, and then if you want to do a number, it would be a number sign and then .A. So number 1 is A, number 2 is B.
Okay,
and
so
on, but
it
with the
might
number sign.
work. It might work then. I'm sure it must do. I have no idea actually.
My fiance is learning Chinese and all the characters,
Oh
but
my
he's
God.
completely sighted. So that is just a minefield. Listening to him and the different tones is crazy. So
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Chinese, I would not even go near that because it looks impossible. I mean, I'm both jealous and sort of impressed by your fiance. How long have you been with
So
him?
am I.
What's he like? Is he nice?
yeah, oh my gosh, he's amazing. So I actually saw Ollie when I could see. We got together when we were 16, 17. I went blind 2 months into our relationship. And yeah, we've just childhood sweethearts, kind of pukey. We met because we're both from Birmingham,
Yeah.
other sides of the city. I'm more from the north and he's more inner city. But yeah, no, we met at an Amtram because his family friend sort of ran it and I went because it was more local to me. So yeah, and I always say I was Wendy in Peter Pan and he was the pirate that tried to kill me. So that's funny.
You met at what was it? An Amtram?
Amateur dramatics club.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, are you a good actress?
I'd say I was a better presenter, Andrew. I wouldn't say
Okay.
I was the best actress, to be
Yeah.
honest. It was just super fun.
How did you get into presenting? Was it something that you always wanted to do?
Oh, yeah, honestly, I always say there was a sighted lucid dream and a non-sighted lucid dream. So I initially went to law school to study law straight out of school, but halfway through my A-levels I went blind. So it was really in my formative years that I had this trauma sort of pushed upon me through no fault of my own. And I think because it was so formative, I sort of just went with, the steady route. And I think I always just thought, I didn't really have time to think about myself because I was thinking about the grief of what was put upon me. And anyway, I loved law school. I did it for a year, but I actually had to drop out just because of mental health problems because I'd only been blind for a year and I was dealing with all of that. And I sort of had some time out to just sort of think. And to be honest, to put it bluntly, I had a bit of a mental breakdown just to deal with everything because at such a young age.
Yeah.
And then I thought, you know what? I need to find people like me. I will feel so much better if I can have some people out there that are like-minded. And that's when my YouTube channel was born. And Ollie, bless him, my fiance, did help with the video editing. And it sort of started from there, my love of wanting to present things. And I mean, I was only sitting in front of my camera like, hi, I'm Lucy. I was kind of timid. But it did spark from there, my love for it. And then I thought, wow, instead of being sad I'm not at law school anymore, it was a really bold decision because all my friends were at uni and it was kind of the thing to do. To sort of buck against that was really hard for me as a young girl. And I thought, no, I'm going to stop this. Because people were saying to me, it's only 3 years of your life. And I thought, well, 3 years of your life is great. It's sort of, I don't know, I feel like my eyesight definitely made me feel so much more like I could make decisions and feel in control because something so out of control happened to me. I just felt like I could make more definite decisions. I don't know.
Yeah,
so.
No, it makes sense. And the other thing is that, I mean, it's obviously subjective, but I mean, let's be honest. I mean, presenting is a lot more fun than law, isn't it?
Oh my God, definitely. Sorry, that's my guide dog grumbling. Olga,
I couldn't hear. That's Olga then, is it? The famous Olga.
Olga, it's the famous Olga.
You don't. It doesn't really matter. But I mean, how would you feel about putting the webcam on, or is it you don't want to do that? Or
I could do. Right. So we've got the fiance here, and he's just helping me put the tripod up.
Okay, great. What was the fiance's name?
Ollie.
Ollie. I did hear that, but I thought you might have been talking about Olga. It's similar names.
Oh my gosh, so similar. My nan always goes, Olga. Oh, bless her. But Olga's siblings are all like Otto, Oreo, Ollie. So
okay.
yeah.
Did you name her, or was she already named?
No, it was Guide Dogs for the Blind. Oh, is she? Has she, honey? It's Guide Dogs for the Blind who sort of named her, and yeah, they just have litter names for the they're all like named like alphabetically, all their litters, so it's really cute.
She is absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, I love her. I'm gonna get her on my lap now. Olga, carrot. Yes, come on then. Oh, she bumped into something. Come on, be on Andrew's podcast. Come on.
Oh, I can see you. Olga. Oh, she's yawning.
Yeah, she's here.
So sweet. But I have seen you talk about how it can be confusing for Olga when people come up, while she's crossing the street with you, and people are like, "Oh, look, it's a dog," and people should. Is that right? People shouldn't, or they should at least engage with you first if they want to talk to Olga.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think sometimes I have been on harness with her, and then someone's gone, "Oh, coochie girl," or like gone. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, they're talking to the dog. No. I hope she's not distracted. So yeah, it's just about the distraction levels of her, and hopefully, I mean, she's got a lot better in her older age, but certainly when we're a new partnership, there's like a 6-month bedding in period. And she was definitely like, Mom, I'm not going to listen to you. Who are you, this stupid woman? I'm just going to look at you because we're basically trained to be dog trainers. It's a bit crazy, the learning curve, getting a lovely guide dog like Olgie. Initially, you're like, oh my gosh, there's so much to learn. And I got her when I was 18. Hello, Licky Bum.
How old are you now?
I got her when I was 18. I'm 24 now. So
okay.
Yeah.
So she's got to be, what, 6 or 7 or 8 years old or something?
She's 8 now. She's coming up to retirement.
Oh, no. They retire, do they?
They retire between 8 and 10 years old. But because we lived in London, and now we live just outside London in Milton Keynes, and then commuting and doing different jobs and learning the BBC route and learning originally where I'm from in Birmingham, go to school with me, go to uni with me. She's trying to lick my face now. She just has got so much in this little brain that I think, bless her. I mean, she went on an aeroplane with me in the travel show for the first time ever. And it was just to show how she can guide me on a plane. We went to Edinburgh.
God, so sweet.
Yeah.
Let me ask you then, because so for me, I'm mad about dogs, and I had a dog when I was younger, and I slept in the bed with the dog because I loved her so much. It was a little miniature dachshund, and she was just the love of my life. And yeah, I was so close with her. But I mean, the relationship between somebody and their guide dog must be something else. Is that right? Is it like a really intense, close bond?
Oh my God. Honestly, if you say that you slept in your bed with your dog, I want that for her, but they're not really allowed on beds and sofas. But I know that intense feeling that you feel with a pet, but with Olga and me, because I had a pet dog when I was younger, and then I went blind, and then suddenly you have to trust this thing, this beautiful being with your life. Basically, you're holding onto this harness, and she's only like got a brain of a 2-year-old apparently, but she's so clever. But I was obviously apprehensive as going into this, like, oh my God, do I trust a dog with my life? Like, what are they going to do? Obviously, you want to see the capacity of what they're capable of. And this whole training process, psychologically and mentally, it's very like, I don't know, you've got a headache and you're really trying to trust this being. And eventually, when you are bedded together, it's the best partnership in the world. And I think because she's my first dog, and they always say with your first guide dogs, I don't know what my life would be without this thing here. Like, I'm with her more than I am with humans, and I know her personality. I'm like, Olga, stop being a douchebag or whatever today, and stop being so annoying. Like, you're getting on my nerves. And she's like, oh, loose. I don't know, it sounds really crazy, like I'm a crazy dog woman, but honestly, I have conversations with her, and I don't know, I would say it is deep, but obviously I wouldn't want to undermine everyone else's bonds that they have with their dog, because it's a massive thing. But yeah, she definitely, I have her with my life.
And we won't tell anyone that she's actually on the sofa right now then.
No, don't tell anyone, Andrew. I think she's coming up to retirement, and I think lockdown has sped up her retirement significantly. I think I'm actually going to do a written piece about this for BBC News soon, like a freelancing style piece. And I just think it's just about highlighting the fact that guide dogs aren't robots, and the process of me and Olga always going to London and always being at Euston and being that dynamic couple as we are, and she's so cheeky, she needs that environment to almost spur her on and keep her young. And you know, if she doesn't have that, she hasn't had it for like 6 months. She's gone around the block with me, but now she's like, Mom, are we really going around the block? This is not what we do. We don't do this. What are you doing? So she's like, what is the point to this? She's very much one of those dogs, like, what is the point?
Yeah. Do you think, does she know that you can't see? Do you think she's aware of that?
So I think she's a bit more now, but I only think that because I've tripped over her quite a lot of times in my new place. I've been here. I bought a house with my fiance 10 months ago, and honestly, she's got in the way quite a lot because I've been trying to learn my environment through my spatial awareness and my touch, and I've tripped over her now a lot, and now she's starting to move out of the way. But since like till then, she wasn't, and I was like, dog, I love you, but surely you must know. I don't think they necessarily do.
Yeah,
I don't know what they think.
We want to believe that they really are thinking on a deep level and that they understand the nuances of whether somebody can see or not. But it's probably actually they've just been taught by giving, you know, they give them a treat if they cross the road when the car's moving in the right and that kind of thing. So
yeah,
that is
definitely. I think honestly, I thought that they were more superhuman. I mean, the adverts are amazing. Like, without the awareness of guide dogs, I wouldn't have the chats that I do have when I'm out and about. But I think, yeah, with Olga, when I first got her at 18, I was like, this dog has to poo before I walk anywhere? What?
Oh my God.
So, yeah.
Oh God, that's a whole other part that you don't think about.
Oh, I didn't. I just thought she was just going to take me and she's not going to be distracted by pigeons. It was all going to be fine. I would just walk to school like nothing had happened and she was the eyes. And that is very much the case at some points when you're doing well. But sometimes you're having an off day like everyone. So,
yeah. And so you've got to go with like bags all the time, I suppose, for the dog poo.
Oh, yeah. And that was a TikTok comment. People are like, how do you pick up your dog's poo? Like, how does that even work? And it honestly, fair enough. Like, if you couldn't see, I guess, but it's all about leash relieving, following the lead, knowing her so well and feeling the movements of her. And I mean, I won't go into it, but I did a TikTok on it. I thought, why am I doing this? But there we go. Yeah. I don't mind. I'll answer anything for me, Andrew, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's what's so, it's so nice. And I think maybe it's right that a lot of disabled people, is disabled people the right word? People with disabilities?
Yeah, disabled people, yeah. I'm fine with that, but obviously everyone's different. But yeah, I think disabled people with disabilities interchanging, that's what I use. But thank you for asking.
It's refreshing that you do speak so. Do you know you were on one of these things? I think it was BBC Ideas, and you were talking about some very interesting things. There was a fella with you who had replaced his eyeball with a Union Jack. Did you know that?
No.
It was...
Well, BBC Ideas?
Yeah, you were talking...
That was a couple of months ago, wasn't it?
I don't know. I was just like doing all my...
months back.
I was doing all my research. I was sort of...
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, and it was...
I didn't know, though.
There were two other guys, and I think you were sort of the main person, and you were doing like the voiceover as well. And then there was another fella, and then there was this guy, he'd been in the army.
Yes, sorry, I do know, but I obviously, because I don't see the visuals, I'm like, Amit Patel, who's an amazing campaigner.
Yes.
And then I was with another guy who was, an ex-army veteran, I think, and he's had his eyeball blasted off, I think, but I didn't know it was a Union Jack, so that's amazing.
It's like... It was like, at first I thought, is it just like a red eye? And I had a little closer look, and it was a Union Jack in his eye, like almost like like a fake eyeball, I guess. It was just a Union Jack. It's the scariest but coolest thing I've seen. I didn't know whether I was frightened or like in awe, but
wow, that is so cool. But yeah, I think Moorfields Eye Hospital, like the specialist centre of Wales, I go there to get my eyes checked. Yeah, they do casts, and I think you can pay extra for having designs. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's like when you got braces and all of that, and you get like you red colours and blue colours. I don't know if you ever had that, but like everyone I knew had all their football colours as the braces on their teeth.
Oh my gosh, honestly, the things that you can get customized these days, I think it's cool.
It's quite scary. We live in a scary world. Speaking of customizing one's appearance, what a segue that is. Your makeup has become a very important part of both your life and your career and your YouTube career and everything. Why is makeup? Yeah. Well, first I should say, Blind Girl does her own makeup, and it's got 800,000 views at the moment, and that's sort of. And you're so young in it.
Oh no, I'm like 17.
I know.
But honestly, Andrew, it's funny you should say that, because I actually have no makeup on today, because I thought, right, I'm going to have chilled vibes, podcasting style. But I did another video called Blind Girl Does Her Own Makeup on TikTok recently of me doing all the steps, like an updated version. And I think, I don't know, it's crazy, the response, isn't it?
Yeah, people really liked it, I guess. I mean, what do you think it was that touched people really about it?
Honestly, I think it is the curiosity again. I think that's why also you touched on TikTok and people being able to ask me anything. I think it is this curiosity that why would someone without any eyesight want to care about their appearance or really feel like it was fundamental to their well-being or whatever. I think also, I don't know, I think the internet is drawn by curiosity and clicks, isn't it? But I think it's just showing people as well that it is possible. And also, I think inspiration porn is a massive thing online. It's the term coined by Stella Young. Right. And a lot of disabled people buck against that sort of narrative that, you know, why do we have to be inspirational just because we're getting out of bed? But I think maybe that is driving the clicks somewhat. And I kind of I don't like the concept of inspiration porn, but I like the fact that I'm getting out there and that is a thing because it gives me a platform, if you get what I mean, Andrew.
I think you must, forgive me if I'm wrong about this, I can imagine you feeling in two minds a little bit, because on the one hand, that's what's going to get you out there and that's what people are really interested in, and you probably also want to be seen as a journalist in your own right.
Yeah, 110%. Yeah, sometimes it's so hard breaking free from the blindness narrative, I guess, because also I've always done stories, definitely at the BBC, about disability, and I love that. Like, I wouldn't, some part of me is like, oh my gosh, I love the journalism that I do in that sense, because it is putting the message of disability out there and the disabled message. But I just think also sometimes I just want to be Lucy. But I do believe 110% once I've answered these questions and put them out there in the world, the education for me, I believe it is my duty and it will make my life better in the long run as soon as I've answered all these questions. And then people get down to the nub of who I really am. Like on my live streams on TikTok, people are like, oh, what's your favourite colour? What's this, that, the other? And what's your favourite dessert or dinner? And that's me, that's Lucy. And I wouldn't say blindness isn't me. It's just a massive part of me that people are curious about. So I am happy that I'm able to have a brand around it, and there's awareness there. But sometimes, as you say, I'm 50-50. So.
Yeah, I feel like you should be able to make a documentary now about anything, or nothing to do with anything to do with you. But that's also part of a wider point, I think, about identity politics and how, like, I think presenters, because I'm one as well, and I feel like we are sort of shoehorned into certain things. So I'm often told, because my background, my family are Jewish, and I'm often told like that if I say I want to do a documentary about this or that, they'll say, but you're not that identity. For example, I wanted to do one about gay conversion, which is horrible, and people were telling me, but you're not gay, so you can't do that kind of thing. And they often say to me, why don't you do one about Jewish stuff and about Orthodox Jews and extremist Jews and that kind of thing? And I just think, well, I'm a presenter. I don't want to have to do. Yeah. Why have I got to do that? Similarly, why should you have to always do something? And the other thing I saw recently was, like, there was a big thing about diversity in TV, on screen talent. And the most underrepresented group of people were people with disabilities. Yeah. So is that something that winds you up?
It's something that makes me so sad when I know for a fact that, my agent Andrew. He's amazing name, by the way. That is just so passionate about this as well, because most of his clients have disabilities, and it's something that all of us really do shout from the rooftops about, because the diversity levels of on-screen talent, they could be so much higher. I am just a phone call away, you know, and I just think embedding us in more of the programming and the scheduling would be so easy, in some senses. And I just, it does make me upset, Andrew. It really does, because that measurement could be lowered higher.
Yeah, I think so. That is sad, but maybe they'll start getting there. I hope so. I mean, you're at the beginning of your career as well. You're so young. Wait, what did you say? 24?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
yeah,
young.
I'm 24. So yeah, I agree. I think you know, that I'm chipping away at things, and I'm hoping to get a few things commissioned. And I think, you know, that the main thing about this that you'll probably resonate with is that you just have to keep going. Like, if one commission it doesn't work, you know, you just keep going as a journalist to get your ideas out there. You know, it's often, don't you think, it's the right place at the right time, and maybe more of a commissioning agenda at some points, and you sort of have to test the water as well, whether your idea fits for that day. Yeah,
and it also helps if you happen to have like a parent or something who's famous or in at the BBC. I'm not bitter or anything, but there's a lot of nepotism from certain people. I won't name names. But it's right. I mean, I always hear about like, you know, J.K. Rowling or the Beatles or whoever. You hear these stories like, oh, you know, that was rejected 10 times or something before it became, you know. And I think 10 times. I was rejected 10 times before breakfast today. Like 10 times is nothing. I get rejected. Honestly, I probably get 50 rejection emails a day. I get an accepted thing probably once every year or two. Out of thousands. It's just insane. There were just too many people.
You know what? It doesn't make me that's not surprising at all. I would say I'm probably a similar rate, but it's crazy. I guess it shows our resilience. You know, we're resilient people. You have to be a resilient person to be a journalist, I think. Definitely. And I mean, I came through the route of the extended digital news scheme, where it's all for disabled journalists. So I had no connections, and I think you just have to hustle and do the grind.
Yeah, and how's it all going now? So I couldn't find, like, there was like a link to footage of you sort of presenting on Radio 1, which is, you know, amazing, and I couldn't actually find the footage. But so what was that like, and how many times have you presented for Radio 1?
Yeah, so I did 2 shows between Christmas and the New Year just gone, and it was absolutely amazing. It was like to get new talent onto the station, and I was due to do another show in April and then again in September, but it just, for whatever reason, just because due to COVID regulations and guidelines, because I need sort of an access worker in there and extra people to sort of make the studio accessible, because there's no current studio out of the 60 London studios that are accessible for blind people.
What?
So I'm working with BBC engineers. Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow.
So I'm working with BBC. It was very much a blue tack type of thing.
And they're quite,
on those 2 days.
Aren't they quite new as well, a lot of the studios there?
I think so. So I wouldn't wholly blame them in terms of just the setup and things, but equally I think they are being very they're being very amazing in terms of like listening to us, because I know a few other people. I've worked at BBC Ouch, the podcast within the news section, and Damon and Emma there also, they are blind, and they're just, you know, backing me up and saying, let's get these studios so we can use them. And I think ultimately, because there is so much in our brain as a blind person, I found with my shows, they were absolutely amazing. The adrenaline, I was like, yes, let's do this. Like, it's so cool. It was like my dream to be there. But I think it was kind of brain overload, because, you know, I'm thinking about what's on the screen. I'm thinking about the people who are coming in, 81199, all their comments. And I think at that point, because the blue tack was maybe somewhat in a different place, wasn't used to it, it's also about muscle memory and doing it for a good week solid. and I didn't have that amount of time in the studio bookings because it's such a busy place, which is fair enough. And there's just a few things that didn't align that I think maybe if they did, then it would have given me a better experience. But I think they are willing to change that. And Alid, the controller of Radio 1, has been in touch. So yeah, we'll see. I'm only hoping for great things. Fingers crossed.
Well, why not? I mean, you got off to a great start at 24 to already have been like presenting yourself, on Radio 1 and the other stuff you've done. I mean, it's ahead of most people at your age, I think. Anyway, I don't know anything. But you sound you sound very confident when you which in a very nice way. Like, do things faze you? I know you've run a marathon, and also, I mean, most people, again, at 24, 23, going on to present Radio 1 would be, in an absolute like in a mess the night before, just worrying. And how do you manage that kind of thing?
I think me being confident. Oh, Olga, you want to go, darling? Sorry, Olga, the guide dog is moving. I think for me, I think if I'm not confident, I'm not doing myself the justice that I always feel like I'm not giving myself enough credit if I'm not confident. And I also feel that me being confident makes me approachable as a blind lady. I think if I don't put my best foot forward and always be like, oh, I'm Lucy, hi, I feel like people can't then relate to me. I don't know whether this is a little niggle in the back of my head. I just think if I don't talk first, people are like, oh, how do I talk to her? Do I say look or see or watch? Maybe, I change my language with her, or do I tiptoe around her? Or I don't know. I feel like I'd rather be that person like, hi, than like the opposite, and then people don't know where they stand with me. So I almost feel like I have to overcompensate. But also when I'm presenting, oh my gosh, I was totally like, I don't know whether this is too much information, but like running to the toilet before that. Like, that was the most nerve-wracking time of my life. Like, it was so scary, but I sort of live off that as well.
Yeah, I'm relieved to hear that, actually, because because you know what? Because you see people and they just seem so composed and so together, and they're younger than me and this and that, and I just think how? Because I would be the same. I'm absolutely terrified every time I do anything. So it's good to know that we all are, I suppose, except psychopaths.
Yeah, honestly, I was saying to my fiance, like, oh my gosh, what do I do? Like, I think it's only natural. Like, obviously I'm there because I want to do it, but I think if I was just sort of talking to, I don't know, the camera like I always done, like, that's a bit different because you sort of get your rhythm and your routine if it's your show that you're doing all the time. I think I'd hopefully get, like, the more I'm in the studio, the more of a rhythm you gain. Yeah. So
I remember hearing the comedian Lee Evans saying that even after like going for 30 years, he would vomit before going on every time. So
you know what? That makes me feel better.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Way better.
Yeah, because like I say, everyone's so composed all the time. You're like, who are you? You're all robots, but they're not. They're all like us, I guess.
Yeah. Well, this is the hope, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. So tell me, what led? Do you mind talking about that? What led to your blindness and how it happened and everything?
Yeah, that's fine, Andrew. So I have a genetic condition called incontinency pigmenti. It's a really long way of saying IP, I guess, but it's a Latin name, and it's also coined as Bloxenberg syndrome. Okay. I think just named after the consultant that founded it. But basically, it runs down the female line of my genetics on the X chromosome. It's a dominant gene, and my mom passed it to me, but she doesn't have any sight abnormalities or anything, and neither did my late grandma. It was a bit of a weird one. I went for a routine eye check at age 8. They just basically said rush her to the hospital. So I think, from that perspective, I was saying to my mom, like, oh gosh, do we have to go to the eye hospital for a random eye appointment after school? I think me and Alice were like, oh, we don't want it. My sister, we were like, oh, we don't want to go for an eye check. You know how you do when you're younger. You like, and I found myself randomly at Birmingham Eye Hospital like several hours later, and them just being really, really worried about me because there was bleeding at the back of my eye. And it sounds really painful, but it's not. It kind of presents itself a lot like diabetic retinopathy, where the back of my eye bleeds and then sort of the wallpaper of your eye, which is the retina, sort of pings off and dies. And that did that gradually.
If you didn't go for that check, what might have happened?
I probably think that it would have just got worse and worse. I don't know, because it was this thing, Andrew, that when I was younger, all I knew was the eye hospital. Like, I would go so frequently for them to check on it because the doctors and consultants don't know about IP. It's an absolute, they have no idea, bless them. It's so rare, and it is initially, it presents itself as a skin condition. If you look on Wikipedia, it's literally like skin condition, blah, 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 blah. Blistering of the backs of the legs. It kind of is like chicken pox, but like scabs. And I had that when I was a really, really young baby. And that's how we sort of knew that it was IP, because the skin consultant sort of diagnosed that when I was age 4. But the eyesight, we never knew that it was a thing. And I think just purely because they always used to check it and they never went in for like laser surgery, or, you know, they could laser the scarring, but they never did that for me because they didn't want to change the look of the eye. I had quite good vision back then, like just under adult vision. I could read signs from like 10 meters away. They didn't want to disturb the quite crazy situation that was going on back there, you know, if they didn't need to. So don't know. They just left it for years and years and years. I don't know. I don't really know what would have happened because they just were looking at it. But I think it was nice to know that I had the reassurance of the doctors and they were chatting about it and it was putting IP on the radar. I think there's only 1,200 people in the whole world with incontinence pigmenti, and then about 3% of those people have eye abnormalities. And then I don't know how many people are blind, but hardly any. So
wow.
Yeah.
So your condition. So 3% of what, like 1,000? What's that? 30.
I don't know. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah. I think so.
I am the.
You can tell we're not mathematicians. We're journalists.
Oh God, there's some people who are just shaking their head listening to this when they listen to it. They're just going to be like, "Oh my God, he thinks it's 30. What kind of?" And she agreed.
And I just said, yeah.
Yeah, what an idiot. Both of them. What is it? Let's do this right. Come on. Thousands. So 1% of 1,000 must be 10. Yes, it's got to be.
Yes, it's got to be about 30-something people, yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Actually, it's crazy being on the internet, though. A lady inboxed me and she said she's blind in one eye and she lives in the UK. So I might be chatting to someone who knows a bit about...
Oh, with the same condition?
Yeah, our condition. Yeah, with the same condition, yeah.
That's amazing.
But it's so rare that... But I'm also on this Facebook group that's called Incontinence Pigmenti Worldwide, and, you know, it's all cool.
The internet's amazing, isn't it?
I
So
know.
did you, at that point, were you sort of prepared going into teenage years for, you know, at some point my sight will leave me?
I said to my mom, I'm not thinking about this. I used to get so grouchy on hospital days because and my mom would know that I'd be in an absolutely horrible mood because I didn't think about it the rest of the time, Andrea. I didn't want it to be a thing. I wanted to be a normal girl, and I had enough eyesight to just pretend that it wasn't happening until I was probably about 14. And yeah, it was something that was definitely in my life. I was always at eye hospital, but I'd do that day, and then my eyes would, you know, they'd have the drops in, dilating drops. I'd sit my chin on a crazy looking contraption. They'd shine this bright light in my eye. They'd have this like hat that looked like a miner's hat that had like a massive crazy light, and they'd have this like little magnifying glass that then they'd put, well, it was like that big, like, so how would I describe that? So it's like 10 centimeters, and they literally shone this hat right at my eye, and I would be like, ah! It was like I was looking into the surface of the sun. It was crazy. But and when I had sight, that used to hurt me a little bit, but doesn't so much now. They always use it. Where was I going with this point?
About whether you knew.
Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't really, to be honest, I didn't really think about it. And yeah, and I pushed it away. But I always used to say to my mom, and this sounds really horrible because I would never ever wish this now, but I remember banging into a door, like straight head first into a door when I was losing my eyesight a bit more, 16 years old-ish, and I'd say, Mom, I just don't know if I go blind whether I will be okay, whether I just want to not be here anymore. And she's like, what do you mean? And I don't know, it was very emotional. It was definitely took up a massive part of my childhood. I think it made me grow up a lot quicker. Yeah, really did.
Is there any truth in that thing? I've often heard, they say somebody who's won the lottery and then somebody who's, lost something like your sight or something, a year later or 2 years later, they both go back to the same happiness. Have you found that, or are there lingering moments of sadness?
Yeah, I would say, as I said, for the first few years, I sort of had a mental breakdown with it because I think I was so young. And then, would I say that's true? I think I have bad blind days. And that's what I always coin them as. Like, I'm never going to necessarily get rid of the sadness, because I think being blind is very much like an everyday type of thing. Like, you're constantly reminded that you're in this sighted world that isn't made for you.
Yeah.
And, honestly, hand on heart, I wouldn't necessarily get my sight back tomorrow. Like, I'm happy with my life. I love being blind Lucy now, but it's taken a lot of counselling and a lot of support from the people around me to be able to say that sentence. And I think, I do get in a taxi and sometimes, I'm asked whether I can feed myself, or, basic questions that I guess that are maybe amplified on TikTok, which I kind of laugh at now. But to start off with, as a young girl at 19, being asked by a grown person driving me to wherever in a taxi, whether I can feed myself, whether I can eat, whether carrots will save me, I just needed to wear glasses, all these different conversations. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, how is the awareness of disability not taught in schools? And it used to get me so mad. I'd go home and cry and cry and cry and not get over it and just think the world hated me and that I would never be accepted or understood. And I think when I got into the media world, I finally found my voice, and that's why I love it so much. But yeah, to answer your question, I think you do. I think I don't necessarily hate being blind anymore, but the trauma of that day, when the last thing I ever saw was that hospital room, and that being my last memory of sight, and that trauma of suddenly waking up from an operation that didn't save anything, and the consultant coming in his jeans on a Saturday morning going, how many fingers am I holding up? That will haunt me probably for the rest of my life.
There was hope that the surgery would save your sight.
Yeah, when I was 17, it was sort of the last ditch attempt to try and, they were cutting away my retina and sort of hoping that I would see from some part of it. But yeah, I think I don't go to counselling for being blind. I go to counselling for the trauma of the sighted. And I think it's all about this medical versus social model of disability. When you think about it, social model says that the world around me is the thing that's disabling me, not my disability. And the medical model says there's something wrong with me. And it's just about shifting your mindset.
God, I can see from what you were saying before, there must be this real temptation, the inspiration porn thing. And I guess it's partly inspiration porn and partly, like, as you were saying, you don't know how people are necessarily going to react to you. So you always want to put this positive thing forward. I guess sometimes you might want to just say, look, I had a really sad moment and I want to be able to talk about the sadness without all this. I think people want such a simple, happy ending all the time. That must have been horrific, waking up, I suppose, and feeling disorientated as you do when you wake up from a surgery anyway, at the best of times.
Yeah. No, I think, you've hit on something there. I think this confidence that I exude, it's definitely real. But as I say, if I didn't have it, I don't think that people would relate to my story as much. And that's what I want. I think that personally for me does break down barriers. People go, oh, Lucy, why are you so confident? How are you so confident? I had to be. You know, people write in my comments, you know, I just couldn't be blind. I don't know what I'd do. I wouldn't want to be here if I was blind. I said the same things. I said the same things to my mom. You have to be. If you want to live life, I think you have to deal with whatever's thrown at you. And, you know, what else would I have done, Andrew? You know, what can you do? You know, you have to. So I think also, I want to put a positive spin on it because I don't believe I'm broken fundamentally. And fundamentally, I do feel that without sight, people do believe I'm broken. And I want to prove to people that I'm not. And if I don't put forward, that's why I don't want to put forward the sadness, because I don't want to show people that I can feel broken sometimes.
Yeah.
And this is traumatic for me. So, yeah, it's very mixed in my head.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, that's not, I mean, your fault. That's sort of a society thing, isn't it? And I think you're right that I think inspiration porn is such a fantastic term for it because it so seems like that. And I guess, I mean, the goal must be eventually that you're able to just talk like this and, or just talk about other stuff. You're talking about, you know, the news or whatever it might be. And I mean, at the same time, I'd say this so you don't feel totally alone. I mean, we all do that to an extent. We all give off a different facade. We all worry that if I'm not showing how happy I am all the time, people are not going to talk to me. And I suppose one difference is that because I have sight, so I can see very quickly if what I've said has made somebody perhaps not like me from their facial reaction or something. So I guess you're working in the darkness and you've got to can't be happy and nice, and which also, by the way, is fantastic because it's obviously made the podcast much more exciting and entertaining and great. But I'm happy to be able to talk to you about the other side as well.
You know what?
Yeah.
I think so too. I think it's important to get a whole picture of a person, and I totally agree with you. I think I do love chatting about my disability, and as you say, I think that visual reminder that when you're speaking to someone, they've accepted my comment, or they liked that, or I've made them happy. I think I do get that with my dad a bit, as in, like, he says a joke and he's a very jovial, jokey man, and sometimes he can have that like blunt, sarcastic British humour, and I love him for that. But sometimes I'm like, Dad, what did you just say? And Mom's like, he's smiling, and I'm like, well, laugh then, because audibly I didn't really know what you meant by that joke. It was very harsh. He was like, no, like, so in our family dynamic, even then, I am known to sort of take things a bit more seriously, I think. And it is that thing, I think, with social media, because I don't really have the visuals of other people necessarily in my comment section, it's kind of comforting for me in a way, because they're sort of in my world. Social media sort of makes me equal. And I felt like with Radio 1 as well, I was me. I was like presenting an anthem show. Like, it wasn't about my disability. It was just Lucy like rocking it. And I felt like, oh my gosh, so much of like me would have never dreamed 7 years ago when I lost my eyesight that would even be a thing, that I would get that much acceptance on a stage like that. And I think it's coming. Yeah. The rumblings is coming. So, yeah.
Your dad's not Frank Skinner, is he?
No.
Just checking because of the humour and stuff and the Brummy.
Oh my gosh.
But
Andrew, another Andrew in my life, Andrew Edwards.
Who's Andrew?
So many Andrews.
Who's Andrew?
Andrew,
your dad, of course, right?
Andrew is, yeah.
I thought he's got the same surname as you. What's...
Yeah.
God, I'm an idiot.
No, you're not.
I am. So then, you know what? Let's talk about not disability things. You were on an anthem show. Are you a big music person?
Yeah, you know what? I am that typical listen to the charts lady, but I also love indie stuff. So I'm into like Foals, Rah Rah Riot, Newton Faulkner, Bombay Bicycle Club. I'm like that typical girl with a bit of an acoustic guitar.
I'll pretend to know who all those cool bands are. No, I do know who they are. I know that Newton Faulkner did that version of that other song. Da 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 da. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I honestly, I really love it. No, I do know what you mean. I love Newton though, because he's got the dreads, and I actually saw him when I could see at this concert, and the way he like shreds his guitar, it's incredible. Like, and he had the globe on stage, and I just remember being mesmerized by his hair, and I don't know, brick by brick by brick by brick by. Yeah,
isn't that now? Because he's white, isn't he? Is he white?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
He could be in
so
trouble.
Cool. I think he's got ginger dreads.
Yeah, he could be in trouble.
Cool. I don't know whether he's cut them off.
Oh, you're not allowed.
Maybe.
People don't like that. It's cultural appropriation.
Oh, that, you know what? Maybe he needs to shave them off then.
But I don't know. Didn't the guy from Simply Red also have dreadlocks like that?
I don't know.
And
when did he have them?
This would have been
maybe not
decades ago.
Oh, fair. I don't know whether I've seen a picture of him.
What does Simply Red sing? Feel it on my fingers?
Yeah.
Is that them? Is that wet?
You know what? This is. Do you get this thing where you listen to a band and a song and you're like, I love that song, and then you never quite remember the song name? I'm kind of always like, what is it?
Yeah,
in my head.
Absolutely, yeah. But then there's Shazam for that now.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've got that. You know, I used to love Robbie Williams. I like what you were saying about you can listen to the chart stuff and also like, I think that's how it should be. I heard Robbie Williams was on the Adam Buxton podcast the other day. And Adam Buxton, who I love, was quite harsh on him and was quite like, your music was rubbish. And I just loved Robbie. I know I felt bad for Robbie. I want to have him on this podcast, but I don't know how to get in touch with him. But
you know what? I love him, and I always... It's really weird. Like that, it really sticks in my memory. My mom, I mean, he was an icon for parents like when I was younger. I don't know whether your parents loved him, but my mom certainly did, and so did my other half.
I'm 31. I was the old person who loved him.
No, you weren't. Yeah. No, you weren't. You're only 5-6 years older than me.
7.
7. Yeah. No, I think my mom loved him, and I just remember this video, and I got, what song was it? But he was peeling his skin off in rollerblades. What is that?
I'll pretend I'm not a fanatic, so I don't know, but actually it's rock DJ.
Yeah, I thought it was rock DJ, but I remember being like, "Oh my gosh!"
Yeah,
I mean, it was very dramatic and amazing, but I was only young, and my mom loved that song.
That's one of the most horrific images to stay in your mind. I don't know why he had to do that. I mean, my girlfriend was. I showed her that video actually only quite recently, and she was just like disgusted by it. It's horrific. It's absolutely. I don't think there's anything quite like it. He takes his skin off at the end of the video. Rock DJ.
I can't believe it. As a young girl, I was like, oh,
yeah.
What are you watching?
Yeah. Got nothing to do with the song either, does it? I got the gift, going to stick it in the goal. I'll take my skin off.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, Robbie. I think the reason...
Roll, eh?
Well, that's the thing. I think the reason people don't like him or don't want to like him, or it's not cool to like him, is because of what you say. So many mums liked him.
You reckon? Yeah,
that's
maybe.
What it is.
I think he's cool.
He's cool. He's fine. I'd love to chat with him. I'd love to look for aliens with him. He's big into aliens.
Ooh.
Yeah, he went.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, he went with a journalist called John Ronson, and they went.
I love him.
Oh, do you?
Yes. Yeah.
What is it? What's your favourite of his? If you listen, is it his podcasts and stuff?
Yeah, I listen to his Audible originals. So I listen to what was it called? He was interviewing quite a lot of porn stars and like behind the industry.
There was one called The Last Days of August, and then that was about the porn star.
I've listened to that.
Yeah, she killed herself. And then the other, Butterfly Effect was the first one.
Butterfly Effect. Yeah. Honestly, amazing.
Yeah. Don't you love his voice? I love his voice.
Yeah. It's so soothing.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I listen to so much hard-hitting topics in bed. My fiance's like, Luce, turn it off. Like, I can't get to sleep. And I'm like...
That's so funny. I got to get you a fan of this podcast. I've spoken to some we've got like a psychopath I spoke to, a woman who was a psychopath. Yeah, you're like that.
Oh my God. No, but I listened to your one on that guy who... Oh, he was a pretty nice guy.
In prison.
He like did a Nazi salute with his dog.
Yeah, that guy.
I was like, what?
Count Dankula. Like, you must have thought, what show am I coming on?
No. I thought it was quite cool. As in, like, you really did... Because initially I thought, will I like this guy? Like, I don't... And you kind of, like, brought another side out of him, so I was...
That's so funny. It's what everyone's been... Well, no, some friends of mine have said, like, why did you have that guy on? He's a horrible Nazi. And then other friends have said, you know what? I didn't think I'd like him, and then I did. So it's a mixed. He's probably not the nicest bloke ever, but maybe didn't deserve to go to prison though.
Honestly, like I'm 50-50 phone a friend on it all.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's but his YouTube channel's very successful, evidently. So
oh my God, yeah.
There we go.
Everyone, he's got such weird followers. They're like these weird. There's like a whole other world of people I got introduced to, and maybe you're more familiar than I am because you're on all the TikTok and everything. I do talk like I'm an old man, and I'm only 31, but you know.
I was going to say you are so young. You are so young, and you're literally Anyway,
oh God, I feel
you
older.
could be on TikTok
Every morning.
You know
I wake
what?
up,
You should put all the little.
What?
You should put all the little snippets of this podcast on TikTok and like go, and like, I don't know, like do loads of 10, 20-second clips and like you are the gold. You could just be called the gold or something. I don't know. It'd be cool. I'm marketing you. There you go.
My little sister would kill me. My sister's 13 and she's all into that, and I'm not cool anymore. So she'd have to immediately leave TikTok if I went on there and did that. But I mean, I do put them on Twitter and all of that. But the little clips, you know, like a minute long and everything. But bloody hell.
I love it.
I've got another question that everyone always wants to ask, so it's probably annoying for you because you're always responding to this. But I know the answer already, actually, but because I've heard you talk about it. But do you see things in your dreams?
Yeah, everyone loves this question.
Yeah,
it's really fascinating to me. I want to preface this with I'm not all blind people because so many people go blind for all these different reasons and different conditions. So, you know, someone who went blind maybe a year ago might still have visual like memory and vision inside their brain. But for me, I've been blind for 7 years and I just dream as if I can hear an audiobook. So I still feel things intensely and have intense emotions and feel like I'm really in the story and I can smell things and hear things but it very much is just an audiobook to me. Yeah.
Wow. I guess I wouldn't have thought that because I would have thought that I don't know because I'm not actually using my eyesight to see things in my dreams.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a stat though, Andrew, as well.
Yeah.
That a lot more like blind people like me have a lot more nightmares, and to be honest, I only have nightmares, and that sounds like I have nightmares all the time. I don't. I probably don't really have so many dreams, and I've never been like a one to have loads of dreams anyway, even when I was sighted.
Yeah.
But yeah. I don't know why I have just nightmares, but
oh my God. Do you ever have that thing? I get this thing called sleep paralysis.
Oh, do you? What's that?
Oh my God, it is terrifying.
Is it?
Your mind, quite a few people get it as well. It's not that exceptional, but your mind wakes up and your body doesn't. So you're totally awake. I'm totally awake in bed. It's like I would have been having a horrible dream, for example, and it's like someone stabbing me or whatever it is, you know, the typical lovely dreams that I have at night. Yeah. And then I'll wake up in like a shock, but I can't move any part of my body, not even like a little toe or my eyes or my nose or anything. But I'm totally conscious, and that will last for I don't even know, because every second's like an eternity, because for some reason it's just the most shocking thing. And because every time you think, God, this is going to be the one time, and you're not entirely sure where you are, and you're sort of thinking, God, is my girlfriend next to me? I can't. So I end up doing, oh my God, it's mad. I end up doing this thing where like, yeah, I try really hard to make any kind of noise, but you don't know if you're making the noise in your mind or if it's happening out loud. So I'm in my mind, I'm going, blah, ah, like that. But what's actually happening is I'm going like, like that, and eventually it's enough that my girlfriend will hear that and sort of shake me awake, and it will get me up. But so there's a shocking thing for
honestly, Andrew, that's horrendous. How many times would you say you have that?
God, we need to do another episode about. You should have me on. You should do a podcast and have me on as a sleep paralysis guy. It started happening when I was about.
So should.
Yeah, I was about 18. It had never happened before, so you can imagine it was bloody shocking the first time, and it just suddenly happened. It happens more often if it's like a nap. So I never nap now, because that's what's going to probably happen. Or if I'm not sleeping well, it's like when you're in bad sleep and just your mind wakes up before your body. I mean, historically, that's been a big thing where people think that there's a demon on them. That's why they can't move. You know, that was the thought hundreds of years ago.
Right.
And some people feel like they see demons. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just talking about myself the whole time. That's why you're a good presenter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you know what? It is the first time I've had another, I think one of the first times at least I've had another presenter or journalist on the show. And it is definitely the most I've talked about myself. So I think it is something, it's more of a conversation. It's nice.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I do know what you mean. We've sort of bring it out of each other.
Yeah.
But that is so interesting. I think you should do a doc on that. That's so cool. I'd be well interested.
Maybe I
See
should.
if you can get that one commissioned, eh?
Oh, no one's going to commission anything. We will see.
Oh my God, if I come to Berlin, I'd love a coffee.
Oh, you've got
we should
to.
so hang out.
Yeah.
Oh, we should so hang out. That would be amazing.
Do you guys travel much?
You know what? We don't, to be honest, like, we should travel more. Like, in my head, oh, this is another, like, Lucy blind thing. Like, I can't experience things. It's just stupid. Anyway, I've taught myself out of that one, and I'll be experiencing the culture thing. We want to go on, like, little mini breaks around Europe to just do, like, cool things, like make pretzels or, like, I don't know, experience the culture. Not go to any, like, well, if it's an Audible museum, then cool. But, yeah, no, we will. Long story short, yeah.
It was such a joy chatting to Lucy, and we've made sure that if she's ever in Berlin, we'll grab a coffee. It's always a little different chatting to a fellow journalist because they do things like record the sound on their end without needing to be prompted, so it all sounds and feels nice and easy. It was a great experience. I do have some news. That podcast actually was recorded a couple of months ago, and we've since been informed that Olga the dog is taking a much-deserved retirement. I think she's still going to be staying with Lucy, but you can follow all of that and the latest updates on her YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok channels. Just search for Lucy Edwards or Lucy Edwards Blind. In the description, there'll be links and everything. And you can also get hold of her book, The Blind Beauty Guide ebook. Of course, it's coming up to International Day of Disabled Persons. Somebody told me recently of one way that we can all help blind people super easily without extending any energy. When you upload images to Twitter or Instagram or any other social media, there's usually a place to click to add alt text. This allows you to write a small description to show blind people what the image actually is. So that's something we can all do, and it's pretty easy. As I said before, there may or may not have been ads running in this podcast. I'm working with Acast on getting them installed. The pod has been running for 6 months, so I had to eventually monetize. Either way, you can get the ads-free version for eternity and help this podcast no end by signing up as one of my producers or directors. There are all sorts of memberships. Have a look on patreon.com, Patreon, Patreon, patreon.com/Andrew Gold. Remember, there's a special offer running just for the next 2 weeks from November the 30th, 2020. If you get in there quick, you will get 15% off for your, lifetime membership or whatever. You can cancel whenever you want as well. So it's just a monthly fee. There are other memberships too, where you can get access to the video version a month before anyone else and record your own questions to ask guests. Next week's episode with former Mormon Dan Beechan, for example, has a great question from one of my patrons in it. I would like to thank some of the new patrons who signed up last week. Bob Oak, Suzanne Ashton, Sarah Bowden, Chris Lewis, Anika Michelli, Jamie Robus, and Neil Gold. Thanks, Dad. And thanks to all of you for being the first to become producers and directors on patreon.com/Andrew Gold. If you love the podcast and want to help but can't afford to contribute at the moment, as many people can't in these COVID times, then simply follow me on Instagram or Twitter on AndrewGold_OK. And you can also leave a review on Apple Podcasts. I'm aware many people don't have that, so don't worry if you don't. But if you're on Apple, for example, just last week I got quite a few great ones. Al Kindi said, "Just listen, it's brilliant. If you're looking to restore or center your perspective, this is, capital letters, definitely a podcast for you. I've already told so many of my friends about this just so I can have someone to discuss the episodes with. I'm dreading the moment I run out of episodes now." Well, hopefully you won't run out of episodes because I'm just going to keep on making them. Although if you are listening to more than one a week, I do love that. But yeah, you will eventually run out of them and have to wait a week, I suppose. But Mark Caldwell said, "Great pod. I only listened to this because of his conversation with Lyra Boroditsky and was impressed. New subscriber." Dr. 1008 said, "Great conversation. Stumbled upon this podcast as one does. I'm not certain how really, and I'm happy to report that it's since been added to my regular rotation. I think the show covers quite a broad spectrum and offers some interesting commentary on the wacky world we live in. People are the most puzzling and amazing part of our world, and I enjoy any means of hearing more of their diverse experiences. Cheers from Alaska, and keep the sweet action cooking. I should have said that last bit in an American accent, an Alaskan accent, which I imagine sounds slightly similar to a Canadian one. Lastly, Hoy Ogle said, I like Mondays now! ! Love listening to this podcast as I wander aimlessly through the streets of London. The subjects are always interesting. Well done, Andrew. Keep them coming. So thank you very much, all of you, for writing those, and the reviews help a lot, so please keep posting them. I'll be back next week with ex-Mormon Dan Beechan, so make sure to be there.
Decades after I left the church, I was still dealing with sexual hangups from the church, because the Mormon church is insanely intense about sex. It is as evil, literally, in the hierarchy of evil things, having sex before marriage, it comes right below murder.
So, we've tackled Judaism, Islam, Jehovah's Witnesses, and the Westboro Baptist Church so far on the On the Edge with Andrew Gold podcast. And that can only mean one thing. It's finally time for the Mormons. And I've got none other than Dan Beecher, one half of the famous Frank and Dan, who host the Thank God I'm Atheist podcast. I actually appeared as a guest on their podcast to discuss my exorcism film for the BBC, and I've no doubt that some of our listeners cross over. Theirs is absolutely huge in popularity. Straight out of Utah, there are a couple of ex-Mormons who discuss all things atheism. Dan also has a massive podcast show called The How-To Heretic, so both touch on atheism, cults, religions, and all that stuff that you and I can't get enough of. We discuss everything from the late British atheist and thought leader Christopher Hitchens to haters and polyamory as opposed to the polygamy Mormonism is famous for. We discuss that too and get to the bottom of it. Like most of these podcast interviews, we dip in and out of serious themes and lighter moments that bring some levity to proceedings. I mean, you don't want to be sad for an hour, and neither do I. But it does get a little intense as Dan describes certain aspects of his childhood, his mind conflicted as he searched for a sign from God that would never come. This exasperation and pressure left irreversible marks on his psyche, touching everything, including his sex life. Remember to subscribe to this podcast so you don't forget about it. Oh, and by the way, Dan said he didn't mind me leaving in the bit about burping. You'll see what I mean. And we start now with me realizing what I look like with a polo neck sweater I quickly put on after getting stains on my t-shirt.
You look good yourself.
Oh, thank you. You know what? This looks ridiculous. I just spilled chocolate. That's why I'm a minute late, because I spilled chocolate on my t-shirt and I just put a jumper on. And I look like I'm a James Bond thing now.
I think you should look like you're a James Bond thing. I like it.
Do you mind? I'm so sorry. Do you mind to give me 30 seconds? I'm just going to put a t-shirt on.
Go ahead. You're great.
Look at this. Oh, God. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Oh, my God. Just like it always happens. I don't do anything for like an hour. I was just sort of thinking about questions and stuff. And then the last minute, I'm like, I've got like chocolate down my t-shirt.
I get it. I get it.
So I'm just putting you on. I'm all out of breath now. I'm not always like this. Well, you know, because I was on your podcast. Your whole thing looks good, by the way. And please.
Good.
Is this where you always do it?
Well, yeah. I mean, so at one point we were set up so that because we thought we would do a YouTube channel as well. And we got really elaborate about it. We even have here, I'll show you this. Look at this. A TGIA, like a neon sign made up and everything. My wife's an interior designer. So I was like, yeah, let's just do it upright. And then we decided that video was like a lot of work.
But you guys have got so many followers, I think. Just from being on your show, I got like a lot more people listening to mine that week.
Good. I'm glad.
It's like an extra 500 or 600 people just that week.
Woo!
Yeah.
Wow. I am powerful, man. I'm a media god.
Yeah. I was going to say, for an atheist, you're quite a godly character. You got the whole beard and everything. You could be.
Yeah, right? I could be a Mormon prophet with this thing.
Yeah. I think so. How long have you guys been going?
We just had our 9th anniversary.
Fucking hell.
Right?
That's mad. Yeah.
That's 1,000 years in podcast years. We are fucking Methuselah of podcasting.
Man. Methuselah, which one's that?
Oh, in the Old Testament, Methuselah was the one who lived, I think, 969 years, according to the Old Testament, which doesn't jive with how I understand how human bodies work and everything. But there you go.
Moses lived like 1,000 years or something.
I think Methuselah is the longest one. That's why he's famous. He only made it. I don't know that we know how long Moses. Actually, Moses, did he even die, or wasn't he just sort of spirited away?
Well, he's not at my place. He's not here. But we used to have, because my family's Jewish, so we used to have like Passover, once a year. And I remember just being like a teenager, and we were at Passover, and everyone was like, "Come on, we've got to do all this stuff." And I was like, Moses wasn't real, and everyone was just stunned because I now I wouldn't say that. There's no point, but I think people were just like, "What?" But nobody had even. Now we got Wikipedia,
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, you're right. It just is this sort of accepted bit of wisdom that, of course, there was a Moses. I mean, the Old Testament was part of my upbringing as well.
Yeah.
So, of course, there was a Moses. And then you're like, well, but there's no archaeological evidence anywhere else that this happened. Probably not.
You just sort of have to take it as read, don't you? It's a strange thing. So you guys have been going for 9 years, huge following now. Are most of your listeners from Utah?
No. I mean, at this point, it's kind of all over the place. We got a lot of listeners in Australia. We got a bunch in the UK, just kind of all over. Strangely, this is what baffles me. So I actually have 2 podcasts. Thank God I'm Atheist and the How to Heretic, which you should check out. You'd really dig it. Both are sort of about religion, and Thank God I'm Atheist is more of a current events type show from a secular perspective. How to Heretic just sort of explores all the weirdness that is religion. Oh, I had a point. Wait, what was your question?
I think the original one was where are most people listening from?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I think is so weird is that we've got a huge following. We've got quite a large following throughout Scandinavia, which I've been to Scandinavia. They all speak English, but I think it's weird that they're listening to an English language podcast, but also it's so secular throughout almost all of Scandinavia. I think they're just fascinated by the concept. They like it. It's so foreign to them that they just want to hear what the fuck is happening.
But isn't that most people listening because they are atheists? I can't imagine religious people want to be challenged.
No, we don't have a lot of believing listeners. As is evidenced by, it's very funny. Like if you read through the reviews on iTunes or whatever, every now and then we'll get a 1-star review from a believer and what becomes instantly clear with almost all of them, almost universally, is that they haven't bothered to listen to the show at all.
Yeah, but they still would have given it a 1, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but they see that there's the word atheist, and that's all they're interested in. Is just I'm gonna thumb down anything that has that word attached.
Sure. But that's the thing. I think that's sort of universal in a way. And when you're a content creator, what maybe people don't realize is like you sort of want to be critiqued on how you made the show sometimes. Yeah. So did the film, if you're doing video, did the video look good? Was the background nice? Was the audio good? Did we talk about the right subjects? Were we good journalists?
Do you appreciate the content?
Yeah. Like I made a documentary about exorcism for the BBC, and if you look down the comments, all of them are just fighting with each other about whether exorcism is real. What I wanted was like, what a wonderful journalist. He's clearly done his work. He's an investigative reporter.
No. At least they're engaging with your content. You know what I mean? Like that at least is kind of a thing.
Yeah.
At least they watched the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, except the ones who are giving you 1 stars.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, there's not much you can do about haters. They gon' hate. You know what I'm saying?
They'd say you're a hater, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Although I will say this, somehow I have managed with my content to be the nice guy of atheism. Okay. I think that a lot of that is sort of comparative. I mean, when there are, rest in peace, not really, Christopher Hitchens, when there's a Hitchens in the world or has existed, when there's someone who's so like in your face and absolutist about where he comes from and unwilling, just pulling zero punches, I come off as being nice. You know what? I'm gentle compared to a lot of the atheists out there.
Hitchens wasn't renowned for his gentleness, was he?
No, I love the guy. I miss him. We need his voice again, but no, he had a genteelness about him. He had he was so smart. But yeah, he was perfectly willing to say something was absolutely stupid if he thought that it was.
Yeah. I mean, Ricky Gervais is probably the closest that the British have anyway to what Hitchens was doing.
Yeah, I like Gervais, but I mean, he's no Hitch. He's funnier than Hitch was, but
yeah.
And I've just realized that I haven't been recording audio, so you tricked me.
Right.
Now I'm recording my audio. So.
Okay. Luckily, neither of us have said anything of note in the first 15 minutes. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. You know what? So you say, this is interesting. You say that you're the nice guy of atheism because this is just anecdotal, but whenever I've met somebody of Mormon origin, they've seemed particularly happy and smiley and nice. What is that? Something almost in the same way as we look at Canadians?
Yes.
What's going on there?
There's a lot of crossover there.
Yeah. What's the reason for that?
That is a cultural thing. This is my guess. I'm not a psychologist or anything.
I'm not imagining it, am I?
No, not at all. Not at all. As a matter of fact, the pressure in Mormonism is so high to be happy. I think what has evolved in the culture is that there is a sense that if you're unhappy, then somehow you're failing at spirituality. Because if you're doing Mormonism correctly, and if you're if you're minding your P's and Q's and doing everything right, the line is that you'll be happy. It leads to happiness. The end goal is always happiness. So if you Mormon perfectly, of course you're going to be happy.
Yeah.
Which leads to the most insane amount of pressure to always be cheerful. And like for instance, in the United States, one county in one state has the highest percentage by far of antidepressant usage in the country, and it is Utah County, the home of Provo in Utah. Right. And that is one of the highest. It's a super high percentage Mormon. I have no idea how high, but I'm going to guess it's around 90% Mormon in Provo, Utah, and they use more antidepressants than anyone in
just
the country.
Can't bear to be sad even for a second.
No, because it makes you, because if you show any weakness, any sadness, it's not like anybody like berates you or anything. It's just understood to be a sign of your spiritual weakness.
You used to Mormon as a verb there. Is that often done on your show?
No, I mean it's a thing. Like it's not like Mormons talk about Mormoning, but okay. I think it is a thing. Like Mormons do their lives in a very specific way, both culturally and religiously. It's changing, but Mormonism changes more slowly. Look, the pace of change within any dogmatic religion is obviously going to be very slow because they have dogma. Like It's hard to wrap your head around. God said, do it this way. Oh, wait, God changed his mind. You know what I mean? Like that's really, really tricky, which is why Mormonism has gotten themselves into trouble a bunch of times, including in the United States, the whole sort of the civil rights movement really took off in the 60s. Kind of, Black rights became an issue of great importance in the United States in the 60s. Mormonism didn't really latch on, didn't come to terms with it until 1978, I think. And by come to terms with it, I mean Mormonism had theology that they were tied into that said that Black people were less than. Like absolutely unequivocally, because Mormonism has a sense of like, there is the afterlife, but there's also the before life. We were all what was termed intelligences. You may not have known that could be a plural noun, but there you go. We were all intelligences in the pre-existence. And then there was a battle in heaven, and Satan versus Jesus, and Jesus's idea was good and Satan's idea was bad. And I'll let you be the judge of whether or not that was true, because Jesus's idea was everybody goes down and life is hard and everybody gets tested to see if they're good or bad, and then everybody gets sorted into the relative kingdoms, which is their idea of heaven. And there's not really an idea of hell, but we can get into that later if you're interested. But Satan's idea was, how about everybody just passes the test automatically and we all get to go to heaven?
Oh, nice.
That was the bad idea. That was the evil idea. And then there's a war in heaven. You can decide, your listeners can decide who they think should have won in that battle. But there was a war in heaven. Jesus won, Satan lost, and all of the people who followed Satan and fought for his idea went straight to hell. Didn't even get a chance at this life. Not really hell, but that's a tricky matter. Anyway, right. All of the people who followed Jesus got to come here and go through this delightful test that we're all going through. And then there were the people who were kind of like wishy-washy about it. They were like not really going to take a side. They were less valiant in the fight, in the battle. And those ones, they were the ones that were cursed and marked with darkness.
Wow.
And that's where black folk come from.
Oh.
So they were less than for all of Mormon history until the late 70s, when the Mormons took a sharp turn on that and disavowed most of the racism. Culturally, they still haven't gotten rid of it, but at least sort of in their theology, they've gotten rid of it.
It's so scary, the idea of these like really happy, smiley people who are secretly, big racists.
Yeah. That's welcome to humanity, man.
Yeah.
On the How to Heretic, on my other podcast, we talk a lot about different cults and sort of they just pop up out of nowhere. And, there's this whole Nexium thing. I don't know if you've watched any of the documentaries on HBO just came out with a documentary, and the Stars Network also came out with a documentary about this cult that just popped up that started as like sort of leadership empowerment or like business training and became this weird cult. Right. And it ended up being a sex cult, and there was like sex slaves, and it turned terrifying. Women were branded with this leader's initials. Anyway, the point is that like humanity is weird, man. Like people believe crazy shit, and it's pretty easy to get certain people to believe, to go down whatever road. You catch them at the right moment in their lives, or you catch them, just feeling a little vulnerable and needing some friends, and before you know it, and with Mormonism, if you need some friends, you got a happy group of friends. Like right on, like, if you're just sad and you're feeling lonely and, two young, clean cut young men knock on your door and say, hey, we'd like to tell you about this group. They're great. And then you're like, okay, well, maybe I'll hear your pitch or whatever. And they say, hey, come to church with us or come to this event with us, this church thing, and just meet everybody. Yeah, you're going to meet a group of really nice people. They're really cool. They're sweet. They're kind. They don't drink. They don't smoke, at least that you can see. And but they're so glad to see you. And I'm not saying it's not genuine. Like,
it sounds quite nice. You're talking me round to Mormons. You're not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah. Well, eventually you figure out like there's a lot of pressures on you, and also you have to believe some pretty crazy theology and stuff. But I get why people join. It's harder for me to understand why people join hate groups. You know what I mean? But they do. People join all kinds of hate groups. So I think the main thing that I've learned is that human beings, we think of ourselves as these sort of apex intellects out there. In fairness, we are so much better at thinking and like doing things than any other critter we've encountered so far.
Yeah.
And yet, when it comes right down to it, we're just apes with cell phones, man. There's so much that we are terrible at, that our brains are just.
I spoke last week with a former Jehovah's Witness on the show, and he was saying, talking about cognitive dissonance, the way that, it actually hurts to be disavowed of a notion that you hold strongly. So once somebody wants to believe, whether it's Mormonism or Jehovah's Witness or any other religion, it's painful for them to get rid of that.
Well, and not only that, I mean, we talk about sort of this culture of nice people. I think once you've met a bunch of really nice people that seem sweet and kind and genuine, and they are, it's hard to disavow. It's hard to say to them, like, if you reject their church that you've been sort of investigating, checking out, it feels to you like you're rejecting them. And who would want to reject really nice people? So it works that way too. Like, there's a cognitive dissonance between, like, well, they seem nice, but their religion's wrong. Like, that cognitive, like, that works in their favor, even in drawing people into it.
In that case, is there less sort of hate mail and stuff from them? Do you get hate mail from Mormons, or would that be sort of un-Mormon-like?
You've hit on something really interesting. I think you're right. Look, I don't know if you've noticed, you're not from the United States of America, but there's some pretty, like, acerbic things happening in this country right now. Like, I don't know if you've seen what Trump people are like, but people are screaming at each other. And that's kind of like the gestalt of the United States right now, is that everybody is ready to jump fully claws out down each other's throats instantly for for any provocation.
Yeah.
And Mormons are starting to catch on to that, which I'm very sad about. So there's a whole group of sort of radical, angry, gun-toting, very, very conservative Mormons.
Wow.
That exists. But for the most part, you are absolutely correct. Mormons themselves are the most passive-aggressive humans you will ever meet.
It's so funny because I'd put them in like a little, in my mind, right? Because I don't know much about Mormons, which is why it's so fascinating to talk to you. And I think a lot of people outside of the States don't, we just know South Park or whatever when they've done the Mormon episodes. But I sort of do lump it in a little bit with Jehovah's Witnesses and a little bit with Scientology. And the Mormons seem much nicer. Whereas if you get on the wrong side of the Scientologists, you're not going to have a nice life.
Totally. I think that's fair. And if you get on, if you sign up to be a Jehovah's Witness and then you decide you're going to leave, they have a whole shunning thing, and it's awful. Mormonism's not like that. Although Mormons sometimes shun, but that's of their own volition. They are not required to shun, but some Mormons think that it's pious to reject their gay kid, or to, you know what I mean? Or, if they've got a trans kid, maybe they think that they should reject that kid. That's not required of them.
It's such a biblical thing, shunning, isn't it? You don't really hear. Do you get much shunning outside of religion? Like, I mean, you do literally. People can shun people, but they never say, "I'm shunning Sandra because she upset me the other day. I'm going to shun her."
Yeah, and that's my word. Mormons don't use that word.
Oh, they don't?
No.
Okay, so it's Jehovah's Witness word, definitely.
That's more of a Jehovah's Witness thing to say it out loud.
Right.
I'm just talking about the actual action of the thing.
Oh, so they don't say shun. Okay, because it's not a thing. It's just sometimes they might decide. That's just humanity, isn't it? If you disagree with someone, you go, I'm not going to talk to them. They like a different sports team to me. So that's it.
Yeah. But Mormons are so good at the passive aggression thing. This is kind of how that pressure plays out that I was talking about earlier, the pressure to be happy, to be perfect, to, you have to have a lot of kids, and you have to be happy about your family and happy about the church and happy about everything. And it's not like anybody's like, sister, you don't seem happy. Are you not being churchy? But what will happen is two women in what's called the Relief Society, this is the women's organization, will be talking to each other and just be like, I am so concerned about Sister Johansson. Sister Johansson just doesn't seem happy these days. Is she okay? And really, yes, they are concerned, but also that is their way of kind of viciously gossiping with each other.
So they talk about the men as brother so-and-so.
brother so-and-so, sister so-and-so. I grew up with so many brothers and sisters, you wouldn't believe it.
There's something quite attractive about Mormonism. It's growing on me. I mean, I'm a devout atheist, if one can be.
Right.
But I like this idea of being. I would have hated it before, but I'm getting into my 30s, and I like the idea of being in a little group where I'm going, brother Mark, where art thou? I feel like I'm in a movie the whole time. It's quite exciting.
Yeah, we don't use the thee and the thou except in prayer, but I do love the brother sister thing. Is interesting, if for no other reason than as a child I knew how to address all of the adults. You know what I mean?
How was that, father?
Just brother so and so and brother so and so
to an adult.
Yeah, so like all I had to know was their last name. I didn't have to like navigate. Do I call you Doug or do I call you brothers, Smith or whatever?
So there's no difference for ages, because I would have thought, like, I don't know, uncle would make more sense for somebody who's over 18 or something. I don't know. Right.
Well, what's funny is that for fellow kids, I just called them by their first name, and I think when you're good friends with somebody, you would just call them by their name. You wouldn't call them brother or sister so and so. But in a church context, when it's just who are we going to have bring the casserole to the event? Well, sister so-and-so makes it great.
Oh man, I want to be a fly on the wall. I want to be and just listen to people talking in that very pious way and saying, brother so-and-so is coming with the casserole. I love that.
Yeah, well, believe me, they'll invite you.
Yeah.
If you want to see it, go, just show up.
Yeah.
They will let you in. They will welcome you with open arms. You just say, I'm curious, and boom.
Is Mormonism and Jehovah's Witness, and even Scientology, probably not Scientology, are they forms of Christianity?
Yeah, I would say so. I've heard plenty of Christians argue that Mormons aren't Christian, and they do have some slightly varying theology, but the Bible is one of their books. It's not the only book, but it's one of their books. I would say that anyone who argues that Mormonism isn't Christianity is splitting hairs beyond where I'm willing to go. I would definitely, it's officially, it's called the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Okay.
And technically, we've all been asked by the current prophet not to use the term Mormon to refer to the church. And literally everybody just ignored him, which I find amazing.
Where does the word come from?
The Book of Mormon, which is the sort of foundational document. Let me tell you something. If you read the Book of Mormon, you will know zero more about what Mormons believe than when you started. You will just have bored yourself to tears. But the story of the birth of Mormonism is that a man named Joseph Smith, in early 1800s New York, upstate New York, not New York City, but upstate New York, which, by the way, this is where Mormonism and Jehovah's Witness and also Seventh-day Adventism all coalesce, because they all came out of the same time period in the same very small region, which was called, it was known as the Burned Over District, because it was just a bubbling pot of sort of religious craziness, and stuff just kept popping out of it.
Yeah.
So Mormonism this guy, here's what's interesting about Joseph Smith. He was a fascinating character. Both of my parents were LDS historians, were Mormon historians. So I was raised sort of steeped in the history of Mormonism. I wasn't that interested.
What is a Mormon historian? Is that somebody who's outside of the faith looking in, or somebody very much? No,
I wish. Not in this case. No. Both of them were devout Mormons, but also intellectuals, like genuine intellectuals. Both of them had PhDs from respectable schools and that sort of thing. But yeah, they studied Mormon history.
Well, that shows how strong it is, belief, isn't it? Because you get such smart people. And look at us being patronizing like that. Look at me being patronizing. Such smart people believe these things, not like me, the cleverest guy in the room.
Right. Well, and it's funny because I have been asked, a lot of Mormons get used to ex-Mormons, people who used to be Mormon, being very dismissive about Mormonism and being very often quite rude about it. And what I've come to is I can't be dismissive about people in religion, because I have known so many brilliant intellects who believe in things deeply. that I think are ridiculous. Things, notions. And I've met insanely intelligent Jews and insanely intelligent Muslims, and I've met far too many people who are smarter than I am, who believe this stuff for me to be. I couldn't possibly be too snooty about it.
I just wanted to take a moment to thank this episode's sponsor, Podcorn. Oh, what's a podcorn? Some of you are screaming angrily on your leisurely stroll, while others smile with a twinkle in their eyes, fully aware of exactly what Podcorn is, a marketplace connecting podcasters to amazing podcast sponsorship opportunities, such as host-read ads like this one, interview segments, topical discussions, and more. Now, if you think an advert on a podcast about podcast adverts is getting a little meta, it's about to go even deeper, so buckle up. I even used Podcorn myself to set up this very advert about Podcorn. It was easy, the platform was free to use, took a few minutes to sign up, and then I got to choose from hundreds of brands looking for podcasts. With Podcorn, there's no middleman. Podcasters of all sizes can choose opportunities right on the platform. You set your own rates and work directly with brands. You never give up any rights to your podcast, and Podcorn is there to support you at every step and to make sure you get paid. The idea is to give podcasters transparency and full control over how and when they monetize. Click the link in my show notes to sign up to Podcorn and start looking for sponsors.
I value my intelligence pretty highly. I think I'm a pretty smart guy, but when I was, in my teens, I was certain Mormonism was true. It wasn't until, it was my late teens when the pieces started to fall apart. But, very, very smart people can believe a lot of crazy shit. So,
was it a big deal for you when it started to fall apart?
Oh, it was huge. It was terrifying.
Tell me a bit about, so what's it like growing up as a Mormon as you were, and then leading up to that?
Well, okay, so I grew up in Salt Lake City, which is kind of the epicenter of Mormonism. It's where the church headquarters are, and I grew up in an area where in my neighborhood, all of the kids were Mormon. So all of the people I played with, everybody I knew was Mormon. So it was just normal. I mean, it was just. It didn't feel like there was a lot of pressure. There was, but it didn't feel, that felt normal.
And what kinds of things were you guys doing that would, to me, be very strange or different?
Used to be 3 hours of church every week. Plus, there were meetings for the young men or the young women. Plus, you were expected to be in Boy Scouts. Plus, there was a lot of demands on your time. Basically, they're just keeping tabs on you at all points. And all of that felt very normal and very natural to me because it was my whole life. And 3 hours of church, which now I look back and realize that it was the most misery you can inflict on an 8-year-old who has ADHD. You know what I mean? It is an insane thing to make a child sit through, let alone adults, it's bad enough.
Yeah.
So, excuse me, I just burped. You can edit that.
Man, all the time I'm talking and I feel I'm going to burp and I think I can't possibly burp in an interview. I can't. It's the worst. Sometimes it's, scientists or people like you, a prominent atheist or whatever. I can't start, and sometimes I'll sort of be listening and I'll move back like that for no reason and just.
Yeah, exactly. One of those.
Yeah.
But so then everything seems normal.
Yeah.
You're enjoying, you're just living your life. And here's the thing. Mormons talk about knowing that the church is true. They don't believe it. They know it. And we have what we call fast and testimony meeting, which is where we've all fasted for the morning. None of us have eaten anything, which is just another great way to experience church.
Yeah.
And then Mormons will talk, then just the lay people get up and they talk about they bear their testimony, which is, I know that this church is true. And it kind of gets a little rote. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be sort of improvisational thing, but it always starts with, I'd like to bear my testimony that I know this church is true and that I know that Joseph Smith was a real prophet and that our leaders are prophets of God who have revelation, and they start to cry because Mormons are criers.
Oh,
and
is it competitive?
Yeah, it like competitive.
Who cares the most?
Yeah, piety, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes, it's like everybody's showing off how pious they are.
Yeah,
and it can be worse in some wards. A ward is basically a parish, and it can be worse in some wards than others. But yeah, it can get.
Sounds like social media nowadays as well, on both sides of the political spectrum.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's a very human thing too, right?
Yeah.
So there I am. I'm in this world where everyone knows for a fact Joseph Smith was visited by angels and then visited by Jesus Christ and God himself. And all of these things are actually happened. And Joseph, translated this book from golden plates that he found in the ground. I never got to that story, but yeah, basically in his backyard, somewhere in Palmyra, New York, he dug, the angel showed him where to dig. He found these plates of gold, which he pulled out of the ground, and I don't know how he had the strength, because I don't know if you know this, but gold is heavier than lead. Anyway, on it was written in a language called Reformed Egyptian, the story of a bunch of Jews who left Jerusalem during a tribulation and sailed to the Americas on a boat that God taught them how to make. And that's where the Native Americans come from.
Oh, okay.
That is where American Indians got their real start. And so the Book of Mormon is the story of these Jews who came to the Americas and turned into Indians.
Wow.
Anyway,
yeah,
we were talking about me deconverting. Here's the thing. There I am. I'm a teenager now. I'm thinking about it. I am, sort of processing. I'm all in. I'm a total believer. But the one experience that I haven't had that was promised to me was the experience of feeling God confirm the truth of it to me. And I had spiritual feelings, you sing hymns in church and sort of the music overwhelms you and you feel a spiritual feeling. And so I had felt that, but had I felt God just say to me, yes, this is true? No. So I decided to pray and I decided to fast, and I do all of the things that one would do with my training to determine that this is true.
How long did you fast?
Oh, it would be a day here or a day there.
Like 24 hours.
Sometimes it would just be like I'd skip a couple meals. Sometimes I'd skip the whole day. It just whatever.
Just waiting for
I'd make myself mildly uncomfortable. You know what I mean? But like, I wasn't pulling a Gandhi here. But I did get pretty intense about it. So there was about a 6-month period where it got more and more desperate as I didn't feel this prompting. The more I prayed and didn't feel it, the more terrified I became because it wasn't happening.
So I'm imagining like a filmic movie scene of you in bits, in pieces, like on the floor, like, why won't I get a sign?
Oh, yeah. Imagine a teenager literally kneeling at the side of his bed, weeping because God hasn't spoken to him. And so it got more and more intense. There was about a 6-month period where I was reading scripture every day. I was praying every day. I was begging God, please let me feel this feeling. I know you're there. I know it. I have no doubt. I must be doing something wrong. You know what I mean? Like, then I turn it back on myself. I'm bad. I've got to repent for all the things that I've done wrong. Shoot, I touched some girl's boobs like 4 months ago. So now I've got to repent for that because that was terrible of me. And I just tore my heart out trying to have this experience. And then eventually I just said, God, I can't do this anymore. It was so psychological. It was so demoralizing that I couldn't handle it. So I just said, I'm going to back off of this, God, but if you're there, you'll come to me. Like, I'm still open to it. I still want it, but I can't keep praying like this. I can't keep torturing myself. And the second I backed off, I allowed myself to go, okay, well, here's the thing. Mormons claim that they've questioned the gospel. They haven't. What they do, I don't know what the process is, but I thought I had really asked myself the hard questions. And it wasn't until I backed off of that in a really intense period that I went, oh, I can ask the real questions now. And so I asked myself questions, this is back in the early 90s. So we hadn't really gotten, as a society, we hadn't sorted out a lot of things about, gay people were still kind of outcasts. I mean, they kind of are still in a lot of circles, but I mean, it was sort of de rigueur that you would like the gay people were bad. And then, but I was an actor. I am an actor. You're not in theater without bumping into some gay folk. And I realized that these were not bad people. And what I had been told my whole life about gay people was that they were choosing it, that it was a sin that they were choosing. And then I met a couple of gay people who had attempted suicide because they were so upset that they couldn't change that part of themselves. Oof. And then I was like, wait, you don't attempt suicide for something you're choosing. You know what I mean? Like, if you're just choosing it because it's sinful, that doesn't lead you to suicide. So that got me asking real questions. And eventually I was like, oh, I get it. Mormonism's wrong. Holy shit.
Wow.
And then it was like, okay, well, obviously God's still true, but Mormonism, I'm going to back off of that. And then eventually it was like, wait a minute, there's one more step I could take. Is God real? And that's when I went, yeah, no, that's not real.
Wonder if there's another step that we can't see yet. Like, is something else not real? I don't know.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
There must be. Real. We obviously all have our biases. So tell me, look, so then you're a teenager or in your early 20s and you've got parents who are quite into the church and they're historians of Mormonism. So how does that go down?
Well, the nice thing is that my parents were genuine intellectuals in the sense that, like, their curiosity about the universe was real and honest and open. And so they were pretty liberal about the whole thing. Look, I was not an easy kid to raise. I was a sad kid and I had ADHD and I had all of these sort of other things. I was a very anxious kid and all this stuff. So I think by that point, they were just like, look, man, keep yourself alive. Whatever it is, we'll just support you wherever you go. Just do good by you by that point. So I was lucky in that sense because other people who have left the church, it causes turmoil for them. My wife was still attending church when I met her. So she was in her late 20s. I mean, if you had asked her, she would say, yes, I still believe. I don't think that she believed at that point, but she was coasting at that point. So when she met me, I didn't push her to leave the church or anything, but led her to sort of open up to her own truth, which turned out to be that she didn't believe in the church either. Well, when she finally told her parents about that, it was rough. It was bumpy. Her dad almost disowned her. He ended up not, and things are great now. I get along with them. They get along with me. They did not like me. Let me tell you something. Before they met me, somebody else had sort of told them, well, I don't like the guy that Andrea's dating. He's an atheist. He swears, blah, blah, blah. I had kind of shaggy long hair at the time, which right. Mormons are very clean cut people. They had decided they didn't like me from the beginning. Oh, and we were living together at the time, which living in sin, not okay for them. Oh, so that they had gotten all of that before they met me. And her dad, who was a Mormon and a banker, And let me tell you something. You will not find someone who has shaken more hands than a Mormon banker. You know what I mean? Like, the handshake is 90% of that man's communication.
Yeah.
And he refused to shake my hand when I put out my hand when I first met him.
Well, why meet you then? I would just not meet. I'd rather not meet the person than go and not shake their hand. It just makes it awkward.
Yeah. Well, that was his choice. He went for the awkward.
I hope he's not listening to this.
Oh no, he doesn't listen to my podcast. He knows I do a podcast, and here's how Mormons work. He knows that I'm atheist. He knows that I do a podcast. He has put together, without asking, that my podcast is probably atheist related. He has never asked me a single question about my podcast.
Something I often ask people who have left religions and things like that. I mean, that the image you painted of, like, you know, being a teenager and dealing with that in your mind. Does that ever leave you? In what ways does it still manifest itself today?
Man, you know, there are tendrils. Like, yeah. I sort of think of it like almost like a brain tumor that works its way into all these different parts of your brain.
Yeah.
And my job, my life's work is to sort of continually reprocess everything and find the little places where it's invaded my brain and reconsider the world without it. So yeah. Decades after I left the church, I was still dealing with sexual hangups from the church, because the Mormon church is, you know, insanely intense about sex. And you know, it is as evil, literally, in the hierarchy of evil things, having sex before marriage, it comes right below murder.
Wow.
They're like, it's like murder a person, have sex below marriage. And I'll tell you why I didn't hear that, because I'm a boy. And girls, literally young girls, I'm not saying women, I'm saying girls in the church hear that message so much more intensely than boys. So I still got the messaging, but not as intensely as a girl would.
Okay.
But yeah, so like all these sexual hangups, because I was, as I mentioned earlier, I was still doing stuff with girls as a teenager, even as a Mormon teenager, because, you know, I had the hormones that we all have. You know, I had the impulses and the urges that young teenagers have.
Where did those hang-ups lead to specifically, unless you don't want to talk about that on a show for thousands of people?
No, I'm totally open about it.
Great.
Here's the thing. So I would go and I would make out with a girl, and then I would touch her boobs. And then, oh God, I feel so bad for the women that I dated as a young person. I would touch them. We would have a fun time. I wouldn't like have penetrative sex with them, but I would do everything I could up to that point. And then the next day I would be with them and I'd be like, oh, we can never do that again. Oh my God. I wouldn't even say, oh my God, because we didn't say that, but I would feel so guilty and so bad. And I would have to pray for forgiveness, and I would have to go to my bishop and say, I did this thing with this girl and I feel so awful about it. And I would shred myself because I knew I had done something so horrible. And it felt so good. And so I was like,
forgive me, but I mean, for asking, but how did you even in those circumstances achieve, you know, erection? I suppose it's not. I said it like it's a bad word, but it's not. Because I think a lot of teenagers struggle with that anyway, with all the anxiety that around it and everything.
The erections came pretty naturally. I never had a problem with that myself. Like, I can see why somebody might. And on my show, How to Heretic, one of my co-hosts, Mark, has talked about how because he's gay.
Okay.
So he suppressed his sexuality so thoroughly that he didn't even masturbate until his mid-20s.
Wow.
Let alone like explore anybody else.
Yeah. So that's got to lead to like erection. The reason I asked about erection problems because it's a real indelible mark, a physical mark on you from the mental anguish.
Yeah. What I had to work myself through was pangs of guilt about something that should be beautiful and fun. It doesn't have to be beautiful. even me saying beautiful is fucking Mormonism coming in and beating me over the head, because sex can just be play.
Yeah.
It can just be fun. But I had two options. It was either next to murder in terms of evilness, or you're married in the temple, in the Mormon temple, and then it's this beautiful thing.
Huh.
So it's either evil, like pure evil, or beautiful. And let me tell you something. I've heard so many Mormons talk about they had that dichotomy in their head, and it's not like going through the temple, getting married, having it blessed by Jesus. It's not like that flips the switch easily in your brain between evil and beautiful. It's not like that's suddenly some magic tonic that makes all of that programming go away. So people have intense sexual problems, even in a good Mormon marriage, because it's been this horrid thing right up until that moment. And then it's supposed to be easy and beautiful.
Sure. I bet that's a big part of the antidepressants you were talking about in Mormon
Sure,
societies.
absolutely. I mean, and even then, like, it's not like you're supposed to explore your sexuality.
Yeah.
You're supposed to have good, clean, missionary position, straight sex.
Wait, there's another position?
There might be.
So
If you get clever about it.
from what you're telling me, because there was something I wanted to ask you, and now I'm thinking it can't possibly be true, which is one of the biggest rumors about Mormons ever, which is polygamy.
Oh,
So I'm now imagining that's not, or that is a thing.
100% it was a thing.
It was a thing.
Yeah, Mormonism started polygamy back with Joseph Smith. Like so many cults, the leader suddenly realized, well, I have so much control over these people.
Yeah.
And I've got this wife person, but obviously I want to fuck more than my wife
Sure.
because I'm the cult leader. And his workaround for that was the Lord told me to take more wives.
That's really funny because, you were talking about Hitchens before, and I think maybe actually the best comparison to him today would not be Gervais, but it might be Salman Rushdie. And what you just said is exactly what he got the fatwa for in the Satanic Verses, the suggestion that Muhammad was going behind a rock and sort of coming back and saying, Allah says that I can have as many wives as I want and all that kind of thing.
I honestly think that there might be a pretty deep parallel between Allah and Joseph Smith.
Right.
I haven't actually really played that out in my mind before, but I like it.
I think it's...
it's Muhammad. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. But we're not saying that, you or I. That was Salman Rushdie who said that. So we did not say that.
Right, yeah.
Let's be clear.
You're closer to, well, yeah. I believe I have already said enough things that if the Muslims want to get mad at me, they're already there.
Oh man, I would never criticize Islam. I'm not doing that. I'm just not. I'm just not doing it. We did do an ex-Muslim. We had
for those of you listening at home, I can tell he is drawing a picture of Muhammad and Allah right now. I see you doing it. I see you doing it.
Oh no. This is it. My parents aren't going to be happy. They're going to be worried about me now. No, I didn't do it. He didn't do it. No one I know has done it. I haven't translated a book that had nothing to do with me. That was also a heretic or whatever. I'm not an apostate of any sort. Don't let them know I'm Jewish.
I think that is a valid sort of comparison. Joseph Smith and Muhammad. I like it.
Muhammad, according to the Satanic Verses, take on Muhammad. I think that was just Rushdie with his literary. He was like, that's how I imagine he did it.
Sure. But I mean, so Joseph Smith did start to take more wives, unless you ask. What's funny is Mormonism has split a whole bunch of times. So there was what was known as the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which is now the Community of Christ, and they still exist, but they don't believe that Joseph Smith took extra wives, even though he definitely did.
Right.
And then subsequent prophets of the church made it so that all the Mormon men could take extra wives, and then the U.S. government started. Then they wanted Utah to become a state because when the Mormons first fled to Utah, which is in the western United States, It wasn't in the Western United States at that time. It was part of Mexico at that time, and they were actually trying to leave the country.
Oh.
And they did. They successfully got to Mexico. Then the U.S. sort of there was a war and there's the stuff, and this became part of the United States again. And so they left the U.S. and then the U.S. came to them.
Right.
And then they wanted full enfranchisement as a state, but the polygamy thing had become a huge scandal. And so it became clear that if they were going to be enfranchised in the United States, they were going to need to get rid of it, and eventually they did.
Is there none of that going on at all, or would you have known people growing up who in the church were secretly sort of still doing it?
No, not in what I call the downtown church or the Brighamites, the followers of Brigham Young. The official Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints gave it up way back in the early 1900s, and really it went away.
Yeah.
But there are fundamentalist groups that split off at that moment because they believed that it was true, because they had been told that it was like the word of God had said, this is this is the way.
Yeah.
So they believed that. So they split off. So there are still practicing fundamentalist people who would call themselves Mormons.
Yeah.
Who still do polygamy. Ironically, I didn't have polygamy in my life growing up. And now I'm what is known, and I hate this word, but I'm polyamorous. So
right.
I have a wife and a girlfriend, a partner. I've circled back to what they had, back in the 1800s.
We're going to have a whole other episode about that now.
Right? Yeah.
But you know what? When I said, does any of it leave you? Maybe that's sort of, is it a turn on because it's like I shouldn't be doing it. I've left the church and the church is against that nowadays anyway. And I'm sort of,
Strangely, I don't think so. Strangely, I think it's the opposite. When I became an apostate, when I went into heresy, not only did did it free me to question things about the theology that I was raised in, but I was able to question things about sort of my society as a whole.
Sure.
And I think that in doing that, I started to ask myself about things like, this amazing institution of marriage and monogamy. And I ended up realizing that I thought that was kind of bullshit too. So
150 years after Joseph Smith thought of quite a similar thing.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
I should start my own religion. I should start a cult.
How do your girlfriend and wife get along? Well?
Oh, they love each other.
Oh man,
it was that hasn't been a problem actually. That's been great. We go on trips together. My wife and her boyfriend and me and my partner.
Is it okay for her to have a boyfriend? Because it sounds quite egalitarian now.
No, yeah, I that would be where I would be the huge hypocrite if because that was the rule of Mormonism. Sure. Men could have many wives. Women were tied down to that one guy.
Are you never jealous ever?
Yeah. Man, jealousy is real.
But you deal with it.
Yeah, I feel like, here's one of the things. I have definitely encountered jealousy. One of the things that's cropped up more in my life, and I have a very limited experience with this. I'm not part of any poly groups or anything like that. So I have some other friends who are like that, but mostly it's just, I'm kind of on my own on this. But what's come up more than jealousy is envy. And the difference being, rather than feeling a sense of like you're mine and I'm jealous that you're going off with somebody else, it's like, oh, you guys got to go to Vegas? Yeah. Oh, I didn't get to go on the trip that you guys went on, or you guys got to do a cool thing that I didn't get to do, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and the sex.
Sex is, sex is something that I have a totally different view of sex than I was raised with. Obviously, I've expanded what sex means to me, and it's not as big a deal as it was.
Sounds quite liberating, actually. I quite like that. I like that.
For me, it's been delightful. It's definitely a process to get to that point. But when I realized that we're all, it's not like you get married and then you stop being attracted to other humans. It doesn't turn off. You know what I mean? You can sort of try and turn it off and continually keep rejiggering yourself so that you don't think of other people in that way. But it's there. And I'm a person, and I've realized that about what I've realized about myself. And this came from freeing myself from the limited. When you're raised in the most limited thinking that exists, when you let go of it, you get to let go of all the limiting thinking. So what I finally realized about myself is I like sex, and I like it with lots of people, and I don't have it with lots of people. It's funny, after I divorced my first wife, I really tried to make a slut phase happen for me. I wanted to just go out and have sex with everybody.
Yeah.
It turns out Mormon boys aren't good at that.
Yeah.
I was terrible at it. I just
It's not
couldn't
that
make it
easy,
happen.
is it? You know what? That's so funny. When I was about 20, so we're talking a long time ago now, over a decade. But I had a girlfriend, and I think she was cheating on me. So I thought, right, I'm going to get revenge. I'm going to go out. I'm going to go out in town and find in London and cheat on her. And my friend came out with me, and we were like, yeah, we're going to cheat because you deserve it because you've been wronged. Nobody wanted to talk to me all night. And you hear these stories of these guys who are like, I said no and I just couldn't resist it. And you're like, what? Where are you getting all these offers from?
Yeah. I put out all the wrong vibes for that, I think. So
yeah, I know that. I know the feeling, man. So me too. But I don't know. Maybe we're too self-analytical. People, it's not attractive.
No.
I've got a question for you I'm doing a new thing because I just got a Patreon. Are you on Patreon?
Yeah. Both of my shows have Patreons.
Just got started with it. And one of the things was if people go to one of the tiers, if they're like one of the first or second person, they can ask a question to the guest I have.
Oh, nice.
So this one's from Jess Schultz in Germany.
Hi, Andrew. Hi, Dan. I just wanted to ask how you feel about the depiction of Mormons in pop culture. So, for example, the shows Sister Wives, Big Love, or the musical Book of Mormon. Thank you.
Yeah. Interestingly, Mormonism has sort of become a darling of pop culture. Like, pop culture wants to play with Mormonism. I think because I think it's fascinating. I think, one thing I've learned doing podcasting as an ex-Mormon about religion for 9 years is that people love to hear about Mormonism.
Yeah.
And I think for the most part, here's what's funny. You know that sense that you have, I don't know if you have any siblings, but like I'm an older brother and I have this sense of like, only I'm allowed to beat up my little sister. Like all through life, like if somebody else beat her up, I'd be mad, but I'd mess with her sort of mercilessly. I have that feeling about Mormonism. Like you better get it right. If you're going to make fun of them and you don't know what you're talking about, I don't give you a pass. Like I want you to get it right.
Okay.
The South Park guys, interestingly, because they talked about Mormonism on South Park and then they made fun of it in the Book of Mormon, the musical, which I had the opportunity to see pretty early in its run in New York, and I didn't go because I wanted to see it when it came to Salt Lake City because I thought that was going to be the moment, and I was right to do so.
Wow, what was it like watching Book of Mormon in Salt Lake City? Most people,
oh my God,
Mormons.
It was amazing. I can't imagine what it was like for the performers because the thing about the Book of Mormon is there's a lot of jokes. Like everybody's going to enjoy themselves. It's a fun musical. But there are a number of jokes and I had friends who went to it in New York, and those friends were there, and there were certain jokes that like 12 people in different parts of the theater would laugh at. And the same 12 people would laugh sort of in unison to various jokes in the thing that nobody else in the room got. But when they came to Salt Lake City, let me tell you something. Everybody got all the jokes. I'm sure that it was just I'm guessing that those performers didn't know what hit them because it was just roaring.
I thought you were going to say the opposite, like silence.
Oh no. Well, because all of the ex-Mormons came out in force. You know what I mean?
Okay.
This wasn't the Mormons going to see this show.
Right.
This was the ex-Mormons. This was all the people who had left the church coming to see this. I've actually seen the Book of Mormon, the musical, twice. And the first time I saw it, I was really watching to see if they got the Mormonism right. And I was laughing my ass off because they nailed it so hard. Little technical things that they got wrong, but didn't matter. The sort of the gestalt of Mormonism, they nailed it so hard. I was screaming. The second time I watched it was when I noticed that it was like really racist. Like the play itself The way that they depict Mormons, I was totally okay with. The way that they depicted the little African village that the Mormon missionaries go to,
Right.
I was deeply not okay with.
Yeah, but that's South Park, isn't it?
Yeah, but it was also so like, it's these Mormon kids teaching these simpleton Africans who clearly were. I wasn't okay with that. So now I've kind of soured on it, but not for the portrayal of the Mormons, which I think is spot on.
Okay.
There's a song in it called "Turn It Off," which is about like, if you have any negative feelings, this is what we were talking about earlier. If you have any negative feelings, if you have anything that sort of doesn't make sense in your brain, if you happen to be attracted to someone who's the same gender as you, just turn it off like a light switch. It goes click. It's a brilliant song. And that more than anything will sum up what the Mormon culture is all about.
By the way, as we were saying our goodbyes, Dan and I spoke for another few minutes about how he went to my home city of London, met the Archbishop of London, who is also a Lord, and tricked him into doing a podcast interview with him. Since it wasn't part of the natural flow of conversation, I cut it from the episode, but have included it at the end of the Patreon version, which is also totally free of advertisement. Or advertisement, as Americans say. There's a lot of Americans listening now. So, do you say advertisement? Maybe you say commercial. Commercial? Terrible accent again. Commercial. I'm watching a commercial. Come on. Right. It's not something I intend to do every week, the sort of cutting and bonus sort of stuff for the patrons, but just when there happens to be a story that goes off-piste and doesn't fit in with the narrative, I thought it might be something that the hardcore fans of the podcast would appreciate and enjoy. Remember, you can become a patron and support this podcast and hear that Archbishop of London story by visiting patreon.com/Andrew Gold. You will also then be able to send in your audio questions, as Jess Schultz did so brilliantly in today's episode. Thank you so much to this week's new patrons, by the way. There's Julieta Finkelstein, who happens to be my partner of 6 years, Greg Bishop, Daly Brennan in Paris, and Joel Bowman in London. You are making this thing happen. I edited this on the 1st of December, so if you signed up later than that, I'll give you a shout out on the following podcast. Oh, and before I forget, there's a special offer of a 15% discount, which you'll have forever if you sign up in the next week. You've got one more week, so get in there fast for that bonus content and ad-free podcast, as well as loads of other benefits. Otherwise, do check out the podcast's YouTube page for video clips so you can see what we all look like. Dan was in a lovely studio that his wife designed, so it's definitely worth a look. And what a great guest Dan was. He's really something, and I can see why his shows, Thank God I'm Atheist and The How To Heretic, are doing so well. If you've come here from one of Dan's podcasts, welcome, and make sure to subscribe, as I do a lot of crossover themes I think you'll like. It was great speaking to Dan, and I hope we get to again soon. I love how honest he was about everything from his childhood to his sexual proclivities. I found it fascinating how Joseph Smith and the early Mormons were known for their polygamy, and that Dan, an ex-Mormon, is now exploring and enjoying polyamory. Polygamy and polyamory are sort of two sides of the same coin, and yet they're polar opposites when you contrast the liberation involved in polyamory with the oppression of basically owning a bunch of wives, as is the case with polygamy. Thanks for all the kind messages in the week. I love keeping up with you all and feeling like we've got a bit of a community, especially during the bleak COVID lockdown winter. So thanks for keeping me company. You can find me on andrewgold_OK. I'm always responsive and happy to get a message from a listener. I got a particularly lovely one this week from Charlie through LinkedIn. I didn't ask if I could use his name, so I haven't said his full name, and I won't read it all out, but it was really nice to read, Charlie. And the same goes for Adrian on Instagram, who very much enjoyed the Helen Pluckrose interview, and I loved hearing from the intriguingly named Gay Foch in France. I'm speaking to a few people about who will be next on the show, and we'll keep you up to date on social media and everything. Whoever it is, I'll make sure they're fascinating.
So I believed, for example, I was in the Truman Show and I was on the street and everyone in the street was on the Truman Show as well. And I was being watched and I literally, I had a meltdown. It was horrible.
I'm honoured to be joined today by one of the UK's most impressive speakers and mental health advocates in the form of Johnny Benjamin MBE, who made headlines after sparking a national campaign called Find Mike with the goal of tracking down the man who talked him down from a bridge. Johnny talks candidly about his own experience with schizoaffective disorder, which has led to him hearing a voice in his head that used to take on the form of an angel before becoming the devil. He's passionate about mental health and how we all need to talk more openly. And you can find the charity he founded, Beyond, on wearebeyond.org.uk, link in the show notes. He's also created a mental health festival for schools called Now and Beyond, which is also in the notes. Johnny tells me how his relatively conservative Jewish upbringing made it harder to talk about his issues, while also feeling he had to keep his homosexuality secret. Coming from a similar Jewish North London background, I found it easy to talk to him, despite the at times heavy subject matter. While editing this, I realised I spoke to Johnny about someone called Ellen Sachs towards the end of the episode without explaining to you, listeners, who she is. She's a high-profile lawyer who suffers with schizophrenia and gives fascinating and inspiring talks on the subject. Johnny and I talk about her, as well as what he learned about schizophrenia from scientists at Yale, how compassion-focused therapy has been helpful, and why relapses can take place. Also, we gossip a bit about the royal family, who gave him his MBE status. Back at the end for some chat.
So I'm Johnny and I work in mental health. I mostly work with young people in places like schools and universities, have my own charity. I'm also a filmmaker and writer, published a book, and I've got another book coming out in 2021.
What's the book in 2021 about? That's interesting.
Well, it's called The Book of Hope and it's writing by all different sorts of people on the subject of hope. Mostly it's people with experience of mental health issues that have had to overcome quite difficult, challenging experiences. And yeah, it's all about how they overcame and found hope. It's really inspiring. I mean, got people like Dame Kelly Holmes and Joe Wicks and everyone like Rylan, the presenter Rylan, like lots of different sorts of people. I'm looking forward to people reading it.
Do you find that it's surprising how many people who might seem totally fine all the time have actually got, really big things going on in their minds?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Absolutely. I mean, I'm really lucky because I've been around the world and met so many people who open up to me because I'm open about my mental health challenges. And yeah, I feel really privileged to, I've met so many people with all different sorts of issues from OCD to borderline personality disorder, depression, bipolar, anxiety, schizophrenia. Yeah, you just never know. You never know what's going on, really, in someone else's head. You really don't. You think you do, but you never do.
I guess there's two sides of the coin when you hear about other people with mental health issues going on. Because on the one hand, it makes you feel not alone, and then on the other hand, I suppose it's more sort of sadness. And I mean, how does it affect you to hear about other people going through? Does it help you?
Yeah, I think it helps me. And some stories are sad. I mean, I meet a lot of people who are bereaved by suicide, and that is the saddest outcome, and that's tough. But I also meet a lot of people who, as I said before, who have overcome massive hurdles, they're living their life, they're living their best lives with mental health issues, and that's really inspiring to hear that and to see that. So I think it's a sort of balance or mixture of the sadness, but also the positives and the hope that there is. There is a lot of hope out there.
How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Like many people, it's been a challenging year. I got on well in September and had a relapse, and I went back into hospital. So that was tough. Obviously, that was tough. But I feel like I'm out the other side now, and yeah, I'm in a better place, thankfully. But, it takes work. I think some people, and, myself included, some people think that, you just take a pill and that's it, or just have a therapy session and it's all sort of fixed. I mean, it takes work. And I realized that as I've gone on this journey, there's no sort of quick fix, and it takes work and it takes support. You need support around you. And just to keep talking, really, and unfortunately, a lot of people still find it difficult to talk and open up and be honest. I think there's still quite a lot of stigma attached to mental illness. I think it's getting better, but I do think there is. It's not like when you break a bone or even if you have something like cancer. I think something like cancer is more accepted and it's more talked about, and there's less of a stigma. But mental illness, there is still a stigma that, we need to get rid of.
Do you think there are people who are like, oh, come on, mate, we've all had a hard day? Have you experienced that personally from people?
I've had it on social media. So this is generalizing, but often it is men, like middle-aged older men that are very much, just get on with it, stop complaining.
Sure. Different generation.
Different mindset. But I've been lucky, though, in terms of particularly my family and friends. They've all been really supportive. And not everyone has that support. So, I do feel really, really, really fortunate.
Oh, that's amazing. That's definitely, I think modern times definitely help a little bit. I mean, I went and did a film in Argentina about an exorcist. And basically the majority of his patients were people dealing with things reminiscent of schizophrenia. I mean, I'm not a doctor, so I couldn't diagnose them, although some of them had been in psychiatric wards, and he was going around sort of taking them out of psychiatric wards and telling them they have a demon. So what you just said before it really chimed with me, because about there being no quick fix, because I think a lot of them were expecting one, and unfortunately a lot of symptoms of schizophrenia are very similar to what you might imagine a demon being, and a demon voice and a demon urges and pushes and these kinds of things. So it's very easy for them to fall into that narrative of like, oh, it must be a devil and there's going to be a quick fix. And I think they were so willing to believe it that all of these people I interviewed, who I watched them go through exorcisms, which was a horrific thing to watch. It's like, it's one of the worst things I've ever seen to be in a room with. And then afterwards, they all said they were much better. But then you go back in 6 months or a year and it goes away again. I mean, could you see how, from your own experience, can you see how that, if you had less knowledge, I suppose, about what it actually is, how that might work for you temporarily as well?
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, I had a similar experience when I went to India. I went to do some work there, mental health work, a couple of years ago. Yeah, we went to some kind of a few different like temples, and we saw this, kind of what you were saying. I mean, that the noises that I heard coming out of people's mouths, the kind of it still haunts me. And the way they were, I don't know, shaking, and it was really disturbing, to be honest. I still remember it really, really well. And seeing people shackled and chained up. But again, not everyone has access to type of therapy that I've had. I've had a lot of different types of therapy, and again, as we were saying, there's a lot of work to do worldwide in terms of mental health, increasing understanding and reducing stigma, and a lot of work to do, a lot of work.
Because I think I understand that you for some time didn't want to tell even doctors or anything about voices you were hearing and that kind of thing. And was that related to the stigma or related to the illness itself that was making you not want to say anything?
No, I'd say I was embarrassed and ashamed and confused, and on the outside everything looked good, for me. I was a teenager, and I was doing really well at school. I had good prospects. I was going to go to university. I just wanted to fit in and for everyone to think that I was normal, in inverted commas. I didn't dare say anything to be honest. I mean, when I look back, I think a lot of it stems from my faith and my religion. And I don't know, I felt that what I was experiencing was related to my faith. So yeah, grew up Jewish, in a Jewish family,
Yep.
Jewish school. I believed that there was, or I had some link or connection to God, or to God really. And I believed that I was being punished when I, was experiencing these voices that were telling me to do things. So I didn't tell anyone. I just sort of got on with it, which was really hard.
What you've been diagnosed with, is it schizoaffective disorder?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that, and are things like that? I know nothing about anything, right? So is that on a sort of spectrum that everyone has a bit of it and it goes up, and if you have too much of it, or is it just it's an illness that you either have or you don't? I only ask because I think a lot of the things you're saying I can relate to on a very minor level, in that I also ran around as a 5-year-old or 10-year-old or a bit old, thinking that maybe a voice was talking to me. But I think a lot of people would relate to hearing some sort of a voice in their mind. A lot of people I find myself talking to myself in the day, maybe repeating arguments that I wanted to have with someone. I didn't say the right thing. Are these totally separate things, or is it a spectrum?
I think it's a spectrum. But I mean, obviously there's the really extreme end, when you're diagnosed with something like schizophrenia or schizoaffective. But I do think, I mean, a lot of people actually have done quite a bit of research, and a lot of people do hear voices that don't have a diagnosis of schizophrenia or bipolar or schizoaffective. There's been a lot of research actually done into people that are just living with voices, and they are just functioning. And it's such an interesting one, because there's so many strong different viewpoints on this. If you talk to a psychiatrist, they'd probably say, well, that person has schizophrenia or psychosis. But the person themselves might not want to label what they have as schizophrenia or psychosis. It might be a spiritual experience, or I just think there's so many different varying opinions, and we have to be mindful to them all, be open-minded. I think often from my experience talking to psychiatrists in general, I've had quite some challenging experiences with psychiatrists who are very much focused on the medication. We need to get rid of all these experiences and not even explore them, just get rid of them. But often when you are hearing a voice, there's something underneath it, is maybe comes from trauma often, and it needs to be explored. But some people just don't want to go there. They just want to get rid of whatever it is. And again, medication, pharmaceutical industry is such a big topic, isn't it? And one that is causes such a, I've been in so many different arguments and debates about medication and diagnosis, and pharmaceutical companies is such a big topic. And again, I wish people could be more open-minded about this whole conversation and actually have a dialogue, rather than closed-mindedness, narrow-mindedness on this subject.
What's your stance?
I've really explored the world of mental health, and I've come across so many different movements. There's the Hearing Voices Network, for example, or the Emerging Proud Network, who are very much coming from it as a spiritual experience. I think over the years, actually, I've moved more away from traditional psychiatry. I mean, when I was 20, I got this diagnosis of schizoaffective, and when I was given my diagnosis, there wasn't much hope, or there wasn't. I don't know. I was just told, you've got this illness, and this is the medication, and good luck, basically. There really wasn't. I don't know. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what to do with this. And over the years, I've explored different avenues. I think what's really helped me is the type of therapy that I have at the moment, which is called CFT, which is compassion focused therapy. Well, it's very much focused on compassion for the self, compassion for the mind, and it's really useful, particularly I think if you hear voices and the voices are negative and destructive. CFT can be really, really helpful. And CFT is much more about, exploring the experience rather than labeling it and putting the diagnosis on it and trying to get rid of it with strong antipsychotic medication. And that's the thing. Right. I think that's the big thing is the treatment, the medication, the antipsychotic medication, particularly for schizophrenia, bipolar. It's really tough, that medication. I've been on different types of medication. The side effects that have really...
Like in A Beautiful Mind, the movie.
Absolutely, yeah.
He sort of ends up going off of them again because he finds it completely dullens him. Is that a word? Dullen? Numbs?
It is now.
It sounds like it should be a word, doesn't it?
Dullen? It does, yeah.
But yes, he goes off of them and he sees people again, but then I think he sort of just learns to live with them there. Yeah. Is that a possibility? Would that be a possibility for you? Or?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I am on medication, actually. I am on medication, but again, over the years, I've sort of learnt to take the right doses that work for me, because I've ended up where I'm literally numb. There's no feeling, or I'm a creative person, and the creativity is gone. It's like it just all shuts down, and it's horrible when you're creative and that part of you is just gone. So I've over the years, again, I've had different psychiatrists, and again, I'm now lucky that I've got a psychiatrist who is more open-minded, and I think that's really helped. Because it's so tough, the medication, and I don't think people talk about that enough, the side effects and the challenge of taking medication and staying on it. So many people, particularly with schizophrenia, bipolar, will go on and off and on and off the medication because of the side effects, and no one really talks about it.
And that is that sort of deadening. I suppose if the voices are not real and they're part of your imagination, so I suppose there's no way of isolating just the voices. So they must be that's what they do. They dampen your creative sensibilities.
Which is, the thing is that there is a link between schizophrenia and creativity. We know there's a link for sure. I mean, so many artists throughout the centuries have had, well, maybe not schizophrenia, but psychosis. Or
what does psychosis mean in its most sort of fundamental description?
So I'd say that psychosis is kind of state of mind where you're not in reality. So maybe you're hearing voices or experiencing delusions, but you are. It's not a nice place. I've been psychotic a few times.
Oh, so they're moments. It's not like you don't live with it. It's like different moments where it might happen suddenly.
For me, thankfully, it's been moments. But for some people, it is more enduring, psychosis. And that, it must be so tough. I'm lucky that my psychotic moments, they were really... So I believed... for example, I was in the Truman Show and I was on the street, and everyone in the street was on the Truman Show as well, and I was being watched, and I literally, I had a meltdown. It was horrible, but I wasn't rooted in reality at all, and thankfully, I eventually got out of that delusion and that psychosis. They gave me loads of sleeping pills and kind of slept it off, kind of.
Oh my word.
But I know for some people, psychosis can last for a longer period, and that is tough. Yeah.
Okay, so is it a case that there is, I'm just trying to get my sort of head in that space. Is it a case that like there's a part of you that knows deep, like I had somebody who had very strong OCD, and he was saying that he knows, there's part of him knows that a lot of this isn't true, but he sort of feels compelled to do it. Is that the case? Or did you really, really feel sure that you were in the Truman Show?
Yeah, I did. Particularly this particular episode I had, I was 100% convinced I was in the Truman Show, and everyone around me was an actor. And the thing was, what made it worse is that the more that I acted up on the street or acted out on the street, and we started to get so aggravated, the more people stopped and stared and took videos, and the more that fueled my belief I'm on the Truman Show, everyone's an actor, everyone's watching me. So that was a really horrible horrible experience. I was with my colleague, a good friend, and no matter what he said to me, I was like, "You're an actor." Just it didn't matter what he said, what he did. My mind was completely in that delusion.
Wow. How did he respond to that?
He was brilliant, actually. I mean, he was obviously, kind of disturbed, and but he was very he let me have my he didn't try too much to shut me down or stop me, and because I think that would have made me worse. I would have been like, no, there was nothing he could do. So he stayed with me, and he was really patient, and eventually he managed to convince me to go to hospital. He had to wait a long time, and he was really, as I said, really patient with me. He let me be.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you ever have moments now where you will lose that moment, that sort of string of reality, and suddenly think, maybe I am in the Truman Show, or anything like that?
Yeah, but not to that extent where I was, 100% convinced. There'll be moments where, for example, I'm thinking about someone and they are there on the street. It's happened a few times, and I live in London, and this is like millions and millions of people in London, and the person I'm thinking about is suddenly there, and I'm like, and I'll say to my therapist, I'm really thinking that I'm actually on the Truman Show because of this incident. And the good thing is, he'll try and ground me back to reality. Yeah, he's really good. He's really good at that.
Oh, it's really extraordinary. It's fascinating. Thank you for giving me us an insight into your mind. Could you tell me about Find Mike and what led up to that, the sort of the moments leading up to that?
Yeah, so that was when I was given my diagnosis, and as I said, I was given no hope. I was put into this psychiatric hospital, and I was put onto this what they call the suicide ward. Which basically is where people come and sit and watch you 24/7. And, if you're like paranoid already, then having people just sit and watch you, and even when you go to the toilet.
Jesus.
It's not exactly, I don't know. I basically, I was put into this hospital, and I stayed in there for a month before I gave up. I just couldn't see a way forwards. There was really no hope, as I said. And so I made an escape from the hospital, which kind of wasn't that hard. I said I needed a cigarette, and they let me out, and I basically ran away. And I ended up on a bridge, on the edge of a bridge. And, really, fortunately for me, I wasn't on there long at all when this stranger walked past. And stranger came and stood next to me, and we had this chat. He got me to really sort of open up, and that hadn't happened before. I hadn't opened up before, but I don't know, I felt really safe and safe with this stranger and connected to him. And, it was so different to the hospital where I was just watched and people wouldn't talk. They just watch. But this guy was really, he really wanted to understand and to sort of help and to talk to me. And so, he eventually managed to convince me to come away from the edge of the bridge.
Was this over a motorway?
No, river. It was over a river.
Were you thinking, I'm going to jump in the river?
Yeah. As I said, I had enough. It felt like the end. There wasn't a way forwards. I didn't see a way forwards. I just saw myself being ill for the rest of my life, and a burden on particularly my family, So yeah, this stranger managed to talk me off the edge, and when he talked me off the edge, the police were waiting for me. I didn't know what was going on sort of behind me, away from me, but the police quickly kind of ran into the scene, and it got a bit frantic. I was handcuffed and I was taken away. And then, me and the stranger, we separated at that point. He was told to go one way and I was taken to the local hospital and I was sectioned. But, that conversation had a real impact on me. This stranger and his kindness and his, he was so positive. He was just, he said to me, you'll be all right, you'll get better. And sounds very simple, but the words had a huge impact on me. And so when I was in a better place, I decided to try and find him, to thank him for what he'd done, and launched this Find Mike search to try and track him down, to say thank you for what he did. I didn't think we were going to find him because, he could be anywhere. But we launched the campaign to raise awareness of mental health and particularly suicide. Because suicide is a really difficult subject to address. And, the statistics are shocking. It's every 40 seconds, someone kills themselves around the world. It's shocking. So we wanted to raise awareness. And get people talking.
It really sort of captured people's imaginations. It really got to people in a way that I think most campaigns haven't done. I mean, it was David Cameron was getting involved in Stephen Fry and people like that. What do you think it was that sort of got the Royals? I think, were they getting into it?
They did eventually. Yeah, they did. I think it was a story of connection, human connection, a story of hope. Well, lots of people kind of ask themselves, would I be able to do what that stranger did? I launched it in the middle of January, in the middle of winter, and January is often full of quite bleak news and difficult times. So I guess it was a story, an uplifting story of hope. I think that's maybe why it captured people's attention.
Hello, everyone. This is Mike.
And this is Gibby.
And we're the hosts of the True Crime All the Time Unsolved podcast. If you haven't already, we'd love to invite you to come check us out. Starting in January of 2017, we've amassed over 230 episodes of some of the most intriguing unsolved cases in true crime history. You can listen to True Crime All the Time Unsolved now on Podcast One, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know you want to.
What if your daughter disappeared? Your mother, your son? What if years have passed and you're no closer to finding them?
When a person goes missing, their story doesn't stop there.
Each week, Missing brings you stories of missing persons and justice, sourced from the case file of the nonprofit Private Investigations for the Missing.
Listeners say Missing is the most binge-worthy podcast of all time.
Search Missing wherever you listen to podcasts.
Missing, where mysteries have a mission.
21-year-old UMass student Maura Murray disappeared after crashing her car on a hairpin turn in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. This is the mystery that sparked a cultural obsession.
Missing Maura Murray is the definitive podcast on the case.
Dig deep with hosts Tim Polari and Lance Reen-Sierna as they parse fact from conspiracy and fight to gain closure.
Search Missing Maura Murray wherever you listen to podcasts.
And be warned, you too may become obsessed.
I mean, are people approaching you all the time as you've become sort of a poster for I don't want to say poster boy because it sounds ridiculous. Mm-hmm. What are people, a poster person for mental health? And do people come to you for advice and help a lot?
Yeah, they do. I feel lucky that I can impart some, hopefully, wisdom and signpost them in the right directions. Because often people just don't know where to start. They don't know where to go. And I get a lot of people contact me for advice on family and friends. You know, they can't get through to a family member or friend. That's so common because, you know, again, the stigma is still very much exists.
What should somebody do if say their child, like you, for example, 10 years old, and they're going through what you were going through? What can a family member do, or a parent?
Well, I mean, I'm making it sound simple, but talk. You know, don't be afraid to really broach the subject. I mean, you know, there's so much out there now in terms of stuff online about mental health. Celebrities talking about mental health all the time, which is great because you can kind of use that. Books, TV programs, use that when you're talking to your child about, you know, how they're feeling. But the key is not to ignore it, just as you would if it was a physical health issue, you know, that someone was experiencing. You wouldn't, you know, when I was first unwell, people would be like, they'd sit me down and they'd say, Johnny, you need to talk, you need to open up. I kind of withdrew because it was too intense and formal and don't know. So talking to someone in a very sort of just, you know, human sort of way, and not making it too big a deal. And it can take time to sort of, you know, really get someone to open up. I think that's the key. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Does it weigh on you to sort of have this responsibility sometimes?
It did at points, actually. It did. Particularly, you know, for example, there was one message that I got, this was years ago, and someone said, can you call me on my cell phone? I'm going to jump out a window in Manhattan in New York. Yeah, that was a big shock. And, you know, I tried to kind of talk them round, or I signposted them to their nearest places in New York, in Manhattan, where they were to go and get help and support. I don't know. I said to myself, well, you know, luckily I saw that message, but if I hadn't seen that message,
did you hear anything later from that person?
No.
I think I would worry that it were a troll or something.
Yeah, there's that too. There is that too, for sure. You just don't know. I mean, again, that's, you know, I'm always trying to signpost people to their nearest places to go for help and support. Because that's the best thing when someone is in distress, in crisis, to go somewhere safe, somewhere local to them. But often people don't know where to go. That's the thing.
I've got a patron thing, right, where people, you know, subscribe to the podcast. And one of the things that in one of the tiers, they can ask a question, whoever's the first one, I tell them who I've got on or whatever. So I've got one for you from somebody called Kane. Mm-hmm. And he said,
"Hi, Andrew. Thank you for letting me come on the show. First of all, just wanted to say hello to my lovely mother, Deborah, who I know is a huge fan of yours and will be listening. This is for Johnny. I was wondering if the clinical manifestations of schizophrenia were different as a child compared to as an adult."
Yeah, as a child, everything is, I think everything is much scarier, you know? Certainly for me, I remember experiencing a lot of fear. My parents took me to a psychologist when I was 5 because I'd experienced, I thought that at nighttime there was something out to get me, and it came into the house and I heard the footsteps and they weren't really there. But, you know, I then wouldn't sleep in my own bed and I'd only sleep with my parents. And I was really scared for so much of the time. And, you know, as a child, it's hard to communicate that. And, you know, whereas as an adult now I have the language to express and I have tools that I can use, you know, if I'm overwhelmed and in a state of distress. But as a child, you know, and people around me didn't know how to deal with it and handle it. And yeah, it was really scary and tough. I don't think we take childhood's mental health issues seriously enough. We know that a lot of mental health issues start in childhood, but yeah, I just don't think we deal with it properly. And this is why actually I set the charity up that I've got to really try and focus on what we call early intervention, you know, getting in there young rather than so many people, they wait and they wait and they wait for a diagnosis and for treatment. But if we get in there young, we can make a big difference. So we're all about getting into schools early, and we've got a mental health festival for schools actually in February, which is all about getting to young people and to teachers and to families early on.
I suppose it's really difficult because no parent wants to admit to themselves the reality of the situation.
No, of course. But there is help and support for parents, But yeah, absolutely. Parents. My parents found it really isolating and hard, they didn't know who to talk to about my mental health issues. So to be honest, at first they didn't talk to anyone, and that's really hard. Because again, if you think of something like cancer, when someone has cancer, and the family will hopefully rally around, and you'll have friends around, and there's a lot of support. But again, with mental health, because of the stigma, there's that support is harder sometimes to get. It's tough.
Hey, do you like interior designs? You're probably looking at some right now and thinking they could be better. Well, if you're based in London, I know someone just right for designing your interior. Pink Moon Interiors. They will take care of everything from mood boards and sourcing products to any kind of project management. If you are going to be spending most of your life staring at the four walls, you should probably call in an expert to jazz it up a bit. Not often I can say this on an ad, but I actually do know them, and I've been to one of their houses, and it's gorgeous and affordable. And if you're not from London, you can still follow them on Instagram on pinkmoon_interiors. And you spoke before of part of the difficulty being coming from was it a fairly religious Jewish upbringing? Because many Jewish families in North London, for example, are very secular. But did you find, was yours quite religious then?
I'd say it was moderate. I went to Sunday school.
Me too.
What's that? You too?
Yeah. Learned to read Hebrew.
Yeah, to be honest, Sunday school, I found it strange looking back. All the different things we were told about, God, and I remember some teachers really tried to sort of drive fear into you or into me. I found it a strange experience, Sunday school. I don't know about you.
I wonder if it was the same one. Where was yours?
Mine was EDRS.
Oh, I played football for EDRS.
Okay. Where was your Sunday school?
This is going to sound so weird to people listening who don't know these strange things we were going to on Sundays.
Absolutely.
Mine was called Cole High, which is Hatch End.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right, okay. Yeah.
Such a strange thing we did. But so was yours, was it at the point, let's say, were you kosher at home?
No, it wasn't to that. Not to that extent, no.
Okay, because I've heard you talk about that. It, as well as it being more difficult, maybe with your illness, it was also difficult to come out as a gay man.
Yeah.
So that made me think it was a fairly religious, a conservative upbringing. Maybe is that the case?
Conservative, yeah, conservative for sure. Again, homosexuality, like mental illness, was just not talked about. It was a taboo. It was such a taboo at home and in school, and So it was another sort of thing for me to hide, because again, I was embarrassed, I was ashamed, worried about what people would think.
That's so sad.
Yeah, it is, and I still know people that go through it. Even though I think there's more acceptance and tolerance, I think it's harder in religious communities. I still know people that really struggle to come out to parents, to families. And it's a shame in this day and age, but it still happens.
How was, in the end, coming out? When was that for you, and how was that with your family?
So I did that when I was 21, I think. So it was after I got diagnosed. I was ill. And I actually found it harder, I think, to come out as gay rather than come out about my mental health issues. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah. So I found it tricky, particularly talking to my parents about it, my extended family. But I mean, you know, again, I'm really lucky. I've never had any rejection because of it. You know, I know people that have had rejection from religious family members. Really dreadful, you know, rejection and being thrown out of home. And gosh, so I feel really lucky that I didn't experience any of that, for sure. But it was still tricky. It was tough.
And how is it now? I mean, are you do you, if you don't mind me asking, do you live with somebody now? And how and how would they, or how have relationships worked with your condition?
Yeah, I've not had much luck on that sort of front, to be honest.
The paranoia alone, I mean, paranoia ruins most relationships.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, for sure. It's been tricky. A few people that I've kind of been with just haven't really grasped it or understood, or like, I remember I was seeing one guy and I had a panic attack in front of him. And he just laughed and he was like, "You're being ridiculous. What are you doing having a panic attack for?" And that was the end of our kind of relationship after that. Yeah, there's a lot of I don't know, again, lack of acceptance, and I think it's really hard dating when you have a mental health issue. Particularly I think in the gay community, there's a lot of judgment, a lot of kind of superficiality.
There seems to be, from the outside, I have no idea, but there seems to be is there a sort of pursuit of perfection in the gay community?
Definitely, yeah, for sure. Yeah, so it's a big problem in the community, and there's a lot of problems with addiction as a result. Mental health issues, suicide is a much higher in the LGBT plus community. Yeah, all of those things, mental health issues, things like depression are higher, addiction rates are higher, and suicide rates are higher. So, and again, I think it's not something that's addressed enough within.
But life is so much more interesting when people are imperfect, aren't they? And they're sort of funny, and they have different things, and they have their weaknesses and their strengths. You know, one of my favorite people is, or celebrities, is Simon Amstel, right? And he's just a perfect example of that, because he admits his problems and his and that's how I'd like to think, if I were gay, he's the kind of guy I would go for. Yeah,
for sure, 100%. Yeah, I just think, but it's hard. People like that are hard to find in the community. You know, if you go on a dating app, it's all about what you look like and having the perfect body and face, and so much of it is it's about appearance. So much of it is about appearance.
But that's also dating apps, isn't it? You got to meet someone for a friend, I think, whether you're straight or gay. You know. Yeah,
for sure.
It's awful, the dating apps, and I had that, you know, my girlfriend, I was struggling so hard to meet someone. It was 6 years ago now we've been together. And I found a similar thing in terms of everyone I met was just so like ridiculous. Like every photo was just like breasts everywhere. And like, just like, how am I going to like introduce this person to my parents? No, that shouldn't be the first thing I think. But, you know, how am I going to have a conversation with this? And I was fortunate enough that a friend of a friend knew somebody and was like, "Oh, you two should whatever." Okay. And that's how it's got to be, I think, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've kind of given up with the dating apps for now, I think.
I told you before, my stepmom does find you very, very, very handsome.
Wow. I mean, unfortunately, she's not gay. Unfortunately.
No, I know. I was watching something before. Have you heard of Ellen Sachs?
Yeah.
I was watching her talk, and she said some really interesting things. And one of the things was, I wanted to go through a couple of the things and see if you relate to them. And so one is like, imagine having a nightmare while you're awake. Is that how schizoaffective disorder feels to you?
When I'm in an episode, yeah, for sure. When I'm, I mean, day to day, thankfully, because I wouldn't be able to function if it was like that every day. But yeah, when I'm unwell and having an episode, then I mean, it's I wouldn't wish it on, you know, worst enemy. You know, it's horrible to be to feel kind of trapped by your mind and you're at the mercy of it. It's horrible.
Another thing that really struck me that she said, I'd never given this that much thought, and that's probably an oversight on my part, but when you see people on the street shouting and stuff, they're likely to be going through a schizophrenic episode or something. Whereas I'd always assumed, as she points out, you assume they're drunk on drugs and this and that, and it could be that, and except that they don't have access to the right mental health care and stuff.
Do you know, I was in New York actually, I can't remember, about a year ago, and I mean, gosh, I was really struck. I've been to New York a few times, but in this particular time, I was really struck by how many unwell people there were on the streets and the parks. Really unwell. Yeah, you know, a city like, and I know it's not just New York, obviously. I mean, we know that
Berlin, where I am,
really,
yeah, a lot of people, a lot more than I noticed in London, for example.
So interesting. I mean, it's really horrific. It's really sad. But yeah, I mean, a lot of unwell people, and yeah, they don't have access to anything, let alone mental health care. And if they just got the right, you know, maybe treatment, things could be different. But it makes me that makes me really, really sad and angry as well.
Man, we've got such a long way to go. It sounds like, and that's why it's so important, the work you do. One other thing she said, which I just liked because it sounds so poetic, but she doesn't actually agree with the sentiment, which was something I often ask people when they are going through things, and they say, like, if you could get rid of it all, they often surprise you and say, no, I wouldn't. And that was the case with a psychopath I spoke to. It was the case with a non-offending paedophile I spoke to one time, who said, would that really surprise me, when they were just like, no, because that's my identity and I don't know what it's like to not be me.
Wow.
She used this quote that somebody had used saying, don't take my devils away because my angels may flee too, which I thought was a beautiful quote. But then she said, it doesn't apply to me at all. I would get rid of this in a second if I could. And where do you stand on that?
Gosh, that just gave me shivers.
It's a beautiful line, isn't it?
Do you know what, though? I mean, it depends. I know it depends on where I am, the day that I'm having, or the week or the month or the year. I mean, it's a difficult one because, you know, I think for me, I've got a lot of... This whole journey has helped develop my things like empathy and my insight and my creativity, you know. But at the same time, I do sometimes just look at people. I look at people that just are able to just roll out of bed in the morning and just plow through their day without paranoia or anxiety and all the work that, you know, the thing is, it's, for me, I realize now it's constant work. It's constant, you know, I've been in therapy for years, and I'm constantly having to work on things. And yeah, for some days I do just, wish that I could just have it all taken away. But as I said, on other days when, you know, I'm really creative, then I think, no. Or days when I'm able to be really happy and, you know, enjoy life.
It sounds like it's so wrapped up in any sort of creativity and personality. And maybe it's I even had that answer for, a couple of weeks ago, a woman who went blind. She's the BBC Radio 1's first blind presenter, Lucy Edwards. She's just great to listen to. She's fantastic. And she went blind when she was about 20 or 19. Just an operation went wrong and she woke up and couldn't see.
Oh my gosh.
Awful. And even she said, I wouldn't change it now. At first I would have. It's now been 6 or 7 years and this is sort of who I am. Which is hard to know how much she has to sort of tell herself that to keep going, and how much she really means it figuratively. But maybe I'm being unfair, and she really, really does mean that.
Sure, I think it's extraordinary. I think it really is extraordinary. I mean, I think for me, acceptance has been a big part of this. I spent years trying to fight it and in denial, but I think over the years, learning to except that my mind, my brain, I did some work with Yale, and I mean, all the work they're doing into particularly psychosis and schizophrenia is so fascinating, and looking into the brain. And I don't know, for me, that really helped, you know, looking into my brain, thinking of this as a, you know, as a chemical imbalance. It's not my fault.
Is that what it is, as far as the scientists today know? Is that it's a chemical, it's not a physical thing? Well, that is a physical thing, isn't it, chemicals?
Well, actually, to be honest, when I was at Yale a couple of years ago, they'd found that there's a particular nerve in the brain, and if that nerve is shorter in people, they will hear a voice. They will have auditory hallucinations.
Wow. Are you hearing that voice from... Again, one of the things this exorcist said, which made no sense at all, but he said, well, to me anyway, was... Because I said, what about people who have schizophrenia? And he wasn't a nice guy, this guy. I was sort of trying to expose what he was doing. But he said, oh, well, you know, when they hear voices from the outside, then it's schizophrenia. But when they're from the inside, it's demonic possession or something like that. Does it feel like someone's in the room, or is it your mind is saying stuff?
To be honest, I'm really lucky that nowadays I rarely hear the voice. Really lucky. I know I'm really lucky. Whereas when I was in my late teens, yeah, it was there. It was with me. It was talking to me, telling me, you know, you've got to do this. You've got to say these 3 words. And if you don't say these 3 words, then, you know, I'm going to punish your mum. I'm going to punish your dad. I called it shush shush. I mean, obviously physically it wasn't there, but as an auditory hallucination, it was there. But for me, yeah, it was a devil. It was, this thing that had come down to punish me, and that was really, really, really tough to have to constantly live with.
So is schizophrenia different to schizoaffective disorder?
So schizoaffective disorder is more of a combination of schizophrenia and a mood disorder.
Uh-huh.
So whereas just like pure schizophrenia doesn't come with such sort of pronounced mood disorder. It's the paranoia and the hallucinations and everything, but the mood isn't affected so much.
And is this just a movie trope? Because the movies, it will be a totally different personality takes over the person, and the person won't have any memory of the time that they became that other person. Do you know what I mean in those movies and stuff? Is that just science fiction?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I mean, I remember, and to be honest, I don't go back into it because it's just too traumatic. But I remember my, my episodes, and I remember them, and I can, if I wanted to, I could really go back there and not go into that state, but I could really go back there. So it's not like someone comes and takes over you. It's just, and it's not a sudden thing either. It's, there's a build up. I don't just suddenly switch, there's always a build up for me. For me, things like lack of sleep, like if I have several nights of insomnia, then my mind deteriorates. Or if, if I've been drinking too much at night, that's another kind of trigger. It's not just like suddenly switch. Well, for me, I don't know for other people, but for me, I definitely not just a sudden switch. It's a build up. It's a gradual build up.
Because I think the Hollywood version is a little bit like somebody could go and murder someone and then come back and they're in their bed and they're like, well, I didn't do it. I don't remember that. And
I know. For sure. That's definitely not my experience, for sure. When it comes to things like schizophrenia, for some people, they do recover. They do have an episode and then they recover. And I think people don't realize that. Obviously, for some people, it's much more severe and it's really tough. But as you were saying before about it being a spectrum, it varies. And, people have such unique experiences. I've met people that hear multiple voices. Each voice is a different character, and
it's horrifying.
Well, it is, but the amazing thing is that some people have learned to deal with it and live with it, and I think that's amazing, because I don't think I could, to be honest. One voice is bad enough, but to have multiple, I don't know, it's really inspiring to talk to people that have multiple voices and that are doing okay with them. Too often, people are put in boxes, or they try to put people in boxes just because you've got schizophrenia. You must have this, you must, there's an amazing TED talk actually on schizophrenia by someone called Eleanor Longden, and it's called The Voices in My Head. And it's amazing hearing her story. She was about to drill a hole in her head when she was a teenager because it was just too intense. But she's learned to manage her schizophrenia and live with it. And I actually met her. It's just amazing. She's now a researcher, and she's, academically, she's done amazingly in spite of, kind of similar to, in the film A Beautiful Mind, John Nash. He, in spite of his schizophrenia, he did amazing things.
I love that film so much.
Yeah, I do as well. I do. Yeah. I just don't think we hear enough positive stories of, people living with something like schizophrenia or people that have had psychosis. You don't hear enough success stories, positive stories. There are positive stories out there that you tend to hear about. Just last week in the news in the UK, there was this story of someone with schizophrenia who had stabbed someone in a park. It was all over the news. And that's often the only time you hear about schizophrenia, which is really frustrating.
I suppose when you hear about that kind of thing, is there a tiny part of you that can relate, or at least put yourself in the place where that person was, and they're hearing a voice presumably saying, you've got to do this right now?
See, mine was never that extreme as to hurt someone. I mean, and that's the thing. People with schizophrenia are more likely to be the victims of, this is the stats, this is the evidence. They're more likely to be victims of violence rather than actually perpetrators. I know so many people with schizophrenia who are incredibly, they wouldn't hurt a fly. That's the thing. And it really annoys me sometimes I do wonder if, when it comes to courts, if something like schizophrenia is maybe, exaggerated, or I don't know. That's quite a controversial thing, but
don't shy away from it. Let's hear the controversial thing.
Well, no, I do just wonder if to stop someone from getting a lengthy sentence,
the mental illness thing.
Well, particularly schizophrenia, particularly, if I think of all the times, I've looked at the BBC News website and I've seen the term schizophrenia in the last few years. It's all, or nearly all, to do with, there's been a violent attack, there's been a murder. I just find it really frustrating. Because as I said, I've met so many people with schizophrenia, schizoaffective, who wouldn't hurt a fly, literally wouldn't hurt a fly.
I can see how that must be frustrating. I think that is a movie trope as well, because I think people have seen how that could have, quite exciting movie potential. They've written that into enough movies over the decades, and it's become the thing.
I know. I understand. I know. I think, again, Hollywood needs a shift in the way that they portray mental health issues, Yeah,
well, there was that film Split. Did you see that?
I didn't see that, no. I know the one you mean. No.
It was ridiculous. Just
really
utterly ridiculous. And it was just like this guy was having like 100 different voices or 30 different voices, and each one, he was becoming a different person every time and then going off and killing people. So it's that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's, again, it's really frustrating. Really frustrating. Hollywood needs to do better.
M. Night Shyamalan, do better.
Absolutely. For sure. No, seriously, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Oh, and what's an MBE? What is that?
Oh, so, it's a bit dated, to be honest, because it stands for Member of the British Empire, which is really, really, really dated. And I think it really needs to...
Aren't we all members of the British Empire?
Yeah, a bit of the British Empire. I mean, it's pretty controversial, isn't it? And I do think that they need to change the when someone gets it's an award, and when someone gets this award, I kind of wish they changed the name of it. A few people have turned it down because, they just don't want to be associated with the British Empire. And I understand that.
But how would your parents have reacted if you turned down the MBE?
Yeah, I know. They would have, yeah. Look, I mean, the whole thing was really, it was so lovely to receive this award and to go to the Buckingham Palace. And
did you meet the Queen?
No, I had. It was Prince William that gave me my MBE, which was. Well, the thing was, it was really lovely because I've met him a few times in the work that I've been doing, and it was just we just had a really lovely chat, to be honest. When he gave me the medal, and he's really passionate about mental health.
He is, isn't he?
Brilliant. Really passionate.
It's brilliant. I've just seen in The Crown, because they had a history of covering up mental health in the royal family. So good on him.
Yeah, he's really, and Prince Harry and all of the young royals, to be honest, are really passionate about mental health issues, which is great. And it feels like something that they've really dedicated to, which is, they've got such a huge influence. So that's brilliant.
Yeah.
It really helps.
It was such a pleasure talking to Johnny Benjamin, and it's a great feeling when you finish either making or listening to a podcast and think, wow, I really learned something today. And that's all down to Johnny and his brilliant way of describing the indescribable. Remember to check the show notes for links to the charity he founded, Beyond, which is on wearebeyond.org.uk, where you'll also find information on his mental health festival for schools, now and beyond. Thank you so much to those of you who have been signing up to the Patreon memberships. It's only been running a few weeks, but is already making a big difference. Today and tomorrow are the last days of the special deal I have running to get 15% off the monthly fee for the lower no ads tier. So you can get that for like £2.50 or less than $3 if you get it today or tomorrow. Thank you to last week's new patrons, including Deborah Alexander, Alexander Margolin, Kirstine Laidlaw, Georgina Harris, Oliver Nash, Gay Fosh, Kristen Wilkie, and Deandra Hughes. Thank you so much. You're making a huge difference to the show and enabling me to continue with it. If you joined after the 12th of December, I'll shout you out next week. Otherwise, make sure to please share this around, subscribe, and write Apple reviews. All those things help so much to get this off the ground. Last week, I was thrilled to get a review in France from Lerm, saying, "Intriguing guy, great episode as always." Kirsten Wilkie, who signed up as a patron as well, wrote on Twitter, "I've loved each episode. The interviews are intelligent while being engaging and entertaining. I've just finished the Jehovah's Witness episode." And longtime fan Laura Elliott also wrote on Twitter about the Mormon episode, saying that this was fun, so many takeaways, great content, thanks for the pod. By the way, I also appeared on the wonderful Godless Spellchecker podcast last week. It's an atheist anti-woke podcast that has had the likes of Ricky Gervais on as guests before me. Find it on Apple and Spotify. It's also called The Night Tube, Night with a K, on YouTube. I was also on the wonderful Balancing Acts podcast, which you can also find in the normal podcast places, to discuss making art and films and all of that creative stuff with brilliant actor-producer Steve Whiteley. Next week's episode is with Oxford professor Dr. Julian Barber, who will be talking about time, the Big Bang, and his new book, The Janus Point. He has a new theory about the origins of time and its direction and how it all works, which is quite exciting and pretty much, mind-blowing. So make sure to stick around for that if you have the time.
If you start thinking of time traveling, you get immediately into this paradox, the grandfather paradox of going back and killing your grandfather, and then you can't be born.
As we come to the end of a year most of us would be keen to forget, I thought it was time to have a look at time. Today on the show, I've got physicist Julian Barber, who has a new theory about the Big Bang and time, which he elucidates in his latest book, The Janus Point, A New Theory of Time. This one gets a little more complex than a typical episode of On the Edge with Andrew Gold, so I'm going to break down a few things I think that I've learned. Firstly, Julian posits that the old Newtonian view of time is not entirely right because it puts us inside a box. Thinking outside that box Julian believes time is not necessarily a thing on a space-time map like some of us thought. The only thing that time is a series of changing shapes of the universe. To differentiate between the past and the future, it's just a case of seeing things like atoms and particles becoming less simple and more structured until complex things like us are able to exist. One of the most amazing parts of Julian's theory, however, is that time goes back to the Big Bang and then goes the other way. So before the Big Bang is just another timeline going in the other direction. Bit weird, right? I always edit down the interviews a fair bit to make them quick and accessible, so I've lost some of Julian's most intriguing yet complex material. So if you are interested in more, make sure to get hold of The Janus Point, A New Theory of Time on Amazon, link in the show notes. There you'll get to the real thermodynamics and theories and historical stuff. Many of you are going to be fascinated, and I'm proud to have such a remarkable mind on the show. Others of you might find it difficult at times, but I would suggest you stick with it, because we do go into other fun things like aliens, what happens at the end of time, whether it'd be good to live forever, and whether we have free will, or are things all decided for us. Hope you enjoy. I'll be back at the end. You studied in Cologne, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And you worked in translation as well?
I did a PhD in Cologne, and then almost immediately afterwards, I decided to go independent because I wanted to study the nature of time and the relativity of motion and try and find an alternative to Einstein's theory of general relativity. I wouldn't flourish in standard academia with only producing perhaps initially a research paper once every 5 or 6 years, because already there was the expression publish or perish back then in the late 1960s. So,
what do you think is more difficult, Einstein's theory of relativity or learning German?
They're very different. I mean, I had a reasonably good mathematics education at Cambridge, and I read Schrödinger's, there's a lovely little book by Schrödinger called Space-Time Structure. And I read that over a weekend and thought I understood the really essential bits of relativity just like that. Whereas learning German is a long haul. I mean, it's not as long a haul as Russian. That's even more. Because
do you speak Russian as well?
I used to be quite fluent in Russian because I earned my living by translating Russian scientific journals into English for 28 years. And in fact, I estimated that I've generated about 70 million words, which are now sitting on library shelves. And then the following amusing idea is if you ranked all of humanity in the number of words they generated, each human being, where would I come? I think there's quite a good chance I'm in the top 20 and conceivably even higher, because translating scientific Russian, I used to dictate it, and I had 2 ladies who typed, and it's very easy to do. It's a very simple language, scientific Russian. And if you know the subject, I used to just sit there and dictate sometimes. I think the greatest I did was 30,000 words in a day. Wow. While the people who work as professional translators in the European Union, they're expected to do about 1,500, if that, a day, because it's so legal and technical and very important to get it exactly right. So I don't know, it may be an unlikely achievement of mine.
It's something, though. I mean, I read Harry Potter in German. That's the best I can do in a foreign language.
Yeah. No, I've read quite a bit of German. And I mean, I'm fluent in German because my wife was German and I lived there for 6.5 years. And also what really taught me to speak German was for about 8 or 9 years, for a month in the summer, I was working in a holiday camp for children they were the children of refugees who'd come from Eastern Europe at the end of the Second World War or during it. And they spoke German. So to communicate with them, you just had to learn to speak German. So that's by far the best way to learn to speak German.
Wow. Yeah, sinken oder schwimmen.
Yeah, that's it. Yes.
Yeah, sink or swim. So, has scientific thought in the last 2 decades changed dramatically, or not?
Mine or scientific generally?
I suppose both, but I guess the sort of scientific consensus.
As regards cosmology and Einstein's theory of relativity, not much has changed, except there's been this huge advance with the detection of gravitational waves. This has really transformed the field. People could really start doing genuine calculations of non-trivial situations in general relativity. They could, before the observations were made, they could predict what the emission of gravitational waves would look like when they were detected. This famous chirp as the frequency goes up as they merge.
Right.
So that was clarified early in this century. And then ever more sophisticated things. And then, what is it now, already about 4 or 5 years ago, the actual first detections were made. And that has completely transformed. Now, I would say for about 15 years, a lot of relativity cosmology research was rather barren. There wasn't all that much happening. But now there's tremendous wealth of observations and calculations can be made. So it's a much more stimulating field now.
Wow.
But in terms of the things that I'm really interested in, a quantum theory of gravity and the nature of time, I would say nothing as much has changed. Being optimistic, I would say we're generating the change, my collaborators and I. We're certainly bringing forward new ideas. Whether they're right at any time will tell. But
how does one come up with new ideas? Are you sitting around, are you researching, reading and thinking? Because I don't have that kind of brain. So I'm trying to imagine what it is to have a brain that is going, okay, now the Janus point is a new theory that I'm going to have. How does that get into your mind?
By thinking about these things for a very long time. I've been thinking about these things. I don't read all that much, but what I do read is top quality. In fact, I would say some of the people who've influenced me most are the great classics. I mean, starting with Ptolemy, in fact, whose Almagest is... Parts of Ptolemy's Almagest, I would say, have been influential. Copernicus, Kepler, his Astronomia Nova, his account of how he discovered the laws of planetary motion, that is a hugely underrated book. It's a colossal piece of work. Reading Einstein, the most important papers of Einstein, the papers that Schrödinger, in which he discovered wave mechanics. I don't tend to follow current literature much because, frankly, most of it, to be a bit honest, may not be worth reading.
So tell me, in the simplest terms, and your book is wonderful for its accessibility. I can see that that's a big... it seems that you want everybody to be able to understand it rather than just scientists. So in the simplest terms, what is I know this is a difficult thing to explain in simple terms, but we've got to imagine it's for my dad he listens to the podcast and he doesn't understand. What is the Janus point?
I'd always been interested in the problem of the arrow of time. The problem of the arrow of time is that the known laws of nature don't distinguish a direction of time. They work equally well in both directions. You can run it the other way and pretend time is going the other way. And qualitatively, it looks exactly the same. The great mystery that came to light with the discovery of the laws of thermodynamics in 1850 was the fact that all the processes in nature all go in one direction. There's a colossal effect of unidirectionality in nature. We all get older in the same direction. We never meet anyone getting younger. All the stars, trillions upon trillions of them, scattered throughout the universe, they're all manifestly getting older in the same direction as us. How does that come about, that the whole universe is so colossally asymmetric in time when the laws are symmetric? And this is where the idea of the Janus point comes from. If you imagine that Roman god Janus standing at that minimal point, he looks out in one direction and he sees what starts off as a very uniform distribution of particles getting more clustered. And if he turns around and looks in the opposite direction, exactly the same thing is happening. So now we say, don't imagine that there's some invisible Newtonian time, absolute time flowing from past eternity to future eternity, but say actually the direction of time is defined by that increased clustering in both sides, so that there are two arrows of time, or bidirectional arrows, that start at that one point and go out in opposite directions. So if you imagine then that there are intelligent beings in that universe, they've got to be on one side of the Janus point or the other.
Does that mean that there's on the other side of the Big Bang? So there's a Big Bang in the middle, it's come to us on one side, and on the other side, is there another us having this very conversation?
Well, first of all, let me say that there are two theories I put forward in the book. One of them is this one, and crucial in that is that the size of the universe doesn't go to zero. It remains finite at the thing there. In that case, it wouldn't be exactly the same on the other side, but it would be qualitatively the same. There might well be intelligent people on that side, intelligences. They wouldn't look like you and me, but they could well be there.
And would time appear to be going forward for them as well?
Time would appear to be going forward. Now an image which people are finding helpful. I'm saying, for these people, it could be like two people walking down opposite sides of Mount Fuji. So they start up at the top of Mount Fuji. And if you look at these beautiful pictures, you can see it's covered with snow at the top. And there's not much variety up there. It's a fairly uniform snowfield. But as you come down, the terrain and the vegetation gets richer and richer, which is more or less exactly what's been happening in the universe since the Big Bang. So these two people walking down opposite sides of Mount Fuji could keep a record of how the things change as they go down. And then they can get on their mobile phones and say, hey, this is what I saw. And they say, well, it was almost exactly the same as I saw. And if you look at the pictures of Mount Fuji, you'll see that's what they would say. But of course, if this picture is right, there's no way of talking to people on the other side of the Janus point. There's no communication with them. So that's the situation in that model there.
Right. And does that mean then that there's no such force or such material thing as time, and instead there is just everything going from sort of harmony to chaos, and that's what we perceive to be time?
I would say that the main thing is time is not like some pre-existing timeline which has got, as it were, inches marked out on it, and then you put in an instant of time. I would say that time, an instant of time, is just a possible shape of the universe. If it's three particles, it could just be the shape of the universe. Now, it shouldn't include the size as well, because the universe, by definition, is everything. So you could only talk about a size of the universe if there's a measuring rod outside. I could pick up my mobile phone and put it against my hand and say, yeah, it's the same size. But that's part of the universe. It's not some absolute scale outside the universe. So if you're talking about the universe, you can really only talk about its shape. I would say you have to think of the history of the universe as a succession of shapes, and it's just one shape after another. And you already get a non-trivial model just with those three particles that Lagrange was studying, because they're more or less near the Janus point. They will typically be sort of like equilateral triangles. But then as you go out on the two sides, you get this clustering effect that two particles get together relatively close to each other compared to the third. And those two particles go round each other in Keplerian orbits. They're circling their common center of mass in elliptical orbits. And that third particle, I call it the singleton, is going off in the opposite direction. That's really very interesting. And that Kepler pair becomes rather miraculously a rod, clock, and a compass all in one, because each time it goes round, that's the tick of the clock. Its major axis, the length of the ellipse, is a ruler,
Right.
And it's a fixed direction it tends to fix direction to that escaping particle. So that Kepler pair confirms that the other particle is going off satisfying Newton's first law of motion. And all of that comes out of Newton's laws. It's all sitting there.
And tell me, what is quantum mechanics? For the layman.
I mean, quantum mechanics is a huge thing. I mean, the simplest way is when you get down to say the effect of it is when you get down to very light particles like the electron, you can't simultaneously say where it is and the direction and its momentum where it's going. You can't measure them both simultaneously. But that's only just the merest scratching of the surface of the system. But I would say, for me, it's very holistic quantum mechanics, particularly in the form that Schrödinger discovered, wave mechanics. It's really imagining, if you just had the three particles, and Schrödinger developed it with where they have size as well as shape. If you had just three particles, Schrödinger's theory says it accords probabilities to those triangles with size, and just says there's a certain probability for this one and a certain for this particular triangle, another probability for that. So it's giving probabilities to all possible triangles. And as Schrödinger originally discovered it, those are all changing in time. So it's a very different picture from Newton's, but underlying mathematics actually is common to the two theories. They just do very different things with them.
We always hear about Schrödinger's cat, of course, and the idea being that if you can't observe the cat, if it's inside a box, that he's neither dead nor alive because we can't observe it. Now, to a layman like myself, that makes no sense because I just imagine the cat's either alive or it's not. It doesn't matter if we observe it. So why does it matter?
That's just the very mysterious, that's just in the structure of quantum mechanics. And both Schrödinger and Einstein didn't like it at all. There's a famous story. A year or so after Schrödinger had created his wave mechanics, he went to Copenhagen to talk to Niels Bohr. And Niels Bohr was sort of pestering him with the interpretation of quantum mechanics and all sorts of things. And Schrödinger said, I wish I hadn't invented this now. More or less to that effect. The poor chap was ill in bed, but still Niels Bohr would leave him in no peace.
Do you think that it's a case then, it's possible that maybe sort of the mysteries of the universe are too complex potentially for human brains at some level, or will we get to a point where it's like we just can't get that? Or do you think we can eventually understand everything?
Well, I'm nothing if not optimistic. I think the picture that my collaborators and I have been developing actually does give a possible, a relatively easy way to understand what's going on. That's a bit rash to make that claim, but very important in this is the idea of thinking about the entire universe and getting rid of, as I say, of the barnacles which Newton brought in when he introduced the idea of absolute space and time. I mean, essentially, he put the universe into a box with a clock ticking along as well. And that box and the clock and also the ruler, all of those things there were hiding the beautiful motions that his theory was actually describing. I mean, all of this picture that I've described about the Janus point and that Kepler pair becoming a rod and a clock, that's completely hidden in the normal way people think about Newton's theory, the sort of problems that one solves. And it's because, I think it's because people are not thinking, how could the whole universe behave? What could the whole universe be doing? And then once you get that into your head, I think that it opens up the possibility of things making much more sense and even looking simpler.
I think we like the idea that there's sort of a map with time and space on it, because we like the idea that, for example, people we've loved and lost and moments in time are sort of still out there somewhere on a sort of map, and they're still happening, those moments, and also the moments to come, and that potentially we could do time travel in the future and things like that. Is the picture you're describing, does that make that impossible?
Not at all. I would say it's the same possibility, but I would say a more satisfying one. In fact, I think it's a much more satisfying one, because just think about, accept the idea of provisionally of Euclidean space, and you can have all possible triangles or all possible triangle shapes existing in that space. And I believe I'm a Platonist when it comes to mathematics. Those triangles can be there forever. I mean, you can always have right-angled triangles whose sides are 3, 4, 5, or 5, 12, 13, and there's a whole lot more of them.
Yeah.
And they're all there in eternity. But if you think about us now in the whole universe, we are in a shape of the universe, which, the way I think about it, is just as eternal as a 3, 4, 5 triangle.
But doesn't it means that we can't potentially sort of go and find or go back in time or forward in time? Could we do? Is that still possible?
I don't think so. I don't believe in time travel myself. It looks in the standard way in which Einstein discovered his theory, and it's presented. There are what are called closed time-like loops.
Right.
But if you start thinking of time traveling, you get immediately into this paradox, the grandfather paradox of going back and killing your grandfather, and then you can't be born. Now, David Deutsch, for whom I have very high regard, he's a great believer in the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. And he argues that you can go back to a situation which is very close to what it was in the past, but not identical. So in that one, you can kill your grandfather because the one that conceived you is still survives. I mean, this may be right, but there's an alternative way of arriving at Einstein's theory of general relativity where it really is unidirectional. It starts with the Big Bang, and both the quantum theory that my collaborators and I are developing, it just goes on. I think my own personal philosophy is carpe diem, make the most of every instant in which you are, and that just because an instant is given and is unchanging, the eternal is fleeting simultaneously.
I think it was Professor Brian Cox who was the one who gave me this idea of of a map, and he sort of laid out a list. He had photos of like his wedding and different moments in his life.
Yes, but does he want to stick them onto a blackboard, or you mount these things on? I mean, like I've mounted my grandchildren behind me here.
Yeah.
Where does he want to have them definitely stuck somewhere in some chronological order? Because the thing about the successive shapes of the universe that I would say, because they've got structure, you could have, so to speak, records of you could have pictures of each structure, and you could throw them down in a heap and muddle them all up, shuffle them all together. But because each is distinct, you could then sort them out again. You could unshuffle them and put them in the order you want. So as long as they're in the heap, as long as the things are intact, their integrity is not destroyed, they're all there. And in fact, I would say that's a better way of thinking about it. So I've no desire to I mean, they talk about the Newtonian space, they say, is a container, and time is a timeline in which you fit things. I think this is completely redundant and actually is really hindering the way the universe really works. The universe, I believe, is just about differences of shapes. Not about where the shapes are in some imagined space.
Would you say that to Professor Brian Cox's face?
His what?
Would you say it to his face that you disagree?
Oh, absolutely. You're on.
Yes.
I mean, I know my publicist in this country is hoping to get me on the Infinite Monkey Cage. So.
Oh, really?
Well, I don't know whether they will, but if they do, I can argue with him along those lines. I can and I will.
Do you listen to that show?
On and off. They had one with Brian Greene. I think it was because his book Until the End of Time had just come out. I haven't listened to it much, but maybe I'll be taking part in it. Who knows?
For this show, I've got a system where people can sign up and be members. It's called Patreon. And if they sign up and do that, then they can ask one question, or one person can ask a question. So do you mind me reading out a question from a listener?
Not at all. No, go ahead. Yes.
So he's Alistair Watson, and he said,
"Hi, Dr. Barber. I'm really interested in what we can learn from physics about free will and determinism. If we had the technology, which we are unlikely to ever have, to know exactly where every atom in the universe was and how it behaved, and given we and our brains are part of that universe, then would we be able to predict people's choices? Is this impacted by randomness introduced at the quantum level? And would you agree with me that we do not have any free will despite this randomness?"
Oh, that's about 4 or 5 questions in one. I'll do my best. As of now, I don't believe in free will, but I keep an open mind about it. For me, it was all summed up long ago by Ernst Mach, who said, free will is an illusion because of the fact that very often we want to do something and then we succeed in doing it. That is definitely a fact. I mean, you wanted to talk to me, I wanted to talk to you, and here we are, we're doing it.
Yeah.
And Mach thinks that is what's going on. Now, there's no doubt that to quite an extent, we can predict what will happen in the future. In many ways, I think in quite a lot of respects, the future is easier to determine what it will be than to establish what the past was. I mean, a lot of things are fixed, and people make an effort, they put it in so I think the future may be far better known than the past, ironically. People think the past is fixed. In Newtonian theory, in classical physics, everything is fixed, so to speak, in the past, but you need infinite accuracy or extraordinarily high accuracy to predict the things. I would say it's open. And of course, everything gets very complicated if you get into the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, which I'm inclined, I go along with David Deutsch. In fact, it was David Deutsch who did pretty well persuade me to take many worlds seriously. And I won't say it's definitely right, but I think you certainly can't dismiss it out of hand. I describe David Deutsch as a messianic believer in many worlds and myself as an apologetic believer.
I suppose apologetic because it just sounds a little bit like science fiction. And is that the idea that there's just, many worlds, parallel universes? Is that what that is?
That's the basic idea that's there. And in fact, actually, the current ideas I'm developing with collaborators is actually, I think, tending to strengthen that and possibly make it more sharp and precise in what sense there are many worlds. The image I've got at the moment, I gave you that one of the two people walking down opposite sides of Mount Fuji. But the alternative idea where the universe goes exactly to zero and it's quantum mechanical as well, is that you would have people walking simultaneously down all sides of Mount Fuji, going out in all directions.
Wow.
And that would be a sort of many worlds interpretation.
Infinite different possibilities. So in that case, there would be another me and you talking across the Zoom right now.
It could be. Yes, and it would be. It wouldn't be exactly the same. There would be. I would say each one is unique. Quite what it might be. I mean, if that picture is right, there's a huge amount of research could be done to develop what the implications all are. But I mean, mathematics says that you can have things that are very similar. I mean, you could, just any real numbers, you take the decimal expansion, you can go for 500 decimal places and they're exactly the same, and then they start differing.
Do you give much thought to the why? Like what, I know that's not a very scientific question, I suppose, but I know you're a big fan of Shakespeare, and he sort of often posed those kinds of questions as well. Why? How did everything start? Why and how?
A person I take pretty seriously is Max Tegmark with his ideas of the mathematical universe. I think mathematics is very, very fascinating. I've never really got much into the philosophy of mathematics, but it's very, very interesting how certain things seem to be there with a complete necessity. Pythagoras' theorem, or the possibilities there. I mean that there are prime numbers. 13 is prime, and it'll go on being prime forever. And then there's these very special numbers like pi. There may be a necessity of structures. The great mystery, and it certainly, whether we'll ever fathom it, is why there's consciousness. I mean, I think I have very little difficulty in accepting that there are definite structures. The example I've already given is the right-angled triangles that are expressed in terms of integers, 3, 4, 5, 5, 12, 13. The fact that that's sort of out there in the realm of pure mathematics is, for me, very, very impressive. But why on earth should something, say, significantly more complicated than a 5, 12, 13 triangle be aware of itself? Heavens only knows.
It's great. It's sort of the universe becoming aware of itself. It's a really strange...
Well, I mean, you read a lot of... I mean, I think it's true to say, I think it's quite plausible that the universe is becoming ever more aware of itself. It's a little bit hard to... There's certainly nothing like you or me near the Big Bang. That we can be sure of. So if consciousness requires structure, for which there's quite a lot of evidence from neuroscience, then it is a case, I think, that the universe is becoming more aware of itself as it gets more richly structured.
Wow. It's fascinating to think about where that could be going as well, and if there's other... I often wonder about if there's other life. Going back to time, other life, I mean in other galaxies and things, but going back to time, would it be right then to sort of say, if somebody said, so what's happening right now in another galaxy, that question in itself doesn't make sense because there is no sort of now that far away from here?
Well, this is one thing where I do tentatively question whether there isn't a quite different interpretation of general relativity. Einstein found general relativity in a very particular way. A key step in that was the great proposal of Minkowski of four-dimensional space-time, where he just made time almost identical to space. It became a fourth dimension. There is a difference because of the way that light behaves. But I don't think, you see, that Mach, there's a completely different way that general relativity could have been discovered. And that can go back to what Mach said. Mach said, it is utterly impossible to measure the changes of things by time. Quite the contrary, time is an abstraction at which we arrive from the changes of things.
Okay.
And I think that's just undeniably true. That's what set me thinking about all of these things nearly 60 years ago, a thought like that. When Einstein was asked, what is time? He said, it's what a clock tells you. But the more fundamental question is, what is a clock? And towards the end of his life, he admitted that when he'd created general relativity, he'd committed a sin. He said, I've got an idea of space-time with a metric in it. That's a measure of distance and time. And then I take in something from outside, which is completely it's not part of the theory. It's alien to the theory. It's an external rod and a clock, which actually measures these distances and things. And he says that's a sin and it should be rectified.
I suppose what I'm wondering is if somebody was in another galaxy right now and, we've sort of conquered space or whatever in the distant future, could I be able to say, right, I'm going to call you at 3 p.m. tomorrow? Obviously, tomorrow's not a thing or our time, but would we be able to work out or have a conversation with one another through some sort of system? Or is the time different so that it wouldn't even work? It would just be, we'd be talking at different speeds.
I'm not denying the facts of, that alternative picture that I've given is completely consistent with the standard story. They lead the same. If you put an atomic clock on this was already done about 40 years ago. You put an atomic clock on an aeroplane and send it round the world, and it's gone a little bit slow compared with one that stayed on the Earth. That situation it's never going to change. At least I would be absolutely staggered if it did. But what might be possible is, you see, in the theory that we're developing, the time since the Big Bang is a pure number. It might be possible then that say people on Mars work out a pure number, say their time from the Big Bang, which would be a pure number. And then we would meet up and we'd also calculate it. And then we'd say, well, we've actually worked out exactly the same pure number.
What do you think is the end of the universe? What happens at the end? Is there an end?
If the ideas we're developing are correct, it will go on forever and it will go on getting more and more varied. It will look very different. I find it hard to believe there would be any human beings out there. It's pretty doubtful. We may not be here. Who knows how long human beings will be on the Earth.
I suppose I'm clinging to the hope, the minute hope that I can live forever, and that there'll be a universe here that will be as old as I am in billions of years.
Well, I personally have no great desire to live forever. I'm now 83. I'll settle for my early 90s as long as I'm in reasonably good health. But a very important thing is, one of the things that make people very gloomy about the distant future of the universe is that as the universe expands, the energy density gets lower. That's the way to think about it. And then they think it's just sort of, it's all got so faint and there that nothing can be done with it. But this, I think, could be profoundly mistaken, because what really counts in nature, and I've mentioned it before, is ratios. So if there are, from our point of view, small ripples, but there are smaller ripples, then the smaller ripples can look at the big ripples and say, oh, there is something interesting after all. So at this stage, I bring in Gulliver's Travels and Alice in Wonderland, which really brings home that ratios of sizes, of scales are important. So maybe the interesting things, as long as there are ratios which are not all the same, there's variety there. Where there is variety, there is hope for the future of the universe.
So you think I could live forever?
I think it could live forever, and it could go on getting more and more varied.
No, I mean, I could live forever.
I don't want to be despondent, but I don't think you'll live forever. But there may be a record of you. I mean, after all, carpe diem, make the most of it while you're here.
I've got someone on the show, Andrew Steele, who's written a book. It's a different topic, of course, but Ageless, and it's about the attempt to cure aging over the coming decades and centuries. So it's sort of given me a bit of probably false hope.
Well, I must say, frankly, I have great reservations about that. And where are we going to fit them all on the Earth?
I haven't gotten to that bit yet. I need to.
I'm amazed at the number of people who volunteered to go and live on Mars with a one-way ticket. I mean, nothing would persuade me to go to Mars. When I was younger, I might have been tempted to go to the moon to see what it's like, or into orbit, because that must be a wonderful experience. But I mean, the idea of intelligence spreading out into the universe is, I think, very far away. And is it particularly desirable?
It sounds like you don't feel there might be intelligence elsewhere in the universe.
Oh, I think it's highly likely there's intelligence elsewhere in the universe. It may be much, much rarer. I mean, one thing, it may be that there are very few planets which have a moon which is as relatively large as our moon. It may well be that the moon was really critical for the emergence of real intelligence on the Earth. The professor at the Department of Astrophysics in Oxford, Stephen Balbus, who he's the what is his title? Anyway, Christopher Wren had that position a few centuries ago. Because of talking to his 10-year-old son, who got very interested in continental drift, he's come up with a fascinating theory, which is the following fact is this. In the whole of biological history, there's only been one case where quadrupeds have come from the sea and colonized the continents. That was, I think, about 350 million years ago. But there have been many occasions where quadruped mammals have gone into the sea. I mean, they're all over the place, dolphins, whales, and so forth. So that's an interesting thing. And talking to his son, Stephen noticed that when the two continents that came together to make Pangaea, there was a sort of a shard between them. And where you have shards, there are always very high tides. The highest tides are in the Gulf of, what's it called in Canada, near Nova Scotia. The second highest is the Severn Estuary in Britain. And his idea that he came upon was when there are these high tides, they might make quite big ponds or small lakes. And these creatures from the sea could live in them and go backwards and forwards at high tides and slowly get established on land. And the only reason that could happen is because the moon, Newton had already realized that the moon was very interesting because the tides that the moon gives rise to are of the same order of magnitude as the sun does. The moons are bigger, but the suns are the same order of magnitude. And that's what gives rise to these very big tides occasionally, and then the lesser ones. And that would be a crucial part of his story. So it may be that it's only on planets where there are oceans and a moon, which is of the same order of magnitude as ours, that the creatures that could come from the sea, where it's easier for life to start off, could then colonize the land and then become sort of intelligent bipeds and so forth. Absolutely fascinating theory. And actually, it's an ongoing research project to do that. I don't suppose it's just possible astronomically, but I think it's pretty unlikely that there are many planets with a moon like that. I mean, there's a lot of mystery about the moon, why within the solar system, there's no other planet that's got such a big moon relative to its size. I mean, Mars has a couple of mountains going around it. Mercury and Venus have none. Jupiter and Saturn have plenty, but they're tiny compared with the total mass of their planets. So
it might be that we're just incredibly, incredibly lucky to be around, alive, and that although there's almost certainly life out there, intelligent life, it might be such a great distance that we'll never get close to it.
I wouldn't underestimate anything. I mean, one of the things that really amazes me is the increasing sensitivity of instruments, how they can pick up such faint signals. I mean, I don't know. It would be, I mean, and I'm sure an engineer who deals with radio, things like that, could work out how far out from the Earth this discussion that you and I have been having could be picked up by radio telescopes and played. You know, maybe a light year away. Possibly I don't know. I mean, I'm just guessing how far away.
Yeah.
But I mean, they are communicate. I mean, these two space probes, which have now left the solar system, it's sort of gone outside. They're still getting radio signals back from it. These are tiny amount of power is sending those radio signals. And just think about the images of the planets, the ones that were found. It's just staggering that go around Jupiter and Saturn.
They're beautiful, those images, weren't they? You think it's quite possible that at some point in the near future might discover some sort of intelligent life? Then
could happen tomorrow.
That would be a great day, wouldn't it?
I'm not at all sure. Think what happened to all the unfortunate people in the Americas when Columbus came. 90% of them died of European illnesses.
You'd like to think that any sort of civilization that was so sophisticated that it went far beyond our own would also have developed maybe a system of morals that we didn't quite have.
Let's hope that they are, but unfortunately, you don't see much sign of that yet on the Earth. And we've certainly developed the capacity to kill an awful lot of each other, and maybe not everybody. But there's a nice, I think it was the same, somebody, it may have been the same Stephen Balber, said that if you were allowed to kill, this was before he was captured in the Obama time, if you were allowed for the sake of humanity to kill 100 people, who would you kill? Well, the first one would be Osama bin Laden, and the next 99 would be the people trying to discover alien intelligence, because that's so dangerous for humanity.
It would almost be worth it, though. Just at least we see something else. I don't know, learn something. It's just so boring. The news is the same every day. My whole life is the same news, just in a different way. And this would be like, oh, and there are aliens. That would be a fascinating day. The next day might be bad if we die.
I suppose I was just born with a happier temperament that enables me to enjoy my food and my walks and chatting to you, Andrew.
I want more. I need more.
No, well, yeah, it's a great thing to be content with what you've got.
The following day, I'm afraid to say, we didn't find alien life. Julian will have been relieved, of course, although I was thoroughly disappointed, as I continue to be every day. What a pleasure it was talking to such an esteemed mind on the show, an all-round lovely guy. I'm going to stick with my theory that time is on a map and that all of your memories of lost loved ones and the most nostalgic moments of your lives are out there somewhere, stuck in space-time forever. In that way, we truly are immortal, even if Julian's theories do seem to put paid to such a romanticised theory. Thank you to my new Patreons this week. There's the woman who I've been emailing with who signed up to the highest membership tier but doesn't wish to be named, but you are very much appreciated. Sarah Hubert, thank you so much as well for your very generous contribution. Remember everyone, if you're really enjoying the show, and you must be if you listened this far, head to patreon.com/Andrew Gold and sign up to the ads-free show or anything to help support the show. Next week on the podcast, I believe, is Stephen Knight, also known as the Godless Spellchecker. He recently became good friends with Ricky Gervais, who loved how Stephen called out religious people who would tweet angrily about atheists, with the word atheist spelt wrong. Stephen does a lot more than that, of course. He's not just a pernickety person who points out spelling mistakes, but a fervent anti-woke and anti-religion Twitter personality. Thanks for all your lovely messages this week. Andrea Alga left a review in the USA saying, I love the variety of topics and find all the interviews very interesting. Andrew knows how to find very unique people to interview. Thank you, Andrea. And Ashley Bell in Canada, who I speak to on Twitter from time to time, wrote, Recommend 100%. I look so forward to each episode that you put out. You always choose such fascinating topics with very interesting guests. I come away learning something new every single time. You have a very inquisitive yet caring way of interviewing people, and that's really special. Keep up the awesome work, and we truly appreciate the work that you put into each show. Much love from Canada. P.S. I'm a follower of Bobby Caldwell's podcast, which is where I learned about yours. Bobby Caldwell being the man in a Michigan state prison who accidentally killed his girlfriend. Had some lovely messages on Instagram from Apurva Jain, Adelaide Thorhalls, Usama from Oman in Scotland, and on Twitter from Telemachus and Argentine Laura R. Thank you all so much for getting in touch, and you can all find me there on AndrewGold_OK. Sorry I don't have time to read out everything. Have a lovely Christmas, and I'll be back with Stephen Knight next week.